Okay, as of now, we are cutting off the Name Ryu donation because we are ready to start. And Bowie will be up first in this three-man relay of Breath of Fire 4. We are looking forward to a good run because these guys are all great runners. We may even call them the Sinesta Half-Six. Take it away, Bowie.
Hello everyone, I'm Bowie. I'm joined for this wonderful co-op run by the very, very lovely eLmaGus.
Hi.
And the very, very lovely Zheal. We are 3 runners of this game, so together we will do it. This is a great cutscene, but we're not going to watch it. We haven't got time. It's very anime, as Goose was saying a bit earlier. Before we start, obviously, I need to know which name was the final name for Ryu. I believe it was between Ruru and Beck. So
Indeed it was. The winner at $331 is Ruru.
Ah.
Both R's are capitalized.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for everyone who was voting towards that. Donating towards that.
He doesn't mean it.
I do mean it. I'll put a sad face at the end.
Hello.
No. The story behind Beck is very long-winded, so I'm not going to go into it. Well, I think we'll just get this started then, and not really muck around. So we'll get the time started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, my friend.
Thank you. This is Breath of Fire 4, the 4th in the Breath of Fire series, if it wasn't clear. The second to release on the PSX. In terms of obviously the series is very, very well loved by its fans. Very unique in the fact that its world is kind of, I guess, inhabited by kind of anthropomorphic creatures, fish, dogs, cats, dragons, all kinds of things. Winged people, monkeys. It's really, really kind of bizarre, but it's kind of like one of the big things that really makes this game unique as a turn-based RPG. We're going to get straight into the narrative where we have Cray and Nina. Nina being one of the 2 recurring characters in, or one of the 3, I should say, recurring characters in the Breath of Fire series. Nina, Ryu, and another character, Deus, who we'll see later on. I kind of always returning in these games. So they're looking for Nina's sister, Alina. She went missing after kind of heading out from Windia, and they're on their way to go and find her. So they're on this sand flyer. The game uses a nice mix of beautiful pixel art and 3D models. I should say that this is one of the best animated pixel art games perhaps ever ever. Capcom during the late 90s, early 2000s was an absolute powerhouse when it came to animation. If you played things like Street Fighter Third Strike, even Breath of Fire 3 is an incredible looking game. There's so much. I think one of the earlier enemies, the Aigu, has a 37-frame idle animation, which is just silly. It's just silly, but it's an incredible looking game, and the music is brilliant. If you don't know much about the Breath of Fire series as a whole, it kind of follows, as I said, the adventures of Ryu and Nina. Ryu being a young member of the Dragon Clan, or the Brood. And you can transform into dragons in multiple ways, and they have different effects based on the game. This one takes a bit more cues from Breath of Fire 3, though it does remove the well-loved gene splicing system, but it does operate outside of that in a very, very similar way. Gaining dragons is kind of done in the same way as well, finding them and collecting them and having their abilities added on. But whilst on the sand flyer to find Alina, we get attacked by a dragon. Yes, a dragon. They're quite liberal with the word. But the game likes to kind of play around with the concept of what a dragon is. Dragon doesn't mean big, hulking, fancy dragon. It means god in this game. So, yeah.
Wait to spoil it. Wait to spoil it.
That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
Oh, the spoiler is what it was localized as.
Actually, I can't mash here anyway. So after a certain point, it just kind of takes the wheel.
Yep.
Breath of Fire as a series is, for lack of a better word, like one of those kind of slower paced games. But the action is very, very hectic. So it's always a really, really good play. So it's one of those games that really kind of just makes you just sit in and kind of get a feel for the world and really get engaged in it. But that didn't go so well, obviously.
Could be worse, we're still alive.
Helpful, really.
Yeah, I know.
Right, so I should note that this game's gone through a lot of rerouting over the course of the years. I'm kind of a physical run or physical build specialist, but it's a much slower route than these 2 chaps behind me have kind of rerouted and made the end game very, very impressive. So you'll see that from them as we hit the later parts of the game. That's why I'm taking the earlier part, because I'm not as good at the end game. But yeah, so after this crash, we have obviously the Sandflyer is knackered, so we need to find a way to continue our search for Alina. So at this point, Nina says, you know what, I'll go and search and see if I can find some kind of Sandflyer parts to fix the Sandflyer, and Kray's gunning. He's like, I don't know, but you know what, it's fine. Take this sword and off you go. Which is kind of helpful, because swords are helpful, aren't they?
Even though she cannot equip it.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Just in case. But yeah, I think you can see like the characterization is really, really strong when it comes to the characters and their animations. So we're going to head to Sarai, which is a nearby village, which hopefully might have a little bit more information about Sandflyers for her. King Sword. And the sound design in this game is also very, very lovely. So we're set to auto run. It is an isometric game, but we actually run up is up and down is down kind of thing. So despite the fact you can set it to be on the 45 angle, and kind of have up going top right, but that's kind of, for me at least, I've never kind of been hugely connected to isometric movement. So I think we all run up and down, to be honest.
Yeah.
So it's really good for like, when you kind of run into walls, you can kind of slide along them. So it's actually kind of nice, kind of like getting through windy corridors, but only having to press one button and slide and get the best kind of movement. Kind of helpful. Ooh, hello, what's this? So Nina can sense something here, and as obviously you might be able to notice. And a being does appear, which kind of causes this massive crater, which is a very, very interesting design. This is another dragon in this world, kind of more like a dragonfly. I kind of think of it just because of the wing shape. But
yeah, this is as close as you get to a dragon in this game.
I mean, yeah. The whole dragon system in this game is really intricate, and there's something that I like to describe about it, but I think, again, I don't really want to give away too much. But you can see the dragon dissipates there, and we're left with a less than clothed young man who stands out from the dirt and gives a pretty strong first impression. Whoa, okay. Just
We just wish to remind the viewers this is a PG stream.
it is a PG stream. He's just like, wait, what? Oh, my bad.
PG, you say? Oh, oops.
Okay, so anyone who's played Breath of Fire will always kind of remember one particular Ryu and Nina that will always stick out in their mind. Now, when I think of Ryu in Breath of Fire, or Ruru in Breath of Fire, this is the design I think of. It's just, for me, the quintessential Ryu, and I know that obviously maybe the chaps behind me have a different opinion on that, but it's nice to kind of have all these different types between the 4 or 5 games. But yeah, this is kind of the Ryu that I think of.
They are very similar in a lot of ways. They just have very distinct differences in their appearance, essentially.
Obviously, Ryu is always a dragon, and Nina is always a Windian. Or I think they're called the Fey tribe as well, if I'm not mistaken.
The Wing Tribe.
The Wing Tribe.
Oh.
There we go. So she gives us the King Sword. Lucky she had that. That's really helpful. We have a weapon now. So we mash away. There's a lot of mashing in this game. We will get an encounter soon. Don't worry. It's going to be great. Hold on to your butts. We're going to go to the cliff first. What's really interesting about areas is that whenever you enter a new area, you get an encounter quite early on in the movement. Normally within the first like 3 or 4 boxes or tiles of movement, really. So a lot of this game is fleeing from like the regular encounters. We do take some encounters here and there. Green, good stuff. Ooh. Green means that we get a preemptive. It means that we get a guaranteed flee, and I shouldn't get another encounter before we get to the next part of the to get to the next story.
Indeed. So if you're familiar with step counts, and especially PSX games, they usually make it so that you can prevent encounters very easily. This game doesn't really have the step counter, like Bowie said. You enter an area, you get an encounter early, and from there, you have a certain range of steps after which you will get the next encounter. So sometimes in some areas, at the very end of the area, depending on your movement, you can either avoid or get an additional encounter. We're of course going to try to avoid the encounters as best as we can, but sometimes the game also likes to just say, no, you're getting the encounter now, sorry.
And there are surprisingly many areas where you can actually, if you're lucky, skip an encounter at the very end.
Yep.
Nina, being clumsy as ever, falls down, and Ryu, being the heroic man he is straight on the job.
That's a good scene.
Yeah, he's doing good. Let's do this.
Look,
like what I said, that the animation was really great for that. If you paid attention to it, his face was glorious, actually.
Yeah.
So
he notices her like halfway down falling and like looks up, and there's like sweat dropping from his face.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Nina is like, oh, you wanted to help me? Did you not see my wings?
That's what Ryu gets for trying to wing it.
Yeah. Why? I've had this guy on my runs twice now. It's great.
This is going to be fun.
Thank you very much, Punarmdine. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. So we get to this cave and we have a little rest, and Nina's got her blanket from somewhere, I don't know where, but again, a little thing there. So we're gonna be introduced to kind of like the big part of at least the narrative. Not I wouldn't say gimmick, but like kind of like the narrative point of this game, I guess. So we're introduced to Ryu and to Nina and their party moving forward, and then we're gonna just switch to a bit of a spookier scene as an ancient tomb is opened. At least half of it.
That's some impressive lighting in there.
Yeah. You can see it open wider there as the entire door opens, and out steps a rather intriguing gentleman and his dog. That dog's called Wonku, and the chap in the lovely purple gi there is Faolu, who he speaks in ye olde English with all the thous and the arts and the thines. Verily, 'tis a cool character. He's really, really cool, Faolu, and he's basically the founder of an empire. I'll say that much. But he's it seems like he's been woken up and is trying to find out. But I think just trying to get his bearings at this point. He's been woken up and summoned for a reason, and yeah.
So we're sure to follow along.
Yeah. Okay, so upon just having a quick search around the area, we jump into these two lads here with the spears, and because they're told to be on the lookout because they're looking for us for someone in the woods, and they're saying they're looking for a dragon. At which Faolu's like, a dragon, eh? Interesting. Maybe Faolu knows something about this.
And here we learn how Faolu despises the human race.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, as I was saying, we got this mixture of 3D because obviously back in the late 90s, early 2000s, a lot of developers were experimenting with that 3D. And I do hear people tend to say, "Oh man, if only the 3D sprites were better or the 3D models were better." I mean, looking at this, I think they look really good compared to. I mean, there are definitely worse 3D models out there. But don't worry, we're going to get our first fight soon. I know it's, what, 12 minutes in now?
Yeah.
The start's a little bit fun, but that's Breath of Fire.
Yeah, this is pretty much Breath of Fire in a nutshell, honestly. The openings are always very long-winded, so...
I mean, it's generally a true turn-based RPG thing, where it starts very slow.
Yeah.
There's a lot of story stuff.
So right now, he's kind of showing to these two soldiers, they're after a dragon. You really think you can take a dragon? They aren't gods. Wouldst thou fight a god, he asks. And he blows them away in an instant.
They tried, right?
Yeah. And then Ryu senses a disturbance in the force. It should be, you may have noticed as well at the start when Ryu appeared, there was this like dark blue, kind of like black dragonfly that appeared. And now Faolu shows up and summons this white and red dragonfly.
I don't like it.
You don't like it? Okay. Foreshadowing can be a bit silly. But We should get one. Hopefully, we get one more encounter. I can always cock up the movement, but we'll see. We're coming up to our first fight though, so and we'll start. Yep, that's the early one. Now, if I can move well, I should not get a second fight.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So I should say about the movement in this game, it is, as Bowie said, isometric, so that sometimes makes it very hard, especially to make quick turns, which is probably, like, corners are probably the places we are going to make the most mismovements. Yes, they are going to happen. It is really hard, very difficult to move in this game properly, so...
Yeah, mostly because the tiles are so big, and the character you're controlling has to fully end the movement onto the tile before the input to the next tile your input starts working. So it always feels like it has a little bit of delay.
Exactly, yeah. So it looks super easy, but in reality, it's pretty hard.
Yeah, so that was Yom. He's got a massive nose and has a propensity towards summoning demons. And yeah, basically he's after Faolu because Faolu has woken up and he's like, wait, the founder of our empire is back, we need to stop him. So we get a little bit anime, and then we transform into these hybrid dragons, which are kind of like the biggest, like the most obvious form we're going to see of the dragons for the most part. So they're very, very powerful. They increase your stats by a percentage amount based on which dragon you're transforming into. But I'm going to go down to Frost Strike. 2 of these and a regular attack will take down Calm. So it'll be nice and quick, nice and easy.
Yeah. So this is pretty much the marathon strat here. In attempts, you would try to just like charge with Faolu without transforming, because as you can see, transformations do take up a lot of time. But there's a chance if you do just charge with Faolu that he can actually kill you. So even though this is the tutorial boss more or less, so yeah.
Flaming Strike can crit. Basically, it crits on hit, and it's, but mostly it misses. Well, there you go.
I saw, I conquered.
So yeah, in battle on the R button, you've got charge and escape. Oh wow, the damage rolls were low. Okay. He should be dead after 3 hits like that, but I think I wasn't counting damage correctly. Classic Bowie, right?
What am I supposed to say now?
1900 rather than 17. There we go. You routed the enemy. Yes, I did.
Yeah, so once your stats go up a little bit in this game, damage rolls are actually quite wide, which shouldn't matter that much, honestly, for the run in general. But especially for Faolu, it does matter quite a bit because we're going to be, spoilers, fighting more bosses like this one with Faolu. And if you get bad damage rolls, you might add a turn or 2 if the enemy feels really lucky.
Mm-hmm. So Faolu there's kind of after the fight he was a little bit weakened. So you see I was using Frost Strike. So Faolu and his dragon that he transforms into is Ice Elemental. So Yom knows this, so he's going to burn the forest and use the fire to kind of choke Faolu and weaken him, which he does mention here. Fire, my natural enemy.
Yeah, we should also say Yom is the general of the current Fao Empire. Actually, the empire Faolu founded, like, 1,000 years ago, so. And back when Faolu founded the Fao Empire, he was incomplete, and after he founded it, he went into a deep slumber to wait for his second half to appear into the world, and that's where we are right now. And in 1,000 years, things change, of course. So there were multiple emperors, and the current one is the 13th emperor of the Fao Empire, and he would like to stay to be the emperor. But since Faolu appeared now, like, he's the rightful heir to the throne, so he sent Yom to kind of take care of the problem of the first emperor, and he just did for now.
Although he is a very meticulous man. I won't take any chances, find the body. So Yom will continue his pursuit of Faolu just to make sure that he's definitely gone. With that said, though, we'll return to Nina and Ryu here, who are still making their way over to Sarai to see if they can get some Sandflayer parts. So hopefully I get to the right spot. There it is. Oh well. So I'm going to grab this because we need to come here later. So we're just going to quickly grab that. Also, it means that I can hopefully get a quicker walk between areas. So I need to. You can see that when you're walking on the world map, you sometimes get the little exclamation mark, and you get the small little screens where you can like roam and find items and get encounters. They're like random encounters, really, but not. And to be very careful here as well because this is a tricky.
Option 3, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that there are multiple options we can choose by saying like. Nina's offer to Rio was that they go to the next town together, because Nina just thinks he has amnesia or just doesn't remember where he comes from. So they go to the next town and Nina asks him, like, okay, now we're here. Everything's fine, like, do you find your friends? And you can say, I don't know, or like, yeah, I'm fine. If you say, I'm fine, they part. And after playing this nice minigame here, you actually find Nina outside because you learn about how to get the Sandflyer parts. It just saves time to say you don't know, because they don't part, and Nina continues to help Ryu find his friends, and they find out about the Sunflower parts together.
Yeah, there's a long cutscene you have to watch because Nina gets swindled by someone in the village of all of her money, and then there's a big cutscene for that one. So we don't really see that.
With the monkey.
Yeah.
By the way, I hope you like minigames.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of stake behind these minigames.
Oh, come on.
There's a lot at stake here, indeed. So he belches his way to victory, and he gives us an antidote, I think. And that's not what we need. He tells us where we can
Panacea,
find...
I think.
Panacea. He tells us where we can find information, so we're going to go to this chap down here. We need to get this right first time. So we want to find out about Sandflyer parts, and then I need to basically give him the right amount of money first time. So it's 1, 2, 3 Zenny. If you get it first time as well, he gives you an extra item of ginseng. Ginseng increases our attack by 20%, and we're going to be using that a little bit later. So he tells us that we can find a dude on the road, and he might know of the password to get into the black market, where we can find Sandflyer parts. But we didn't get the walk back, so you can sometimes get that encounter on the way back, so you don't have to walk out and back again. But I didn't get it because I don't know. The game doesn't like me. So we would speak to this chap who's got some kind of chocobo thing going on there. And now we have our password. But because we're walking to the right, we've got to go all over here. Back. Cool. So now I can use the password in the tavern to go to the black market, where we can find out where we can find our Sandflyer parts. Finally! That's exciting. Go behind the bar. This guy takes a long walk. Just like there's the dog just smoking on the side there. Yeah, like, the world is kind of like inhabited by loads of like great creatures. So like every single town and just the world itself has such character. And yeah, you'll see loads of little things like that. Like Capcom have been very they like using like cameos and throwing in little references everywhere throughout their games. I kind of feel that this series is pretty much just a labor of love, really. I always have felt, just because I like them, but... Ugh, what is this movement? Grab a power food there. That increases attack by 1, but whilst that's really helpful, it's not really what we want to do. We're going to be using it for money. If you can sell it for 200 Zenny instead, which is much better than +1 attack, because we're going to be focusing on wisdom and magic for the most part. So he says to go to the Sandflyer Valley where we can dig for Sandflyer parts. So I should get a fight early on. This is where we introduce the magic system. So if you guys want to go into that, I guess.
We have like this little dungeon has normally 2 encounters. It can have a 3rd one if you're like super unlucky. We want to see a Mage-Gu in the first of it, in one of the first 2 encounters. Like he will get one in like 3, 2, 1. And let's hope we get a Mage-Gu. No, we don't. So what I like to do is I like to force the 3rd one before leaving the dungeon. You can actually there are other areas a little bit later where you also can get Mage-Gus, so that's not too bad of a thing. But so the mage system in this game, every character can use magic, and just like in Breath of Fire 3, actually there's no shared magic system in Breath of Fire 2 and 1, right?
No,
right? Yeah, like introduced in 3 is skill magic, kinda like masters, where
You can
those-
essentially learn enemy skills by watching them do stuff, like
Right,
very
right.
specific skills.
And you can switch those skills between characters in the camp menu.
Yeah. So the Mage Goos will use Burn, and if you're
Right.
guarding when they use a spell that you can learn, you have a chance of learning that.
Exactly.
Learning that skill.
Right.
Yep.
And we need Burn because this game has a very unique magic system where you can combo magic into other magic, into bigger magic. It's fixed. If a combo happens, is random, is chance based. But when a combo happens, then the magic that will result into a combo is always the same.
Yeah. So we need to go over 3 items. In the center is the Sandflower parts, yay! And then up 1 and then to the left, and you'll grab the Molotov, I believe. And then down 2 whole spaces, or 3 rather. And then we grab the Wisdom Rod, the major
Sage Staff.
Sage Staff, please. Thank you. That increases Wisdom for Nina by 5, and also increases her attack. But it makes her a little bit stronger, and we're going to need a little bit more attack or magic power in the next fight in order to defeat it, really. Do you guys want me to grind for the burn, or do you want to just...
Whatever you want to do.
I would say force.
Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, burn is important, as Zheal
Yeah.
mentioned, because of the combo system, and we need combos to deal, or to be able to defeat certain bosses nice and quickly.
Yep.
Please give me a Mage Goo.
He would have gotten in anyway. It was so
Nice.
early.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to actually have Nina attack, and then Ryu can guard, because I want Ryu to learn it specifically. So hopefully the Mage Goo does not mess me around.
There we
Perfect
go.
first time. Now, there's 2 ways of dealing with this. You can just run away. I like to just finish the fight.
Which is of course low. But
Which is of course...
You can just run away. There's
There-
no point in finishing this.
there's a chance that you get a pretty nice drop from them. It's very low though.
Yeah, so yeah, the Mage Goose can drop Wisdom Seeds, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is 20 AP, which is a very, very AP restoration items is very, very rare.
Yep.
So again, just for the purposes of safety though as well, I'm this is not going to be an issue, but I'm going to save. There's no chance of me dying here, but
I can't wait for
But
it
I
to
do it
die.
anyway.
yeah, exactly. You know, right? There's absolutely 0 chance. but because I said it, I'm going to get destroyed.
You
Right.
might want to heal.
No, she didn't get hit.
Didn't she?
Nope.
Okay, I didn't. I saw that wrong then.
I think if you get hit anyway, as long as you have above 200 HP, there's a very low chance of dying.
Normally, yeah. It
Yeah.
depends on what he does, but yeah.
We should first introduce one of our other antagonist characters. This is Daniel Craig. Well, his you can see it, right? His name is General... Oh, crikey.
Rasso.
Rasso, yeah.
That's
Or Rosso, one of
See,
the two.
like, we all forgot the name already because he's Daniel Craig.
He's Daniel Craig, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a nasty man, and he's also got a face of steel.
And captain, actually. He's just a captain.
So yeah, he's looking for a dragon, and he's like, looking for a dragon, and I find a little birdie.
He's also from the Empire, by the way,
Yes.
the Far Empire.
You can kind of tell the difference between like the Western continent is very, very like hugely kind of like Eastern designed, and then you got the Eastern continent a little bit more like regular, I guess, high fantasy style for the most part.
Yeah, we should maybe explain that. I like there is the Empire and there is the Alliance actually the Empire is in the west on the Western continent and the Alliance on the Eastern continent, and they are at war for forever. They have a peace treaty now for a while.
And the King's Sword that we have with Ryu is actually the symbol of that alliance.
Right.
It was given to the leader of Warren, which is Cray, who is currently the current leader. So this is Joe. Joe has we can defeat him in 5 hits. Just use Sever, he'll hit you. And every now I'm trying to count damage because if I get really, really low damage rolls, I'll have to use a 5th Sever. Otherwise, I can just attack on the 5th attack. But he'll do this mostly for the first 3 turns. Turn 4, he'll do nothing. So hopefully I get a large damage roll like 280, 290. This is really low. I'm probably just going to go for a 5th Sever.
Yeah, he has 1200 HP, so.
Yeah. Nice damage.
Oof. So the 4th turn is always he thinking what to do. So it's a free turn.
I saw like 2 260s and a 274, so I'm going to go for Sever just to finish it. You hit for like 120, so you need like more than what I got in order to get that fight. There was some really, really low rolls, but that's Joe. It's our first boss on this side of things. Aurum, we don't really use it. You can use Aurum too. You need Aurum to swap the skills around that Zheal was talking about.
Yeah.
But Captain Rosso's got one hell of a face. We broke a sword on it. And he's just like, how dare you? I would be a little bit worse for wear if I took a sword to the face.
Slightly.
So now we're gonna make our way here, and then there's gonna be a little cutscene where we're trying to run away, hide in this alleyway here, and then the soldiers, being really good at their job, just go straight past. There's 5 of them as well. They never thought to split up. That little bag in the back, by the way, is just a collectible item. We don't really grab many. The game is quite... like the skills we get is really, really powerful. Magic in this game is really, really good. For the most part, like the combo system is really, really strong, and by utilizing elemental weaknesses, we can pretty much do a lot of damage. And there's one particular fight where we have to deal with 4 different elements, and the way that we deal with it is very, very, very good. And there's an item that we use to help that fight go through, and me, in my infinite wisdom, thought it would be a good idea to try and skip that, and I soon was disavowed of that notion. Disavowed.
Are you talking about pillars?
Yeah, I am indeed. So our next village, we're going to be introduced to another thing which is not really talked about too much, but it is a very important part of this game's, again, narrative, which is a concept of hex. And we'll talk about that when we get there. But first, we're going to grab these life sandals. Now, gentlemen, forgive me if I forget exactly where I'm supposed to equip these, because
if you want to,
in the fish fight.
you can now. Yeah, fish fight is like you can do everything there.
Sure. So we're going to speak to this old man. He looks pretty good. He's got a great beard. We want to pass through Chamber because we now have our Sandflyer parts, and we have to we can't go back the way we were going, so we have to take a shortcut through Chamber. And he's like, well, you can, but then there's this hex thing going on. It's too dangerous to go in there. Hex is kind of like this weird poison, this like malice that like affects you and can kill you. So these guys are purifiers. They're all like tanked up and masked up, and they make their way through. The hex is trying to purify them, trying to purify the.
Yeah, it's the weapon of the Empire. They have a big cannon called the Carronade, and they can shoot hex with it and completely nuke a city. That's what they did with Chamber. Chamber was actually one of the biggest cities from the Alliance, and all is left is a little suburban area there.
There's a dude who was like really scoffing down his food in the corner there. He was going hell for leather. But so yeah, this is like the leader of the purifiers. Basically, kind of like looks after them. So cooks and houses the purifiers when they come back from duty. And we should note as well that Ruru is a silent protagonist. He's definitely saying something, but we're not allowed to know.
That's a common theme in Breath of Fire games that Rio is just silent. So
he also has he has a tick which is really funny that I like. I think I've picked it up somehow. Whenever he wakes up, he'll always yawn and stretch, and then he'll scratch his nose every time.
True.
So if everyone can join Ruru whenever he does that, I'd greatly appreciate it. These guys are going absolutely not. I'm saving again because, marathon safety.
Yep.
Because again, I shouldn't die to skullfish.
Yep.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, so what we did here, we talked to the leader, and we kind of tried to find a way for someone to guide us through the hex, because we got to get through, right? And she told us, well, you can go look for us if somebody wants to do it, but I doubt that it will help you out. And yeah, we tried to find one, weren't successful, but there might be one option left.
Who knows? What is this scary thing happening here?
Something's coming closer.
Oh no, they're coming. Oh dear. Hold down the gates.
They're coming for us.
Oh no. The monsters. This is going to be bad.
They can open doors. Oh.
So this is the best character in the game.
I have returned, boss. Hello, Urshin. Oh man, Urshin's amazing.
Yeah.
Urshin is this very eccentric robot. Refers to herself in the third person. Yeah. Urshin says that everything will be all right, and if she says everything's all right, everything's going to be all right? Yes. And then you can see the portraits in the bottom left that I'm skipping through. Urshin has one that just gets closer and closer to her face as she gets more and more serious. But she's going to join our party, and she'll be our first new party member. When you run around with her, she sounds like a toaster, or a Hoover, rather. I don't know why I confused those two items, but... yeah, she just goes... When you run around with her, she's great. And she lights up as well as she's going. She's brilliant.
Yeah. So in this area, we should get two, 3 encounters, depending on his movement. And this is the first time where you can really get screwed by the game. There's a couple enemies here that are reasonably fast, so you could get unlucky and maybe fail to run from a fight immediately.
Should get one here.
Not too likely, but can happen.
Yeah, so again, there are some skills you can learn here. I'll say you can learn a skill called Chlorine, which procs poison on, or sometimes procs poison, just because there's one really outlandish strategy that helps one of the routes in the game that I've only managed to get once, and I like the strategy, not because it's a good idea, but just because it's so unlikely of happening that I don't know, I just like it. But as I was saying, learning skills is really, really important for the run as a whole, but also more so because again we're going to be doing the magic route, but the physical route has some fun things you can do. But Chlorine is one of the sillier strategies in this game. So we need to kind of use these both these teams to get a... That's a terrible movement, I'm going to get a fight. To get around this. So we launch up the first block, then Urshin will stand on the second one so we can get past. And we're going to run past here to get to 2 valves, and the valves will absorb all of the miasma that is currently here right now. So, bosh, there's one. I probably will get a fight here unless I get lucky.
Oh, nice, you did. You're safe down here.
Yes, okay. Boom, there we go. So, yeah, that's Chamber getting through that. And then there's no encounters in the final screen before we get to the boss as well, but that's that. So we twist the thingies, and you can see the miasma go down. Yeah, that's Chamber. The next boss we come up against actually is I kind of like it. So we picked up 2 Molotovs at this point as well, and we're going to be using those here. So Molotovs hit for 200 damage, but they'll do an extra 50% if the enemy's weak to fire. Skullfish is undead. He's this bro right here. Scary. So he's undead, so he's weak to fire, and he's also weak to holy. So we're going to be using Nina's heal ability to heal him and deal damage to him that way. Also using Molotovs that's kind of ticking away with our physical attacks to do as much damage as possible. He's got, what is it? I want to say about 1,000. No, 2,500 HP.
2,400.
2004.
Don't tell him.
Just let him be wrong. It's great.
Wasn't this supposed to be a co-op run?
Do you want to take the left-hand side, mate?
I'm good, thanks.
So this is not a mini game, but you can just fall down here. But you get whenever you whenever you die in battle and you aren't revived before the end of the fight, you have a 10% HP deficit from your max. If you fall in there, you get the 10% HP deficit, which kind of sucks. I mean, ideally, personally, I don't mind sacrificing Urshin in the early game, but due to experience and how it works and trying to catch enemies up, it can be quite annoying. So, Hirivu on you.
Life sandals, mate.
Sorry. Life sandals. You see, this is a new strat. Sposh. Heal. I'm going to go Molotov. And let's take the view and attack.
So the life sandals are pretty important because they make you resistant to status elements, which this guy can throw out quite a few of them. The most devastating one being Confusion, which is a pretty bad one because you can't control your character anymore, and if it hits Nina, then your main damage is gone. So that's very bad. That's why we equip the life sandals. He can still land it, but it's way more unlikely now that we have them equipped. And you also saw him unequip Urshin there. So as you can see, every character has a weapon, an armor, and an accessory equipped, and they all have weight on them, so they slow you down. The reason we unequip Urshan is that Urshan's gear weighs a ton. So by unequipping that, we make Urshan a lot faster, and that makes Urshan go before the boss most of the time. And in general, if you run away from random encounters, supposedly, it takes an average agility from your party, and then checks if you can run away from the enemy. If you're faster, but sometimes you just get stuck anyway, so.
Yeah. And so experience in this game is shared, depending on who is alive. Nice crit. Depending on who's alive at the end of the fight, it's shared between those who are alive. Right now, we want to focus on Nina, because she needs to get to a specific level point before a certain boss fight. So she's got her tier 2 wind spell. So it's nice to kind of give her a little bit of bonus EXP, and it's nice to give it to Ryu as well. But that's Skullfish.
Well done.
Ooh, went okay. Didn't die.
Yeah. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, man. So we share the experience between just Ryu and Nina. Now, you know, there is, as Zheal was kind of has mentioned to me, like the experience when people are lower level and they're trying to catch up does kind of like force a little bit more experience into those lower levels to help them catch up.
Exactly.
So this does take experience away from the higher levels. So if we are trying to push for a specific level up, it can sometimes affect Ursula, a character that we'll talk about later. But yeah, you can sometimes not get her tier 3 for a specific fight, which can slow it down. But generally,
yeah, so it starts to hurt if characters are 4 levels apart, then it starts to hurt because the character that is 4 levels lower starts to suck up a lot of experience.
Yeah, and the key point is Ryu. Like, since we focus on Nina a lot, her level is not a problem. But since Ryu is so weak and usually he dies really fast, especially chapter 1. If you're unlucky and he dies a lot, then he might have a low level later in the grind, and that will let him suck up some experience Ursula would get normally, and so she would be behind a bit.
Yeah.
So if you look very, very carefully at Ryu's sprite, it's not always obvious, but he actually has one eye different coloured to the other. I think if you look there, his left, so our right, his left, is actually red, I think, but one of them blue, basically. It's not always obvious, but sometimes it does kind of go out to its way to really showcase the difference in his eyes. So he has what's called a dragon's eye, and it allows him to do. He basically, this kind of bit, we're going to go to sleep, and there's going to be a dream that everyone sees, because of the dragon's eye with its premonitions, which is raising more and more questions for the young party about who this gentleman is and exactly what he can do. And then Urshan's just chilling. I mean.
Yeah,
I just love her feet up, you know?
By the way, the parts we got, we can't use them, so we have to walk anyways.
So that was super useful.
I mean, they're not prepared. Like the black market told us, we can't get parts from the from the graveyard, but they have to prepare it for us.
Yeah.
But since
we had to run away.
Urshan there, just wiggling her feet. She's adorable. She really is. I'd say pay attention to Urshan throughout some certain cutscenes, because she likes to just play a lot of the time. But yeah, so that night we had a dream. So Nina is generally the narrator of this game. It's kind of her. This is her story.
I'm not ready for that yet. Okay.
Okay, so this is a dream sequence, obviously, because we weren't here earlier. So I'm not really going to talk about this just yet, really, because we go here before the end of this chapter.
Yeah, it's not so important.
So
And like we're of course at the search for Elena, like Nina's sister, and in Ryu's dream, Cray and Nina are talking about Elena being here.
Yeah.
So that's the important part, basically. Like the party learns that Elena is in this place.
Gonghead.
That's all we need to know.
You will also notice that the random battle theme has changed. That is because we are in the dream. We are in the west right now. So, and west and east have different random battle themes, which is actually kind of a nice touch. I feel.
Specifically because as well, at the beginning of the game, we only have the Western battle theme when we're Faolu, and then we have access to the regular battle theme when we're with the party.
The Western is much better though.
Yeah, I agree.
They're both really good.
I see you don't agree. Why?
I wasn't going to say no. I'm a fan of the boss theme. That's all.
Well, we all are.
Yeah, it's a great track. But I was going to say, if you see me doing this, it's because I like the music.
Yeah.
So yeah, everyone has the same dream. Ryu is tucked up in there, and it's just Urshin. Hello. She's so good. And she kind of says that he's got the dragon's eye. I think it is Urshin. Yeah, a possible dream seen through the dragon's eye, a glimpse into the future. So Urshin's this really curious character. So she's obviously very just jovial and silly, but at the same time she has this weird insight into just things around her, specifically regarding Ryu as well. Maybe you could see the difference in his eyes there, by the way. It's a bit more pronounced.
Yeah, we learn later in the run why that is.
Yeah. Cray's got a bag. Again, just the intricacy of that animation itself is just really nice.
Yeah, also now that Nina and Cray actually had the plan to split up with Ryu and Urshin, like they just wanted to meet up with Cray and then go their ways. But now that Cray learned that Ryu is connected to finding Alina, he want to bring him along.
Yeah.
And they go together.
So I want to change the battle and take Cray out for...
Yeah, right. That's it.
Yeah, we got Cray now, and Cray is a very strong character, but he's really slow. And like I mentioned before, you want to have the fastest characters in your party to try and run away from random encounters, which shouldn't work most of the time. Let's find out right now.
Nice.
All right, see.
So when it comes to running away as well, the first 2 times you can fail, the 3rd time is guaranteed to fail. So
so that's a really nice thing about the game. You don't have to be stuck in encounters for forever, but yeah, you can fail twice and then...
Also, we meet now our first masters. Master in Breath of Fire 3 and 4 are teachers who tell you skills, like the skills you can switch with other characters. They want to do you something specifically. Like this master specifically wants you to get combos in battle, like magic combos. The higher the combo, the like. I think the first one is like he wants 15 combos, so it gives you.
I think 5 hits.
5.
Was it only 5?
And then 15 for the second. Yeah.
And then you can return to him and you get a new ability.
Yeah.
We also. The good thing about masters and why we use them in the speedrun is they affect how your stat growth is when you level up. Like here, our wolf, for example, he lowers your strength, I think, and vitality, and raises your AP by 1 and magic stat by 1 per level up.
Yeah. It should be noted that level ups are set. All your level ups are going to be the same, but then you can modify them by having
with the masters. Yeah.
And there's some for speed, there's some for physical attack, there's some for just wisdom, as you saw, some for HP.
Exactly.
Momo specifically, actually, she's a cameo from. We aren't going to see her. She's a cameo from Breath of Fire 3.
Oh, yeah.
She gives you like plus 2 HP and that's it, or 3 HP I think per level.
Yeah.
So she also makes you sleep if you're in the back row, which is brilliant.
Yeah, that's another thing, the traits of the masters. So like Arwolf, for instance, has the trait Haste, which even though you are slower than an enemy sometimes and are not supposed to go before it, there's a chance because you are apprenticed under Arwolf that you will. That's what Haste does. It doesn't actually help you in the formula to run away or anything like that, but there's a chance you can go before enemies no matter how slow you are. And you mentioned Momo puts you to sleep sometimes, and other masters have other traits like that. Most of them are not really that useful. Arwolf is honestly the one that is already pretty good. Anyways, for masters that are on the way, there are some that are a bit out of the way that we can't get in the speedrun that have pretty nice traits, but yeah, costs a bit of time to actually get those, unfortunately.
Yeah. The masters we do go under have very helpful traits as well. I mean, they are really good, but we don't really utilize it. I think we only really use 2 masters in this round as well. Yeah. So just the ones that really. Wow, what is this movement, Bowie? So yeah, if you run onto the mud, you slow down. So you want to stay on the boards, and it's a lot harder than it looks.
4 out of 10.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
That's higher than I thought I'd get.
4.
Yeah. Breath of Fire, 4 out of 10. No. The game's better than that. Okay, so we need to go and find this dude. Hey, bro, how's it going? He's got a nice dinghy on. I don't know why, but that's just how he rolls. He has the key to the sluice. So
he knows why he has it.
Oh yeah. Of course I do. But okay. So again, one of the unfortunate things in this game actually is that what you saw there was the Shell Clan member. If you've played Breath of Fire 2, you might remember Rand, who's an absolute baller shot caller. Unfortunately, we don't get a Shell clan member in this game, which is a real shame because like they look really cool in this game as well. So we spin the sluice, and it feels like it's soft locked because it goes on forever. But eventually, it basically brings down the bridges, or at least it closes the gates and it creates a bridge at the back of the.
We're using the gate as a bridge, essentially.
Yeah.
Don't know what that was. Apologies, gents.
Like it's
okay.
really weird. Like right now, we want to get to the city of Kyria because the city of Kyria has like we've already learned that I think that the city of Kyria has a secret path, old merchant path to Sinesta, where Nina's sister Lina was seen the last time. That's why we want to get to Sinesta. That's still the plan, and we have to get past this dam here. And we asked those guys, "Hey, can we get the key and get up the elevator?" And they were, yeah, sure, but you have to lower the gates first and close the dam. Actually, I don't know why, because it doesn't change anything on the bottom, right?
This one doesn't really. Oh yeah, I think you can't get across the mud. Like there was like a mudslide recently, so there's like a river of mud in the middle that we can't cross, basically. I think. So this one's broken, which is very very helpful because we have a grass runner. Unhelpful, but luckily there's a grass runner.
Definitely not normal.
Yeah, definitely not. The grass runners are generally the dog characters, the anthropomorphic dogs. Funnily enough, because there are actual dogs in this game as well. Like when we were doing the digging game, there's a dog there. Very very strange. Put some extra effort in and we'll give you a bonus item. So we don't want to read this. This is another mini game. We're just going to sit here and rotate the D-pad, and only Ryu's going to help here, thanks Gray, until we get an exclamation mark above the grass runner's head and we press the button. The more you do and the faster you do it, she's like, yay, impressive, have an item.
Yeah,
it's a fishing related item.
Yeah.
I honestly haven't done extra effort in like 6 years, so I haven't seen it.
Yeah, we don't do any fishing in the run, spoilers, and it's
It is a Breath of
so sad.
This is like I think the only I think Dragon Quarter as well is the only two Breath of Fire games we don't do fishing in the run.
There is no fishing in Dragon Quarter.
Yeah, but like, as in like I guess like a mini game of sorts to get items. So caps and red caps. The red caps are like leaders, so they can do this thing. They can like force a target. There we go.
Fantastic. This is a great animation, by the way, because it not only does it lag, it's also amazingly long.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Goose.
Yes,
Caps
please.
or prinnies, bro?
Prinnies.
Wow.
Come on. Low.
Can you cut him from the run, please, Guinness?
All right, I'm up.
You're certainly eager, sir. I think caps are cooler myself, but you know what. We're going to just grab the Swallow's Eye here. These increase speed, but again, I think we're just selling them.
Adding 1 to your stats is, in the grand scheme of things, not gonna do a whole lot.
Yeah.
Like you get like 5 to 6 of a stat per level up, so it doesn't make a big difference to just like add 1.
Yeah, especially early in the game, the money is much more useful.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Especially because it's 250 for a power food, is
200.
or 200.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money actually.
That's a lot of money. So we need to leave the dam now because now that we've closed the gate, there's a mud dragon nearby. Ding, 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 ding. This is going to be ringing in your head for a long time, boys and girls. Yeah, so the mud dragon is attacking and causing another mudslide, so we have to get out of here sharpish. So this guy's just going to peg it. See ya. So we need to get out of here very quickly.
If we're really lucky, we might hear the ring throughout the whole thing. Because like, there's a PlayStation games sometimes have audio issues with fastest speed, which is what we're playing on. And yeah, the ring can stay throughout the whole cutscene, even though it's not supposed to.
It's like a very, very slow chance of it happening. But yeah, there's like basically a point where it's meant to stop. He like looks away. Yeah, he stops. So yeah, sometimes it happens. It happens, I think, more often in the PC version of this game. Some people may not know this because it only came out in Europe, Australia, and Japan. That there is a PC version of this game as well, which is a lot faster but a lot less consistent because crashes are a thing that plague that thing quite considerably, unfortunately. Which is very, very weird because it was basically a DirectX issue where it had the files where that it could load, but it sometimes wasn't unable to actually reach the file to load it. So when it's trying to get like a video file or try and work with some particular lighting or certain transitions between battle, it would just go, and then you lose 4 hours of progress in a marathon.
Because you didn't save? Come on, man.
To be fair, I should have known. Whee! This is why Rob had the dinghy.
Yahoo!
Shout outs to Rob. Yeah. What a hero. Yeah, so that's the dam.
Do we have time for a few donations?
We most certainly do, yes.
All right, we have $25 from Control-Alt-WTF. Hey Bowie, good luck on your portion of the run. Always enjoy your stream and especially love the art and music of this incredible game. And of course, also good luck to Zheal and eLmaGus.
Thank you very much.
$25 from Greenie. Hey Bowie, is this world record?
Yeah. Well,
Most
I mean, it
certainly.
is going to be co-op WR, right? I
Yeah.
mean,
By default, yeah. Sadly.
Time for one more?
oh, of course.
$15 from Dragon Quarter. Dear Bowie, your love for Breath of Fire 4 and the series in general is always appreciated. Much love to RPG Limit Break and the entire Breath of Fire community for supporting this underrated series and for raising money for Nami. I hope everyone enjoys the Breath of Fire 2 cat crossover costume in Street Fighter V. Finally, you should not thank me. You should thank Urshan. Thank you, Urshan.
Thank you, Urshan.
Thank you, Urshan.
I believe I know who that was. So thank you very much for the lovely donation. This frog plays a lute. Yeah.
Do you want to show off the cool song? For the fans?
There are 2 songs.
We want to hear the song, right?
Yes? Okay. Let's just add a minute to this run, shall we?
Yeah, no
So
problem.
it's only 7 hours. What's an extra minute?
And it costs 50 zenny.
Yeah.
I think it's only 10. It's only 10.
It's
Yeah,
only
it's
10.
Yeah,
10,
yeah,
it's 10
it's
a
Not
only
month,
50,
yeah.
100? Okay.
So this is a very wise musical frog, and okay, well, fine,
Oh, 10.
we'll do it. Yeah. So there are 2 songs you can play here. We need to play the 100 one in order to continue, but yummy. Thank you kindly. Thank you very much. No, wonderful, wonderful performance. Lovely.
So yeah,
Guess that wasn't the song of the dragon, was it? Want to hear another song?
yeah. So yeah, he pretty much tells us, he will tell us about the dragon and their origin, which is gonna happen now.
Got a very high-pitched voice. From the world's dawning to its end, the endless opened the way. I'm not going to sing it. You who hear their call, abandon yourself to fate and surrender yourself to all.
If they talk about the endiness, you're playing the wrong game.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, so the very adorable worm bone dragon, mud dragon, disappears.
Yeah, this is by the way the mud dragon who caused the mudslide on the dam. And it's actually, it's not on purpose. Like, the dragons in this game, they're so powerful that they just cause disasters.
Yeah, they're very, very clumsy, basically.
Yeah.
Imagine it just bullying in a China shop level of fun. Okay, so Urshan's just going to stand there as we all go. Thanks for the riff. You're not just tangled up with dragons, you've got one walking around with you.
We actually will see the mud dragon again if we're not very lucky.
True.
So here's Kyria, and this is a village full of traps, and yeah, there's loads of stuff that can happen to kind of like trip you up. We only need to go through one specific place to get to the end here. We need to fall down this hole, then we can climb up this ladder, and it will take us to this building where we've got an Australian bird. How do I know it's Australian? Because every single answer you need to give to it has to be the opposite of what you need. So because obviously it's opposite land down there, right? He even says beauty, Neek. So yeah, no. So it's 2, 2, 3, 4, 1. Yeah, 2, 2, 3, 4, 1. So no, yeah, that means yes, absolutely. 3, yeah, and then 4, 1. Yeah. Beauty, nuke. Out there with Kizali, that one. You really got a ticker. Not really. Get on your Bonza. And then, yeah, so we do all of the opposites, and then he tells us where to go.
Yeah, we were looking for a mayor, actually.
Yeah, we're looking for the mayor. Because we need his permission to go through the gate to get to Sinesta. Forgive me if I get this menu horribly wrong, boys.
It's not fine.
I just want to sell, I think, the panacea, right?
Antidote.
You can, but you don't need
man.
it. The power food.
Antidote, and then
Oh, you do the
fish
Molotov.
head,
Molotov stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Swallow's eyes, and the power food.
The power food.
Not. Buy a Molotov first.
It's whatever.
Buy Molotov first, yeah.
We're speedrunners.
like-
Come on, do it. So the reason you want to sell the antidote and then buy a Molotov, it's going to be in a position in the inventory where you can use it very quickly with just one button
I want
press.
15, don't I?
If you have the money, buy a little bit more. You don't.
Did you? Oh my god. 14 only?
Got 15. It's fine. It'll work out. I'll save.
we have to
It's
use the rest of them, so yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Always got your back, boys.
Yeah.
It's all good. Okay, so save.
It just means we have to fight the ghost with only one. Worst case.
Yeah, true.
2. Well, yeah.
Like, I mean, worst case with none. If the
I should have
bad.
3 after this, because it's 12 to defeat the next boss.
Depends on how many nuts we get.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That is true. Surely you get... Oh, let's just hope that you get loads and loads of wizard ones. That's all good. They're quite common anyway. But yeah, you only need 1 Molotov for the ghosts, right? Was it 2?
2 would be good, but it's not necessary.
Yeah, 2 is good. 3 is ideal, actually, but not necessary at all.
Well,
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
That's fine. It's only 1 less than I buy. You bought 15 or 14.
I bought 15.
15. Yeah, that's only 1 less than I did. I do no more.
So this thing is really weird. He's just running around. Basically, the mayor's gone hunting, and we want to try and find out where he is. This foot tap is insanely good. So yeah, he's basically left loads of traps again, and we're gonna have to find our way in. So I did save again just in case. This is quite a tricky fight, honestly. Now the way I do this, we want Nina to survive again. I guess Craig could survive, but I'm gonna be running in first of all with. At least I am. Please tell me if I'm doing this wrong, boys, again.
Did you save actually?
I did
He
save,
did,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to have Ryu, Cray, and Urshin up front to begin with because they are the ones who, if anyone's going to die, it's going to be them. These things are really hard to run from, and if you do get caught by them, they can use Confuse, which is I want to say it's like a 7-second animation. It's really long, and it's not nice.
This area specifically has very bad encounters.
Yeah.
I feel like a very high chance of getting escape throws.
You kind of go through like these phases where it gets like better and worse here and there, but this particular area is quite tricky for sure. Okay. Bandits don't really do too much. If there's anywhere I really want to get a green encounter, it's definitely here. But of course I'm going to get a red now that I said that.
Red means back attack, so they get to go first. The good thing about that is that if you fail to run or get back attacked, not necessarily all enemies will attack you,
Yeah.
which is actually kind of nice too. But it can happen, but it doesn't have to.
Cool. Nice. That's the last encounter I should get, unless I
You
really...
got it pretty early. Let's hope.
Yeah, we'll see. Need to make sure I do a heal as well, just
Oh,
in
yeah.
case.
Gotta fill up.
Everyone is full.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, Nina was a little bit bad. So yeah, I'm going to be going in with Urshin, Cray, and Ryu to begin with, because like if I'm going to lose anyone, I need to keep Nina safe because she needs to get the experience. The rest don't really need to. It'd be great if no one dies, really, I guess. Having 1 death isn't fine again because like, the more experience we can give into Cray and Nina for the next fight is quite good because Nina's our main damage dealer with magic, but Cray also does have a little bit of strength behind him, and we do give him a weapon upgrade because he is just that strong. But speaking of awesome sprites, bang.
Mommy's here.
Mummy, she's mad. She's the mayor's been hunting her kids, so she's a bit angry. Oh, that would be the family clan leader. Eh? So Maman has 3,600 HP, so we're going to be using Molotovs to.
Yeah, Mammon is weak to fire, so we will deal 300 damage per Molotov. So Mammon is also pretty hungry, so what you could do, there was a tree at the start that you can farm apples from. Nice counter. And you can feed Mammon so that it skips one turn, but that's obviously a bit slow because apples also heal it and so on and so forth, so we don't really want to go through all that. So ideally, we throw 12 Molotovs and we're then done. But of course, if Mammon has a couple of attacks that are pretty dangerous, Body Press being the one that is the most dangerous. Body Press has a random damage range and can literally one-shot anyone in your party, so that's why we also saved before entering this area, because if the wrong person dies, that's really bad. And in the worst case scenario, if Mammon snipes party members in every turn, then, you know, it's 4 turns, 4 party members, then it's a game over. So fortunately that didn't happen though. We should be more than good from here on out.
Watch Rock Blast outturn everyone and take down 2 members though.
That's actually not bad.
Yeah, for
if that were to
yeah.
happen. So
the experience is really good because, as I say, getting Cray and Nina, all of that experience is really solid. So if Maman does now outturn and attack Urshin, okay, sure. Well, experience isn't the best share, but the fight's done. So
It's fine.
yeah. Well done, man. Yeah, so in an optimal run, you would only have Cray and Nina alive because their damage gets boosted quite significantly if they absorb all the XP for the rest of Chapter 1.
Especially for the next 2 bosses.
Exactly, yeah. But for marathons, we don't want to play around too much here, so...
Actually, for marathon run, this was pretty
yeah,
good.
very good fight.
Very safe.
This can end in game over and has before, so...
So yeah, now that we've got the mayor back, he's finished hunting and Maman has scooted off. So watch Urshin, by the way. Whenever our Australian bird looks to the left and the right, Urshin mirrors. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I love how you pay attention to all these details, dude.
Urshin's great. So everyone's having a very, very mature conversation and Urshin's just playing with the bird in the background. That's just Urshin, really. So yeah, basically telling us how to get through the cave to get to Sinesta. Now that we have his permission, we can do that. And I'm just sure, one day when I do this speed run, Cray is not going to do this. Just one day it's going to happen. But before we go through the cave though, we're going to just pop in to see, check in with Faolu and see how he's doing. Apparently not great. Yeah, so basically Faolu's been saved by Bunyan, who's a recurring character. I think he's known as Babaderu in 2, and then he's Bunyan in this. Is he in 1? I can't remember. Can't think.
No, I don't think so.
Don't think so, no.
He's Babaderu in 2, and then Bunyan in 3 and 4.
Yeah. So yeah, so basically Bunyan saved him, and he's talking to him, and Bunyan served in the army of the Foul Empire, so he knows about the Emperor, the original founder of Faolu. So when he realizes he's got the same name, it's quite confusing for him. So yeah, that's a little bit of story stuff. So I think we've actually got a little bit of time for some donations if we have some available, Mr. Panarmdine.
Oh, indeed we do. We've got one from Gabs for $3. Heyo, it's your friendly Octogabs here. Good luck to my dudes Bowie, Magus, and Zheal. My message last night got thrown into the void, so here, have it again. Basically, I owe so much to Bowie, and in extension, the family I've obtained through him. You guys have helped me through the toughest of times and the stupidest, the basket, lol, and I will forever be grateful for you all. Thank you so much, Bowie, for doing your thing and making me feel so welcome and a part of this family. I owe you a hug one of these days. Also, seeing Larry and Nina on the road, chibi much. Greater than colon right bread.
Thank you very much indeed, Cavs. Chippy Mutt. It's going to haunt me forever. But yeah, one day Cray will not fall down that hole and I don't have to do all this like silliness. This brand new skip here from Goose.
Oh,
Bam! Yeah. Oh man, that was a good find. Doing a service to the people there, sir.
Thanks.
If it was Groose, he'd be playing the wrong game.
Okay, so we're going to make our way through the Kyria tunnels on our way to Sinesta. I'll grab the ammonia.
Yes, I was about to say you should grab that.
Yeah.
We're gonna grab an extra item here that we usually don't. Ammonia, which revives characters. You can imagine why we want to grab that in a marathon run. Usually you don't need it, but just in case, of course. This will add 1 encounter, but it's a good safety to have.
So, if you remember back in Chamber, I mentioned the idea of like a really, really silly strat. So for the physical routes, I'll talk about it very briefly because it doesn't really matter outside of this bit, because I think it's funny. There's a move called Shadow Walk, which is guaranteed crit. And that's very, very helpful because crit ignores defense, so certain bosses can be melted by it. Normally we'd have to come back here and use a poison powder to poison the bats in here, because the bats, there's a bat enemy in here. They have 8 HP and you one-shot them regardless, you cannot deal damage to them. But if you poison them, and they'll tick down to like 2, and then they'll start using Shadow Walk. And then you can learn it. Or you can learn it from the physical dragon, Myrmidon or Knight. Can't remember which is the level 2, I think it's Knight. And so we need Shadow Walk. So if you get Chlorine, when you get to the bats here, this really, really silly way of learning it is that you combo Risky Shot. You use Chlorine first, and you combo into Risky Shot. So Chlorine has poison property, and properties of previous attacks push forward to the next attack. We should mention that because it's quite important. So if you use whatever properties from the previous attack goes through to the next. So you use Chlorine to defeat an enemy by Urshin. And then Risky Shot needs to combo, miss because it's got a low chance of missing, and then use the poison to proc onto a bat. Then you need to like get through 6 turns of the bat attacking without countering, and there's 3 characters which counter out of the 4, and then have a chance of learning a very, very rare move. I think it's like a 1 in, I don't know, like 1024 or something. It's very, very high. I've done it. I did it once, and it's never going to happen again. But yeah, it's the most crazy combo setup to learn Shadow Walk really early, and it just means that you with Ryu can just go and just power through every single boss by critting easily. I wouldn't recommend it. So we haven't actually seen any bats, but yeah. This is a fairly straightforward dungeon. We'll grab a little bit of extra money just to help out.
Yeah, we haven't seen any bats, but the game did still give you all the escape files.
Yeah. So this is Sinester. It's quite cool. Very cramped space as well. This is one of the issues with isometric design. That sometimes it's kind of hard to find your way around. The camera is a thing that exists. We should really mention that characters have their own field skills. So you can see that Cray pushes barrels. Ryu uses his sword to swipe, and he can cut down things and attack things. And then Nina can fly up into the air to give you a better view of what's going on in the area, which is helpful at times.
Useless.
But, you know, yeah, useless as well.
I mean, I like the idea, but like the camera is probably the worst thing about this game. So even though you fly up, you don't really see much more. So it doesn't really make a difference.
This is Chino, and he sucks. Let's see if I can get the MLG Chino, which is very rare. Chino runs away from you very, very fast, and sorry, whoops. You need to catch him, so there's a way to do this. I'm going to just try and focus for this. Cool. That was not bad. You can actually catch him when he's running up and stop him from running back, but yeah, you just run straight up and you can kind of just catch him off guard. But if he gets out of your grasp, it becomes like a 20-minute run around, which is not enjoyable at all. And shout outs to the Frog Kid, who is best kid here. He's so amazing. I don't know, he is definitely the cutest of the orphans here. So yeah, this is an orphanage, and basically Alina was, when she was traveling around, she went to Sinester and popped into the orphanage to help out and show up and be nice and stuff. So we're still looking for Alina, but as the gent said, her last known spot was here, and Chino's like, I know what happened, I can tell you, but first you have to play our game, because Chino sucks.
Because it's a JRPG, that's all you need to know.
Do you want to play hide and seek in a really, really, really cramped city? Yeah, sure. Great. And then the nun just... Oh man, it's a funny game. No. Okay, so we're going to have a little adventure now around the village to catch loads and loads of kids. Now there's one that is really silly. But not really silly, but it's kind of like one of the everyone's playing hide and seek. But there's this one kid here who just couldn't be asked, so he counts. He's just sitting there playing with toys. Shout outs to him. There's a kid behind here. There we go. And then we're gonna run around here. I'm gonna go this way first. And hello. Grab this one.
Interesting route.
I've completely changed it up that I normally do, to be honest. I don't know what I'm doing now, but it's fine. We'll grab Frog Kid. Yeah. Look at that smile. I think I've missed one, right? I bet I have.
I don't know.
There we go.
Let me think.
No,
No,
not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
There's a girl in here hanging out in the weapon store, because that's what you do. Oh, crikey, no, not sell. I want to trade. So what you can do is you can do like an instant trade, so you can buy the steel bat and just sell the previous weapon equipped to them, so you can just buy that. So the steel bat's quite strong, nice little upgrade, and remember we got the ginseng from the beginning of the game, so we're going to use that to make Cray a bit of a powerhouse. And there's one kid there. I think that's all of them.
Yeah.
I don't know what that route was, but yeah.
You can turn the camera, but
You can.
But I mean, it does look a bit silly what he did just there. Turning the camera actually takes a long time in this game,
Yeah.
so we try to avoid it whenever we can, which is pretty much the whole run at this point. But yeah,
There's like only one space that I really tend to turn it. There is a setup for it, and I know it now, but
yeah.
for the longest time I was just like, there was one time I used it. Chino's hiding underground. So not only do characters have really well, they have very good expressions with their animations, the game uses the text boxes to great effect here as well. So we're going to tell this guy that he missed a kid who ran down past him, and the guy's like, wait, excuse me? Or are you saying I'm not doing my job? No, I'm not saying that. So now he's thirsty from shouting, and he fancies the water girl. So what's going to happen is we're going to ask the water girl to go by, and then he'll get distracted. So we're going to play a little game here of who we're going to be running around with. So take your bets. So we're going to have Catman, Bird Girl, or Dragon Boy. Got one or three.
I'm going with Ryu. You can also just stand next to him already. Don't have to do that, but
Well, we got Nina, so we're going to be running around with her still. Sorry.
I lose.
Yeah, you do. How does that feel, Goose?
Feels good.
Feels good, man. Okay, so this area is actually pretty tricky. I say tricky just because there are mice here, and mice are the most devastating thing in this game.
You have this giant roach, which you would think is dangerous, and then these small mice. The mice are much more dangerous. They hit way harder than the roaches.
And they're very fast.
They are very fast too, yeah, so...
They also have the ability to use a move called Snap, which actually has the chance to proc defense down, which was one of those things where we're like, if we could get this in a run and actually make use of it, it would be really helpful. But again...
Getting it is not really the issue. The issue is that Snap doesn't land a lot, so using it against bosses can work, but it most of the time doesn't. It would be really nice if it did every time, but yeah.
Let's not die, please, Ryu. Oh, sorry, Ocean. I'm sorry, Ocean. Sorry.
So as Bowie mentioned, whenever a character dies, you get a 10% max HP penalty. So especially before bosses, we want to avoid that, obviously. The way to fix that is you have to rest that in or have a cutscene heal. You can also camp on the world map, but that won't fix the HP deficit. So you have to actually pay, add an in, or have a cutscene heal in order to fix that.
I don't think it matters so much for Urshin. I think Urshin's fine. I might heal Urshin just to make sure. But Urshin will usually just be kind of like a tank for the most part in this next fight. Cray and Nina will be our main damage. I will be trying to combo with them with Ryu because we're going to be seeing you can combine fire into wind, which will get fire wind, which is a little bit stronger, so we can get that's nice. So there's Alina, and Chino was saying that he saw her try to leave the village, and then these shady characters appeared, and then. A frog smoking a cigarette in a tricorn cap shows up, which doesn't. If that's not cool, what is, right? No, that's Marlock, the shop owner, and he's really funny in his own way. A bit creepy, but he has his moments. Yeah, the game doesn't pull at any punches. Like, I mean, I know that obviously if you were watching earlier, Zheal and I were racing Illusion of Gaia, and that's a pretty dark game, but. I think one of the things that's really nice about Breath of Fire is that, considering the fact that it's quite a colourful and vibrant game with all these wonderful kooky characters, it is quite a dark game too. So I'm going to use a healing herbs for this because I don't want to waste too much MP. You might want to grab some more herbs there.
I was about to say that, yeah.
So this is some people's favourite character in the game. His name's Khan. I think it's spelled K-A-H-N. Really weird. Rather than K-H-A-N. Yeah. So we're going to start by... I want to use burn. Oh, no, I don't want to use burn. I want to use my ginseng, I think.
Yes.
Sever, and then attack. He always starts with shout, which can disrupt. 2 out of 3. Great game. That's fine, no. Because it's going to happen now for sure. Sever and attack.
This music is known as called spontaneous dancing, by the way.
Khan's pretty sweet. He's buff as hell. Look at him.
Yeah, Khan is a cool character. He's like a comedic relief character. He's a running gag as well to it.
Yeah. So the most annoying thing about Khan really is he has actually less HP than the boss we fought before, but yeah.
He guards.
He guards a lot, and that actually reduces your damage quite significantly.
And specifically with Khan as well, it increases his chance to evade quite a lot as well. So Focus is a move where on the next attack he will do a lot of damage, and every turn he doesn't do something, it increases. So in this scenario, I will actually guard with Nina. Yeah. Because I don't want Nina to die. I'll try and throw out as much damage as possible. Ryu can die from this as well.
Yeah. Cray actually too.
Oh, baby. That's what I want to see. Hurrah! Yeah, so...
It's going alright so far.
No combo, which is annoying, but... Siva! And then hopefully Cray doesn't get shouted again. What a video game dude. Yeah, so parrying just happen whenever he guards. And it takes away 250 damage per turn, which... kind of sucks, but you know. There's one thing we haven't really talked about actually. You can actually look at the opponent's stats at any point, so you have the look ability. You can just press square, and you can like see everything that they can do. This is really frustrating. Thank you very much for landing. So yeah, you can like identify skills that can be learned and ways to you know, get one over on your opponent. What can be stolen, what can be dropped, that kind of stuff. So yeah, you can see as we're talking about needing to get 5 hits in a combo on the combo thing, you see up there, there's like 2 hits, that kind of stuff. So the best thing Cray can do, because he's our strongest attacker, is if he takes a physical hit, he can counter and crit, which is obviously lovely if it happens. But of course, it's a marathon run, so he won't.
He won't in general, so let's be fair here.
Yeah. Please, you make me look bad. Yeah, I don't actually know what the chance of crit is in this game, actually.
Crit or counter?
Crit.
That's a good question.
Low.
Counter.
Counter is very low. It's between 5 and 10%.
And there we go. He's down. So that's Khan. He's great. Thanks, Marlock, as well. He's getting involved. Thank you. So we use a ginseng, and then we get another one back for beating him as well. Khan always drops ginseng, which is kind of nice. So at this point, well, he's also he's French as well, as you can see with his accent there. No, my wee buddy. No. That is not possible, no. So Cray's getting a bit annoyed because obviously we should note actually that Cray is Nina's sister. Cray and Elena are betrothed to be married. They're in love and all that kind of stuff. Why you pick me up so? So basically, we want to get some answers out of him. So he's like, well, you guys need to go and do some things, but I'm gonna keep the princess. Well. I am not an unreasonable man, fish man. So he wants us to go and find some dude, huh? Merchants, man. The merchant's laughing, because apparently that's funny. Costs of services, okay. Well, I guess, let's go. She's a princess, so she'll be fine. Then we get there. This is a bit weird, I won't lie to you. Mr. Marlock, what do you want me to do? I have very tense shoulders. I would like a massage. Winky face. Yeah. It's I don't know. We should know as well that this juggler that's not how you juggle, mate. That's just. I mean, you could, I guess, but it's just going around in a circle. Do you need to talk to this guy first?
No.
You don't. Yeah. He says something specifically. It says Eastern Highway, but sometimes you need to get like a trigger. Sometimes you don't. It's. Thanks for reminding me, at least. So I need to get one of these bad boys, and then we find the merchant here. This guy is actually a master as well, I believe. So he's going to run off to a cave, and we have to kind of trap him. And there's a specific part of this movement that eLmaGus found and rooted out for the chase down. It can be a little bit more laborious. It used to be kind of you'd push barrels and run all the way around this kind of whole arena and trap him. But with some specific movement that we found now, we can get him to kind of get locked and trapped a lot quicker. Rather than having to run around the houses, we can just go straight in. Before we do that, though, we've got to check in with Nina and our fishman friend. Let me see. For now, I'd like a back rub. Okay, so this is where we ran into. You can get encounters in here as well, which is really, really weird. So we're going to push this just up to there. And then I need to get just behind this barrel. Barrel! I'm going to push this slowly. So yeah, he's going to just chill there for a second. Seems quite reasonable. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay. I'm going to run this way, and that'll push him up to the left. Very nice. Don't want to be distracted again. So now he's going to be stuck in this left-hand corner, and hopefully, if I don't screw this up... Oh my word, what is that? I have never seen that before.
You were positioned incorrectly, but it's okay.
So I was always wondered if it was the barrel.
Oh, look, it's bats!
Oh, there we go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've never seen him go behind me to the right-hand side, though.
Yeah, if you're too far left, he squeezes by.
Did you hold X?
No, you need to catch him, but I really like pressing him.
I mean, you know you can hold X, right?
Hold X?
Yeah, you can hold him.
What, to catch him?
Yeah.
Yeah, to catch him.
Oh,
You can
really?
Just hold the button.
That's weird. Urshin's, again, playing hide-and-seek herself. Can you see me? Ah. But yeah. Note it. That's definitely new.
Also with Chino.
Oh, can you do it with Chino too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Now, how about I give you a foot rub, No. So now that we've spoken to the thief, we can return to Marlock and tell him what we've learned.
Yeah, so Marlock wanted us to get his goods back that this guy stole. But when we got to this guy, he was like, that's my stuff. He stole it from me.
Yeah.
And it's a bit
It is apparently true because he doesn't really care. So like he's like,
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
you know.
But he scolds us for believing him.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
But yeah, he sends us now to the docks to do other work.
Do some work. Yeah. So there's a very, very light chart. At least I know it is in the PC version, I think. But you can soft lock on one of the minigames coming up. Does it happen in PSX? I don't actually know. I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
No?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll find out. You might want to save now.
Yes, that was the intention. Yeah, in the PC version, there's a mini game which everyone loves, and I know that these two are going to judge when I don't do it as well as I should, because it's a very annoying. It's really weird. Like it's a crane game where you have to kind of like move a crane around and pick up boxes, but if you're not absolutely precise, it's just not going to work. Kind of like real crane games, I guess. Just less infuriating, more infuriating. So, oh, hello. Let's just quickly save then.
Yeah. Before we get to do the crane stuff, we have another thing we have to do though.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta sort the inventory. And not our inventory, no.
No, yeah, not ours. I was thinking, wait, really? Oh, okay. Yeah. So we're going to chat to this dude. There's another Rand here, but we're not going to get a chance to hang around with. Shin, now's not the time, my friend. Pretty simple, nice and easy. So yeah, we need to get... don't really want to read the instructions right now. We're going to... please. Push this onto here first of all. And then we're going to break this. Cool. 1, 2. Okay. You have a, I think it's like a 50% chance of getting an encounter or not. And you have to fight these roaches. There are 4 rotten barrels. So there's 4 chances to get an encounter. And
You can't get away.
yeah, come on.
Yeah,
They
so
are so gross, aren't they?
what you're supposed to do is there's 2 areas, one for vases, one for the good barrels, and you're supposed to destroy the rotten barrels. However, what you can do, all you have to do is push 1 vase and 1 good barrel into their respective areas, and then you can just destroy the rest with Urshan, and then the minigame's done. You will receive less points, which hardly matters. We'll explain what points do when they become relevant, but yeah, that's why you see Bowie run around and pretty much destroy everything now.
Yep. Points are cool. They, yeah, there's not as much of a threshold that we need to hit with magic specifically, because we only need to use points once. That's all straightened up. Nice, good job there. So now we've got to do the best mini game. At least one of the best.
They're all great.
They're all the best.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Fishman. Yeah, I feel much better. A little tired out, no? Huh? Yeah? Then I have to give you a massage, we? Ding! That's totally fine. So yeah, we need to basically use this crane, which I don't know how it picks up. It's like a hook, really, more than anything else. But it manages to connect to wood perfectly. So we're going to have Urshan running and grabbing barrels, giving them to Cray to just position them normally, because he's helping. And then we use Ruru to... You don't want to press this incorrectly.
You can press triangle.
Yeah, exactly. I just wasn't sure. So yeah, we need to make sure that we've got this right. Okay, so the light blue ones are where we want to put it.
Yeah, you don't need to put it into the light blue ones, but they do give more points when you put it there when they want you to. Which again, it doesn't really matter, but that's kind of how almost everybody learns it. Because like, you would think that you have to put it there. You don't really have to. You can use any square, but yeah. It is kinda hard unless you have very specific visual cues to do this right, because it's pretty awkward to control this thing.
Yeah, and it's 'cause it swings so much as well.
Yeah.
So it's like, you might think you're in the right place, but it's still swinging. Like,
Yeah, it's obvious to use the shadow as a visual cue, but the swinging makes it rather hard.
Mm-hmm. See how we doing? Not too bad. Keep it up. You obviously want to try to finish as fast as possible.
really. Normally it's like you get it there and then you kind of like press it once and just like nudge it a little bit, and then suddenly you're in the right spot. You can see as we kind of like build up more of this that there's some particular, like this square here is just nuts. I mean, that's wow. I pulled it way too far. Okay. So yeah, getting this one is a bit tricky. Bit further to the right. So you want to be finishing this around 120 if you're like really, really good. Like 115 is fine, but anything around the 1 mark is kind of not ideal.
130, mate.
Oh, come now.
Yeah, so the lower your timer are, the less points you get at the end, the less bonus, which again, it doesn't really matter. But you want to, of course, in the speedrun, try to do it as fast as possible. It's alright.
Everyone's like, clapping, really? Thanks, Goose. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Ruru, Cray. I never want to go through that again. Don't know what I missed. So you get one of 3 utensils. He's either going to give you a knife, a fork, or a spoon. We normally get the fork, I think.
Yep.
Did Zeg do a good job, weh? Well then, have this a fork. Thank you.
It's actually a weapon for Urshan, which is very interesting.
I love Marlock. He's so stupid. I will have a VIP ROM set up for you, eh?
And this one's obvious. If you throw the spoon for 9999 damage, you're playing the wrong game.
So we're in the VIP spot, just so you know, in the VIP suite. Right there. That low down, good for nothing. We got a little bit of time, I think, because there's a little bit of silly stuff to happen now. So if you want to run through a couple of donations, Diane, I'm pretty sure we have some time.
Oh, gladly. We've got a few that have been waiting a while. We have $100 from Tysra. I couldn't miss the chance to support this marathon with a run on Breath of Fire 4, the game that allowed me to meet my husband. Good luck on the run. Congratulations, Tysra.
Yeah, cheers.
We have $150 from Clammy Cupcakes with no comment, but thank you for your generous support. $25 from Nonstop. Go Team Wyverns. I won't be able to stay up and watch your guys' commentary in VA for the entire session, so good luck on the run. Donation incentive goes to Bowie's Choice.
Thank you very much.
That statement contradicted itself, but okay.
Okay, so Faolu's feeling a little bit better, so we're gonna head for the hills, or rather down the hills. Bunyan's a good lad, but this is the last we're gonna see of him. Unfortunately, he is a master as well. You can come and grab him, and can't remember what he does. I think he's like what +3 strength.
No, that's Khan. He's like a tank.
Khan's 3. Khan's 3. Quark is 4, I think.
He's like a lot of HP and vitality and stuff.
Which actually isn't so bad, especially for the physical route, actually. Just because there's a really cool skill that we don't use. We might see one of the characters use it because they have an innate version built in, which is kind of cool. This movement is atrocious. I'm getting a fight for sure.
If you're lucky.
Okay, nice. Okay, cool.
That's not so bad. Maybe like 5 or so. Ties lost.
So, surprise, it's this guy again. He's got a cracking smile as well. Look at that. Beautiful. So yeah, Yom will now summon another demon to come fight us. So he's got a lot of these things. He's got big old owls, and he's got weird dudes who hang out on the ground. Again, it's a very similar story. We're going to transform into the hybrid dragon and then frost strike it to death.
This time we have to do it.
Yep.
Yeah. Eldritch Flame does this much damage, and it's very powerful. So we have to be careful.
In a really good PvE attempt, this would be the first time we actually see a dragon transformation.
The lighting effect is so good on the characters when they do that. Again, the animation in this game is so clean. Just absolutely crazy. Okay. Frost Strike. So I think it's like 3-4 of these, and then an attack to finish. What I do want to see is counters. Anytime that we get attacked by claws, we can counter potentially. Sweet. And hopefully we get a crit as well, which is, I mean, to be fair, Faolu has a pretty high chance of critting and countering. He's quite an aggressive character. Let's go for round 2. Let me down here, dude. But yeah, I think it's 4 then strike, isn't it? Not 3. I mean, especially considering damage rolls, because we're getting 2,000.
You had pretty low damage rolls. Just
Eldritch Flame. We don't want to see this move because it takes up a lot of time. Either a physical attack or cure. I mean, healing isn't great. It's annoying, obviously, because he heals, but it's never enough to kind of add in an extra turn. So it's not so bad. You may notice as well that the way that this works is that every single turn you lose AP based on a percentage of how much you have in total. So let's go. This is not the one, bro. I'm gonna stick to the frost strikes just to make sure. Down it goes. Defeated the enemy. Now the notice at the top of the screen that tells you how the fight went is basically like the more turns there are, the fight's either really good or really bad, or not bad, but it just has different line basically. Sometimes it's like you had a fantastic victory, or you just about managed it. Good job. So yeah, you defeated the enemy. I think is like the second worst. I want to say. I don't know. They don't really mean anything. It's not really about quality, I guess. But
yeah, you routed the enemy was the best. Is the best one.
Yep.
Great.
So we're gonna transform into our dragon here and fly off. Maybe we actually have our first, like the actual, like if you're doing a run, the first time we can actually put the controller down and stand up and stuff. So off we go.
It's like 40 seconds, I think.
Yeah. So we got time for a donation, or two, 3.
No, we have time for 2.5 because we have $5 from Don Forgo, who says meow. Then another $5.56 from Don Forgo. I like round numbers. Also, is this a world record attempt? So after that felonious comment, I'm going to follow up with a Devil Dog comment. Devil Dog 357 donates $5 and says, "Please don't punish Dine. Ryu know he's just joking with all the puns. He performs them with minimal effort. Cheers to Bowie, Magus, and Zheal for running one of the best PSX games ever. Good luck all. Keep up the outstanding work." And Devil Dog, that fantastic comment earns you a Scooby-Doo laugh.
That's the thing that I heard in my ears. Thank you very much, Diane. And for those donations, thank you so much. So after our wonderful treatment of being in the VIP box, we finally make our way to... basically, this is like a port that goes from the eastern continent over to the west. And not a kind of normal port. It's a bit of a different kind of port where at the top of this tower is a transporter that kind of teleports you over to the connecting spot. I'm gonna do another heal, and actually generally saving here is not just for marathon safety, but I'd say if you're just kind of doing like attempts and wanting to kind of get down to like there's not really too much time lost here from saving, just because you need to go and rest anyway, because we don't have our AP restored from the fight against Khan yet, and we need MP, and also specifically for marathon safety is the next boss fight relies on combos for its gimmick in order to beat it. Combos generally are quite consistent. There are times when it doesn't happen. I know that Zheal does a different setup to me because of Urshin's in-battle skill can sometimes affect the speed of this battle.
Yeah, there are different ways to approach the battle, but every approach has positives and negatives.
Missing Princess. There we go. It's interesting to note as well that actually whenever Faolu gets experience, however much his bar goes up from experience, actually the same amount happens to Ryu's bar. So actually he leveled up from 8 to 9 there because Faolu did a fight, which is kind of cool.
Now I wonder why. Is there a connection?
No. Definitely not.
Other way around works too. Not quite that way with the bar, but Faolu does get experience from Ryu actually as well. Which is actually quite important for Chapter 3.
Yeah. So I should get an encounter, not on this screen, but on the next screen, go around the corner. Should be about here, yeah. Please,
Nice.
Oh, okay. How many are going to go? 1.
So the biggest problem with this is you definitely want to heal up. He only has 2 healing herbs left, so. And using MP at this point, you could.
That's actually not so bad. You don't even have to heal.
I mean,
I mean, yeah, okay.
I would,
too
yeah,
low,
I would. I'm probably gonna. I mean, honestly, we should.
Technically, he doesn't need to.
I mean, I was thinking about Whirlwind Ryu dying anyway, but
you can
like,
do the other stuff.
Yeah, right. That's.
Yeah. So technically, he doesn't need to heal because if the fight goes perfectly, the boss will never attack, which is great. But if it doesn't, then yeah.
Yeah. So we've had Casino Royale. It's time for Quantum of Solace now. If anyone gets that, then you know what's coming up. Spare me, all right? I know what you're thinking. Okay, so at the top of this tower is this gate that allows us to connect to the other side. So don't be scared, Nina. It's okay. There's just a massive scary gate with 4 cars. So yeah, this gate activates, and basically there's one of these ports on the other side in the western continent, and yeah, you just jump through it and you kind of transport and warp yourself over to the other side. It's kind of cool, kind of like towers kind of style thing with all these like cards and.
We were learning from Marlock that Alina was taken by Imperials to the Empire. That's why we're actually here.
Yeah, so we want to go over to the Empire. Do that. But before we go, it's Daniel Craig. How's it going, dude? Once again, being a thorn in our side. He's gonna try and prevent us from getting over to the Empire because that's what he does with his amazing haircut. So yeah, he's a master of card. He's gonna channel the heart in, and he's gonna throw out another demon that he'll summon. This demon is called Yamichev. At least that's how I'm pronouncing it.
Yeah.
So the way that Yamichev works is that he will face you, but you can't deal any damage when he's facing you. Yamichev has 0 agility, but that means that everyone is going to go first, which gives you a chance to complete a combo. Whenever you throw a combo out onto Yamichev, he then spins around because he's put off balance. And you can see like the tab behind him. That means that he's weak from behind. He has no armor behind him. So big load there. We're actually able to deal massive damage from behind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to burn and sever. So we're going to go Ginseng, and then hopefully Rio and Nina combo into Fire Wind, which will spin around your Michaf. There we go, very nice. And then from here on out, we're going to have Cray just kind of smash away at Michaf. Now, the only caveat to this is that in the back row, Urshin can help. And it does count as an attack, which is basically whenever you attack your Michaf again, he spins back round. So Cray will deal a million damage, your Michaf will spin around, and then we combo again and spin him back. But if Urshin wants to help and fire off a shot from the back row, we'll deal very little damage and he'll spin round, so Cray does like 600 less. I know that Zheal likes to put Urshin in the front row and combo with Urshin. So Urshin doesn't do that.
Like the disadvantage of this combo, of this technique, of this strategy is that Urshin can help. The disadvantage of my strategy is that Urshin can miss.
Yeah. Pick your poison, essentially.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You can normally get away with one combo missing. Sever's fine, honestly.
Yeah, the big thing he can do, which Zheal mentioned earlier before, is an attack called Whirlwind, which hits all party members, and essentially
It deals massive damage.
it deals massive damage. Only really Cray has a guaranteed chance to live through it. The others might all not just die from it.
I mean, Nina should live through it with full HP, but she can die.
Yeah.
Ryu is definitely dead.
Yeah. And then I'd have to bring in Urshin for sure.
Oh yeah.
So do not help Urshin. Thank you. Whenever you see in the back row, we should mention this, that everyone has like the ability to restore their AP. So when you're in the back row, you kind of gain this blue bar that kind of builds alongside the purple one. So that happens at the end of the turn. When everything's happened, all the characters have got to go, and then anything in the back row procs or not, then that comes up. Don't do it, Urshin. Thank you. Thank you, Urshin. Hurrah! And then hopefully we don't get a combo fail again. Thank you. Now
How many hits?
I think I'm on like 5. This is my 5th one. So the reason I actually use Nina and Rio and kind of like stand the Urshin potential is because I'm kind of superstitious in the way that combos work. I have this vibe that certain characters combo more often with each other because they have better affinity, and I just feel that Nina and Ryu have, because they have a strong affinity, they always combo. I have a lot of combo fails with Urshin. I think, yeah, you know. I have a bit of a superstition that I'm going to fail with Urshin, so it's a personal preference.
My feeling is that Ryu has just a very high chance of combo.
Thank you, Urshin, for dealing 0 damage. I could equip a weapon actually to make Urshin deal 20 damage if I really wanted, but he's got what, 6,000 HP I think Yamichev has.
Not sure. It's 7
4,
hits.
5, 6.
He did 7 hits from Cray.
Spin. You spin me right round, Nina, right round. Bosh. So we know he's dead when he kind of like throws his arms out and drops his swords. So this should be the last one. I did miss 1 hit because of Urshin helping. There we go. And down he goes. And that's Michaf.
Nice. It was actually a decent fight.
Yep. Not bad. We missed one combo and there was 1 Urshin help, so could have been about 2. I want to say 2 turns faster for sure. But you know, that happens. It's a marathon as well, and that is just the caveat of doing it my way, really. As I say, it's just superstition. So Daniel Craig's feeling a little bit worse for wear after Quantum of Solace. It wasn't his best film. So we make our way over to the Empire. There we go, nice and quick.
If jumping through that gate takes you to the final dungeon, you're playing the wrong game, but you're still in the right series.
And then that closes. It's kind of weird though, because like it kind of breaks in a way. Like it doesn't stop. Apparently, when you like come back here a little bit later, it's not really a spoiler. You have no context of why it doesn't really work. So I don't actually know at what point it breaks, apart from it being used in the first place.
He had to mention later that someone came and broke it.
No, someone did else.
And yeah, it was apparently us.
Of course we get blamed for it. Why not? Catman, Bird Girl, and Dragon Boy causing trouble everywhere. Right, so yeah, we're going to go to the bottom. Amazingly, we can just use this elevator to go straight to the bottom rather than having to run through the entire thing.
And if you choose to blame Everhate, you're again playing the wrong game.
I mean, to be fair, it's always viable to blame Everhate, the good man himself. We'll run past these old dudes. And we're going to actually interact with one of the Zheal clan. Astana plays a big part in this game, actually. It's very important, specifically because there's this massive thing right there. You may remember Zheal mentioning the carronade. That's it. The aqueduct. The aqueduct. What of the
You pick up the ginseng, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Please do.
Yeah, of course. Of course. That's the strats, no? I'm going to do this.
I mean, it's not mega strats.
Isn't it?
That means you're doing chapter 2.
Oh, I'm okay.
We definitely know who's doing each chapter. So you don't need to put Cray out of the party, but like it does help to run away from here because again we have the faster characters. What am I doing? Ginseng. I'm gonna run to here. Oh, one too many. There we go. And we're just gonna go to the other side of this. And this is the end of chapter 1. So we're swapping over to Zheal, it seems.
You just volunteered.
I guess.
You guess.
He wants the ginseng, so there you go.
Yeah. Do you want the ginseng as well, though, Goose?
No.
Would you have wanted it?
I don't need it.
Oh, okay, I see.
I use the Rakasa strat.
Which is a lot more inconsistent, but ideally faster.
Yeah, a few seconds.
That should be my last fight.
If
Yeah.
faster is faster.
Ding 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 ding. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Off we go. And this might look a little familiar because we're going to jump into this little place, and we're going to arrive in a location that is somewhat, as I say, familiar to us. Anyone remember where we saw this? Yes, that's right, boys and girls. The dream at the start. So yeah, we're now. This is why we were in the Empire. We obviously need to follow Elena this way because she'd been taken by the Imperials. So we managed to find our way using the aqueduct to get to this particular building, which is actually within Astana, and plays again a big role in the narrative. This is quite an important dungeon. So again, this is pretty much similar. You'll see me run the same way and the same things will happen. Only because last time you saw that actually the dream cut out quite early when we got past the curtains. Well, now we're going to see what really happens here. This chap on the right is the worst character in the game. This is Yuna. I say worst. Actually quite a cool character. Well, quite a good character, but not a very nice character.
Quite good character.
A good character, but like not a nice character. Not at all.
A good designed character.
Yeah.
I guess you mean.
A well-written character.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
There we go.
really, really well done, but I hate him with a burning, burning passion.
I think everybody does. So.
Yeah. Well now, you're from the East, aye? We're looking for someone. Maybe you know. My sister, her name is Lena, and he's like, oh, okay. Huh. Now. Don't get too close. And it's really interesting, you can see like all of the, you can see Yuna has kind of like not makeup, but kind of like eye markings, which is kind of just kind of true of like a lot of the Imperial grass runners. Again, grass runners are the dog type species. So Warrens are what Cray is, and that's what Ray is as well in Breath of Fire 3, and Cat in 2, and I think
She is. Yeah.
yeah, which is one? Is there a Warren in 1? I'm having a complete blank.
Don't think so.
No. Yeah, so that's the end of chapter 1, actually. So with that, I'll step down and I'll let Zheal take over. So yeah, chapter 1, Craig gets we get caught, sent back to the east, and then he's set onto tribunal to stand trial. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. Let's go. So, chapter 2, The Endless.
Well done, Bowie. I'm sure the progress so far has earned the Zheal of approval.
Cheers. So we're going to be introduced to a brand new character as well now, which is He's a really cool character. Just, I wish he was a little bit more useful in the speedrun, unfortunately. He has his moments.
Oh, I think he's useful, especially here in Chapter 2.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Here we go. If ever you've been wanting a good boy, there's no gooder boy than Sias. He's a dog samurai with a stutter. I think he was like actually changed in the Japanese version of the game. I believe he was just like drunk 24/7. So, yeah. So this is Ludia, the kind of like I guess the.
It's the capital of the Alliance.
Yeah. So the reason that he was standing trial is because the Imperials obviously caught us, sent us back, but we broke the King's Sword. You know, when Ryu smashed it on Daniel Craig's face. So they're like, you haven't got the symbol of the Alliance. What are you doing in our country? This is a breach of our terms. So yeah, Craig's put on trial for that reason, which isn't ideal, really. So we're being watched. So Sias is essentially just told to look after us or just watch us and what we do. Make sure we aren't doing anything shady.
So Nina just had an idea, like Cray has to stand trial, and he's the chief of the Warrens actually. So why not go to Warren Village, like Warrent is the capital of the Warren tribe, and ask there for help.
So this is the Witchwood. Very, very funny place. A lot of weird stuff goes on here. Yeah, it starts off the second chapter quite nicely. Yeah. I see.
You see.
I see. I didn't know you could do that. I always used to run down a slope.
Yeah.
Sometimes you miss things, alright? Sometimes.
I didn't say anything, okay?
So the Witchwoods, when you talk to some NPCs in Ludia, they mention that the Witchwoods are kind of an enchanted forest, and weird things happen like this.
Yeah. There was a giggle and then no Nina. And then it's just this mighty dog coming in. Oh man.
I like how she takes like 5 seconds to notice that she shrunk.
Yeah, she's going down and down. Oh dear.
Disappeared.
Yeah, we have a sparrow here who flies by and then runs away. I don't know what that means. Let's look for her. Yeah. If you can do that laugh, Dine, I'd be impressed.
Dare I try it?
It's up to you, sir.
Can you put my volume down before you do it?
Wait a second. So you can see here as well, Ryu is watching, and so is Urshin. These two characters are watching these sparkles move, and they're like, "Wait a minute, they can see us." So Urshin's like, headbutts the fairies. So these are the fairies. They're adorable. For some reason they're naked. Don't know where they are. It's really funny actually, because there's actually I believe a master is one of the fairies.
Yeah.
There's like a guy who's married a fairy, and he's like,
yeah,
I wish you put some clothes on sometimes. It's a really good little moment.
This game came out after the troll craze of the 90s too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because they are quite troll-like in terms of like, yeah, the little trolls with the big hair. They do look a little bit like that. They are sweet, bless them. But they're basically like tricking us. So she's like, come play with us, dragon boy. So they transformed Nina. They were the little giggle. They transformed Nina into a tiny person. And then we're just going to have Urshin headbutt things.
Yeah, for this little minigame, you normally have to listen to the tweeting of the bird, like to know what tree you actually have to bonk into. But it's always the same tree.
So Nina's been shrunk. Basically, the bird thinks, because obviously Nina has wings, thought that it was one of her chicks, so picked it up and put it in her nest. And how does Nina thank it? Well, by beating it up in Mortal Kombat. Of course.
Yeah, this kind of seems like a joke fight, which it sort of is, but
But
There is feeding time. The bird wants to feed us, and it wants to do it pretty badly. So feeding time can inflict some status ailments on us, which the most annoying one would be confusion. So let's hope that doesn't happen now.
2 severs is enough. I think it's got 600 HP, so 2 hits of 3/4 is enough. Feeding time.
Don't do it. Very nice.
Yeah, there's also a good reason for the life sandals.
Ponder.
He's faster.
And that happens very rarely.
Bye. Yeah, life sandal is super helpful, but we leveled up as well. Seems like we're on pace for. I think it's 15, isn't it, or 16?
14.
14. For the tier 2 wind spell Cyclone, which not only deals more damage but becomes AoE as well, which is a very important property of the spell. So there's no sign of Nina just yet, so we're just going to hammer it even further. And on her way down, Nina regains her normal size. It would appear we have found Nina. Thank you, Ocean. There's a wonderful Genya quote regarding that.
I wasn't going to mention it, okay? But
I'm not going to say what it is, but yeah. So Nina's back. We saved her from the fairy shenanigans, I guess, and make our way to Warrant.
I almost fell for that. Question marks. Oops. Okay, I fell for this.
it is kind of confusing sometimes entering a city you revisit, because the camera, depending on where you were beforehand, is different. So like, we're going to see this camera angle right now, but when we visit it later, we might have a different camera angle. So it might happen that
so it's already swapped now. When we leave, it's going to be on a brand new axis.
Exactly. So like,
these are the Warrant Elders. They're just some old dudes who, in their infinite wisdom, tell us exactly what we need to know.
And what we need to know is that we have to ask Cray's mother.
Yeah. Now, I'll preface this by saying that if you've played Breath of Fire 3, there's one particular part of the game that was a bit questionable in execution. Breath of Fire 4 fixes that.
I mean, it tries.
I mean, what are you going to take? 2 minutes or 15?
I'll take 2, I guess.
Sure.
How about 0?
Yeah,
we don't have that.
Yeah.
No?
I'd just like to chime in really quick, saying we have hit exactly $43,000, and we can make it 45 by the end of this run. Hype!
It is indeed time for hype, because Khan's back.
Oh yeah.
Look at his rippling muscles. This is a good fight.
Yeah. So he comes back. He has trained because we disgraced him, and he wants to demonstrate his strength. So he has to come back and fight us again. So he's actually in turn 1. It's said that he will use the new attack he learned, which is Tiger Fist, which is actually quite the powerful attack, honestly. It will not quite kill us if it lands 3 times, but it will do some really good damage. Also, if you play the PC version, you mute your audio while this attack's going on. It's gonna. Urshan actually died. Wow.
Yeah. The whole like noise it makes feels like it's so loud in the PC version.
Yeah. But yeah, you can see it's quite the powerful attack. Fortunately, he will try to use it again, but won't have enough AP for it. And then starting in turn 3, if he even gets that far, he will have a random or do a random attack.
Yeah, hopefully we get Sias out turning in turn 3 for sure. So in terms of properties for following on from each other, if you use a wind spell and then go into a physical, the physical gains the wind property of the previous move, which is kind of a nice thing. And we'll see that in more and more ways. So things like being able to stack the same spell elements onto each other. It gives you a bonus hit because of it. So there's some really, really cool things you can do with combos. Nice fight. Really nice fight.
Good fight.
Yeah.
So Urshan being dead is actually also pretty good here, because again, we want Nina to get a little bit more experience. We need her on level 14 in a very short while. So she's 12 right now, which is pretty good pace for that.
Yeah, This is another master that the physical route uses. This is Una, which increases your HP, your attack by 2, and your defense by 1 per level at the expense of Wisdom. Wisdom is an interesting property though, because you have physical attack and physical defense and speed. Wisdom is both your physical attack, your magical attack and your magical defense. So there are specific enemies that in the physical route Ryu gets blasted by because he doesn't have enough magical defense. But that the increased defense, HP, and attack is really, really nice if you want to go down the physical route. The only caveat to her is that she has like rage is her kind of like master skill. So haste allows us to sometimes go faster. Rage means that we deal a bit more damage anyway, like a little bit of increased bonus damage to the formula, but you have a much higher chance of missing. This can be somewhat, again, Urshan playing around with Ryu. There's an item called the Artemis Cap, which actually increases the chance to hit, but it doesn't actually max it back out to 100% to hit. It's like 95, so you can still miss, which does ruin some strats. So, because we don't need any physical, we just should probably just stick to our wolf. Probably safe before we do this, just in case as well.
Yeah, so we just learned that we have to talk to Cray's mother because mother knows best, right? But she's in the Golden Plains right now. She has an encampment there, and we cannot go through the Golden Plains by food. We have to use a horse or like a whelk, like those little, snail thing. Yeah, thingies.
A nautilus.
Yeah.
I just like how it's got like little like pedals just coming out the sides of it. It takes a shine to Ryu for some reason, like again the Dragon Eye perhaps. So there's a setup for this. He's going really well. So we're going to go find Tarn, which is Cray's mother. She's to the northeast, I want to say. Yeah, northeast. So what you
northwest. Oh no, it's
north. It's northeast because you're going eastward. First of all.
Right.
So we start by facing east, and you can, or the easiest way to do it is to go east straight into the center to find a big stone. Then position yourself going northeast and go past 3 smaller stones and find it. However, there's a setup here where you can align the central mountains in a specific way to just go straight. There are some visual cues. Some use the compass in the top left. Some people use the mountains. This will take you straight to Tarn's camp.
Yep, but unfortunately, this takes a while. So yeah.
Let's hope for some not mages,
Yeah.
True.
So yeah, because we're by ourselves, we're quite vulnerable. We're quite fast, though, so we can outturn. So we're going to be using Molotovs here. If we get a nut mage, we will get a Molotov back for defeating them. So ideally, we don't get any more of the regular nut troops or nut archers. We want nut mages now, so we have 2 Molotovs for a strat later on. But
the reason why we use Molotovs and try not to escape is because for just solo Ryu, who's pretty on the level at this point of the game, they're pretty fast for him, and they're really destructive. Like the nut troops, the soldiers, they can use double attack, which almost single-handedly destroys him, and the nut archers, they can crit, which also is very, very bad.
Oh,
and when you have an escape fail,
yeah,
you can easily die. So you rather kill them.
But yeah, we're going to be doing this for a little bit, so I'll hand it over to you, Don, if there's anything you want to plug or any donations to read.
Yeah, we got a nice backlog of donations here, so let's start with $15 from Anonymous. Donating during one of my favorite RPGs of all time. Has a beautiful soundtrack, world story, and character design. The Breath of Fire 3 features my favorite dragon system and Ryu character design. 4 is the pinnacle of Breath of Fire series with a beautifully tragic world story. Good luck on the run, runners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then $100 from another Anonymous. Haven't played this game in 15 years. Still making you look amazing, guys. Have fun. $100 from Me Speedy. Good luck to Bowie, Zheal, and eLmaGus, 3 of my most favorite speedrunners for one of the best RPGs of all time. Time to get speedy on this. Donations go toward Runner's Choice, 1/3 each.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Speedy.
Thanks, man. I was hoping for the skip was
but we got a mage though, yeah.
At least one more.
This also means a good chunk of XP for Ryu. So
Yeah, these
that's
guys are good. Yeah. So I think it's 200 for the nut mages, like 190 and 210 for the other ones, so they can average out quite nicely. Yeah, a good 600 towards it. You normally get a level if you, unless you're over leveled, I guess. But this is Tarn. She has a horse.
And what is the name of the horse?
I honestly don't know, mate. It has a It has a name.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I forgot about it.
Is that why you're asking me?
It's easy to talk to the horse because like, in the next cutscene, like
Oh yeah,
when
of
you're
course,
back here, you have to talk to Tarn and
So because it's nighttime, Tarn's like, you know what, go to sleep and we'll have a chat in the morning. We need to think about this. What can we do to save Cray? So we have a little rest, and the dragon's eye is going to do its thing. I have a nice little vision once more. This is a kind of like Ryu thinking about those specific things we can do. Most people don't make it out here. Yeah, Tarn, basically, she was the previous elder, or like chief of one, and then she kind of like just went. I don't know. So it's, the King's Sword, the symbol of the Alliance. So this is the trial that he's going under, where he's being put on the spot. A member of the Alliance has been kidnapped by the Empire. The guy is saying here, I can't remember this chap's name, but he's saying that, you know, she may be a princess and all, but they can't risk the entire Alliance for one person. Daniel Craig gets sliced. So every single one of these visions is one consistent thing, and it's the King's Sword. So the next thing we need to go is, right, well, what we can do is we can maybe, we need to get a King's Sword, don't we? So we can like show that the Alliance is still there. You remember what to do, guys? We need to stretch and scratch our nose.
And then if he says if you can do anything as long as you don't give up, you're playing the wrong game.
So Tarn here is, oh yes, of course, the symbol of the Alliance. He lost it. You broke it. Yeah.
Well,
We have a $210 donation from SKG. To the legends running the event in the games, you guys are amazing, and thank you. Thank you for your generous donation, SKG.
Thank you. So our plan right now is to reforge the sword, like actually make a new one from the same smith with the same materials.
One of those materials is. Yeah.
Fairy related.
It's a very cool item.
Very cool.
now you start with that too. Come on, man.
You've known me for how long? Too long.
Too long, yeah.
I was actually asked to dial back the puns a bit, so I have a quota.
Okay.
So now I have to go back to Warrant because we need to find a volcano. A big smoky mountain is not enough. Like we need directions.
yeah. Go to Mount Glom. What's Mount Glom? And then these guys are just like, it's a big old mountain, big old smoky bit. That's Mount Glom.
That you can see.
Yeah, exactly. It's really obvious. So yeah, you need to actually have that conversation. It's so you know when I was in Sinesta and I spoke to the merchant when I didn't need to. You need to have that particular conversation. But yeah, back to the Golden Plains, and then off we go. So again, you can do a setup here. Yeah. There we go. Basically, you can see there's like a mountain in the foreground, in the back, and in the center. If all the three align together, that's it. But you can see that mountain the entire time. It's not.
That's not the volcano. Come on.
It's not hidden. No, it's just a darker cloud.
Yeah.
But basically, not only is it a little bit faster to do the setup, but I think it takes away one encounter as well.
Might. I mean, it's every travel through the plains has either 2 or 3 encounters.
Yeah.
If you're really unlucky, you get even 4. But
if you wanted to get a second Molotov, you could potentially kill a nut mage there, but
we don't need any Molotovs anymore. Oh, I mean, the one is fine for now.
Yeah.
And actually, the next kind of like boss thing we have going on is one of my favorite actual setups across the entire thing. There's a series of fights that we do, but it's just the way it works is just so lovely. But yeah, we got time for some donations because again, this is our life.
Yeah, we still have a few more. We have $25 from Dark Enigma. Good morning, Bowie, eLmaGus, and Zheal. Don't know what to say anymore, so just take a bit more money and put it to runner's choice. Oh, which one? Stay safe, have fun, and Bowie what?
Bowie what?
$15 from Filoni236. This game has such amazing music and visuals. Great to watch it and help a good cause at the same time. $10.10 from Zeph, loving the OST. And $30 from Glaive, Magus Wyvern.
There was only 2, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so there's a few things we're going to do here. We're going to grab a fire amulet here on the left-hand side, which is good for selling. Fire ward. Yeah, we're going to sell that at some point. And whenever you do get fights in here, the next screen has these these platforms are like lower and rise. We need to get one more encounter to make the platform rise to where we need to get, but yeah, so we have to take that first one. Then we have to kind of like burn a little bit of movement here for this one. And then, again, flee, and then afterwards it'll away. So again, when it comes to enemies as well, there's a Wid and a Fire Wid. What's really cool about this game as well is that they actually have situational enemies. So the Wid and Fire Wid are actually the same enemy. If you use a Fire Elemental spell on a regular Wid, they explode into Fire Wids. And then they basically deal, a bit stronger, deal a bit more damage, and you get different rewards for it as well. There's a variety of enemies that do get affected based on how you fight, and that's very, very important to remember, because there's certain things we do in order to kind of like get the most out of our opponents, which I believe you're going to do later on. It's kind of cool. Clean movement, very nice.
And there is our dwarf. Forges our sword. And he has actually a fake beard. I love that fact.
You can see him pull it off his face.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know what he's hammering here right now.
It's right there.
Sometimes you just get a hammer.
You need a fairy drop.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
Like he says he has everything we need. We just have to bring a fairy drop to forge the sword. So we go back to the Witwoods?
Witchwoods.
Witchwoods. To speak to the fairies.
Yeah. Who else to have a fairy drop but a fairy, no? So yeah, in here we're going to have our next kind of like big little boss rush. That's not a boss rush, but like a series of encounters leading into a boss. So we need to find the fairies. They're going to be there. They are where we found them in the first place, in the nice little alcove here. So we'll chat with them. Hello. We tell them our plight. We need a fairy drop, and you're a fairy. What do you reckon?
Ultimately a very rare item.
Yeah, very rare. So they're like, okay, well, you know what? You can come to our world. We can come to the fairy world. There's just one thing you gotta do. Turn around, close your eyes. This won't hurt a bit. And we drop a plant pot, a rock, and a dumbbell on our players. Bosh. And then we're in the fairy world. So this is a whole like mini game thing. But to unlock it though, we need to kind of get a little bit further through the story. The fairy world has been invaded by these ghosts, these monsters, these apparitions that we need to fight. So we need to kind of clear the phantoms from the fairy world so they can go back home.
Was it over here? Was it here?
Yep.
Oops.
The square. So the square button opens the menu, but it also takes you out of the entire menu completely.
Which button was it? There was circle, right?
And we're also going to change to put, it's going to be Sias, Nina, and Ryu.
Yeah.
For combos.
So the main reason we do this, all the sorting and stuff, is like for the spells, obviously, if we want to use the spell a lot, we want to have it at the top, because then it's easier to select, right? Very simple right there. Unequipped Sias because speed, essentially. And then the battle order is actually kind of an interesting thing, because it doesn't really matter if you have them sorted or not. You can always like rearrange it in battle, right? But that has a couple of like lag frames here and there. Like if you switch characters positions, you will have to wait for a while, and then you can select the command. So instead, if we use the formation very frequently, we want to have the characters in that specific order already preset, so we don't have to go through all that.
So we were talking about how when you double up the same move, you get a bonus hit. So here you're going to be seeing we're going to be comboing here into Rejuvenate. So if there is one enemy that, and also I think the boss that will get the heal hit, because they're ghosts, they're allergic to Holy. Throw out the heal, and you throw out the Rejuvenate to hit onto it, which is the tier 2 heal spell. Then there'll be a third tick of extra damage. So that's kind of cool. Weaken is fine. Weaken is good. The only thing we don't want to see is that one of these guys can absorb AP. And
What's the first turn of the next fight again?
That depends. I have Molotov, Sewer, Molotov with size in the back row.
Molotov what Molotov?
Molotov, Sewer, Molotov.
Molotov, Sewer, Molotov.
Yeah, for the...
See, if you had got a... I don't think a combo did it the first one.
No.
Didn't you? If you got the combo, the third and final tick would have finished off Kyo, so we had to do an extra heal there. It doesn't really change the strats at all because we're going to be using an item to restore. I picked up a Wisdom Seed before I fought Maman, and that will be used here. Yeah, Sias in the back row, so as we were mentioning, you get AP back, and we're going to use that AP back for Sias so he can use some MP without taking further amounts away from his pool, because we need to have 3 more heals after this fight.
This guy actually doesn't get hurt by heals, so we have to actually use like normal spells in order to kill this guy, which is pretty annoying because we're not that powerful. So
yeah, we are kind of really skirting the board right now and just getting by with how much damage we need to do. So we're going to bring in and use Frost the last bit there. So we get 3 AP back. It's very nice.
Don't do that.
Okay. And that combos as well, which is nice. Again, combos deal more damage when you actually get the actual correct magical combo. So I think it's Fire, Wind, Wind, Ice, Earth, Fire. No. Yeah, Earth, Fire or Fire, Earth? Earth, Fire. And then... What's the other one?
you almost went in the right direction there. It's ice and earth.
Ice and Earth. Seabird. Cool. So it does say 13 AP. That don't worry, we're going to be fine. So the next guy again is weak once more to the Holy. So we're going to do the heal rejuvenate combo, and that will leave Sias with 11 AP. So he's got 2 more for the last fight here, and then we're going to use the Wisdom Seed on Nina to give her 28 AP back. We've also been getting like loads of items that increase AP and like HP by 10 increase and AP by 1. Might as well use them, yeah. Don't need to.
They don't really make a difference, honestly. Like,
that's the boss. That's the Phantom. It's got a big old nose.
that nose hurts.
Yeah,
it hurts.
The nose really hurts. It's really gross as well.
Yeah.
It's got like teeth. Like, oh man.
Yeah, so Phantom is actually a really interesting boss because if you hit it physically, it starts to shrink, or like, you know, if you can also pump it back up if you use a different type of ability. Fortunately, also can be healed. So in the setup with our level specifically, that if we combo twice with heal and rejuvenate, it will exactly deal 5,000 damage, and that's exactly how much HP this guy has. So we don't have to go through his gimmick in order to win this battle. And yeah, pretty nice first turn too. So he has a couple of attacks that can be really annoying because they can hurt Nina, and there's a chance that he goes before Sias. So there's a chance Nina dies, which would be really bad. Fortunately, we got a fantastic fight here.
Nice.
Very nice.
So yeah, as Mega said, it deals the perfect damage. We hit by 2,503 both times to deal 5,006 damage, and he has 5,000 HP, which is... That's why I love that section. It's just so good.
Yeah, it can. I practiced that today actually, and yeah, Nina died. That was not so funny.
So the reward is a fairy drop. I say, can we have a fairy drop? And she's like, okay, sure. 1 moment. I'm just going to go into these bushes, and And the line, ooh! There we are.
And Ferret's like, I don't know why you need that, but okay.
Yeah, sure, here you go.
It's just a little bit embarrassing for me, but
Yeah.
okay, you have it.
And then Nina's like, wow, look at all the colours. And then the fairy's
And
like,
Ferret's like, don't look at it like that.
it's really embarrassing. You can guess what the fairy drop is.
And if your best friend wants to take it to the big city to sell it, you're playing the wrong game.
Alright, so now that we have the drop, we can go get the sword, and everything will work out just fine.
And
Because that's how it works, right?
yeah, we're going to live happily ever after this moment. So, might as well hear some more of those donations, I believe, Mr. Dine.
Now we have cleared our backlog of donations, but I just want to remind everybody that we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization, whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education support, awareness, and advocacy. What does that mean? Well, for awareness, NAMI participates in nationwide awareness opportunities like Mental Health Month, Suicide Prevention Month, and Mental Illness Awareness Week. NAMI has partnerships with a wide range of companies and organizations, for example, Fox Sports and Google, that NAMI uses to get their name and mission in front of new audiences.
So the blacksmith works overnight to forge us a brand new king's sword. If only we can find Daniel Craig and smash it on his face again.
Who knows, maybe we're lucky.
No, never lucky, dude.
Mm.
Never lucky. So, time to save Cray.
Indeed. Fortunately, we don't have to walk through the Golden Plains anymore.
Yeah. Well, not yet, at least.
You know, I always found it funny. Like the first time you enter the Golden Plains, they stress to you that you have to have a horse, like some kind of mount.
Oh yeah.
And every time after that, you just run through it, and it's,
I mean,
it's apparently fine.
we have a dog. Does that count?
We have.
That would be the most bizarre thing to see Ryu just riding Sires. Nina sitting on top of like Urshin's can head, just going.
So it turns out we bring the sword back, but they already have one, even though it's supposed to be broken.
Yeah.
So yeah,
It actually never gets explained in the game, right? What's about this sword?
You can, yeah, it doesn't get directly explained, but basically the Empire sent the sword back and said, hey, these guys, they had this sword, you know, you should probably keep it safe. They obviously also made a fake because Yuna noticed, of course, that what was going on and probably put that in motion, but yeah.
So Science is quite like straightforward, quite a black and white character. So he was this old guy with the really sunken eyes. Like, why did you let them do this? He's like, you just said to watch them. You didn't say anything about stopping them. And so he was like, well, next time they do something, let me know. So yeah, is that all right? Sure.
So obviously our rescue try did not work out because they have a sword, so they did not want our sword, and Cray is still into trouble. So we have to find another way to save him. But you have to overthink it and like maybe sleep a bit.
What would be a good way to save somebody who is locked up somewhere? I don't know. Get him out?
Yeah. I mean, doesn't happen often in video games. I mean, what are they going to do? Wait until night and then storm the castle?
I do hear jails generally have bad guards in RPGs. Maybe we can abuse that. I don't know.
A quick brief moment there of seeing Faolu once again with a mysterious woman, and that's a very important part of the narrative, a very lovely part too. So. But yeah. Also to note, you're mentioning that obviously in the Western and Eastern continents there's different battle music. There's actually different rest music as well, just as an aside.
True.
It's nice. So this is kind of an interesting bit. So we're storming the castle at night, dealing with bad guards. So every time you come across a mandatory encounter against guards, we'll get a couple of regular encounters on the way out, but you have one turn to deal enough damage. So Shining Blade, and Sever should be enough to do it. I mean, to be honest, Shining Blade should be enough. But it's always nice to prime a Sever just in case.
Yeah, so like the chance of missing is essentially 0. Like, it shouldn't happen unless you're Master to Uno, of course,
Yeah.
or Apprentice to Uno. But yeah, just to be safe, put it behind there. Nothing can happen.
So I think we've got one more encounter, and that's, I think, Nina should be level 13 right now. I think I saw 13. Normally she should have a bit more experience, but I think because of the Maman not being shared at all, she's a little bit weaker than normal.
Let me check my experience chart.
I mean, she should learn Cyclone after this fight.
Yes.
If not, it's easy to take nut mages and nut things on the way through the Golden Plains.
Yeah,
But
it costs time though.
it does cost time, but it's mandatory if you don't get level 14.
That's true.
Which we
but
did
we
get.
There is
did.
a Cyclone.
That is the last encounter that we have until we actually get to the next boss.
Yep.
I mean, in theory, we could kill something in between, but it's the last mandatory encounter.
Yeah, so again, don't ask me why I notice these things, but Ryu and Nina go round and Ocean just pops into the screen and just
Looks
hangs
around
just like hanging out.
What a nice place in here.
So yeah, it turns out that he was going to be executed. We haven't seen Crave the entire thing. He was like, yeah, I was going to be killed for that. That's pretty crazy. We go inside and time to escape now. Cray is a really cool character. He is very slow. It's like one of the biggest shames. Like speed and turn order in this game is really important.
Yeah.
It's a really necessary thing to be on top of. So
He has the most HP and strength, so
yeah.
he could be quite viable for physical if he wasn't that slow, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is true, and especially again when it comes to physical too. Like I think the reason it really works as well is because of the dragon system, just having the way it buffs. I haven't really talked about it again actually, but it was mentioned very very briefly by eLmaGus, I think, about the Rakasa strats. I think actually Zheal mentioned it. Rakasa is a battle skill that Sias has. So everyone has a field skill, but everyone has a battle skill as well. Nina, for example, she cheers and heals a little bit of HP if she's in the back row and people are in flashing yellow health. What Sias does is that when he's down, basically he has a chance at any point really of basically using a skill called Rakasa, which removes all of his defense and pops it all onto his attack. Then basically, the lower you get below 50%, the more chance you have of doing it. If you're at 1 HP, it happens basically. So it's like 1% chance at max and 100% chance at minimum. So it's a really, really cool skill. There is a learnable version of it called Last Resort. We don't get it.
Winnie is the horse's name.
I think that's what the horse was doing. I think. Could be. Could be.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. But we can call it Winnie anyway.
What if it's both?
It's a lovely name. It's a lovely name, yeah. But yeah, so the Rakasa is a really, really cool skill, and it basically like if you give someone a really, really good armor piece, all of the armor bonus you get goes onto the attack. So actually, it's really, really strong to do that. Rakasa is quite a cool skill for that reason. We do utilize it. I think. I mean, I know you try to utilize it against Khan, I believe.
Khan too, yeah.
Khan too. Let him take off the armor. Let him take the hit from the first Tiger Fist, and he'll have like
Put the armor back on and deal 3,000 damage.
Yeah.
Almost one hit, yeah.
What's really cool as well, actually, is that the Rakasa or Last Resort state is actually a state for him. So even if you use Rakasa first and then equip armor, the defense goes straight into the attack immediately because he's like in Rakasa state. But it does mean that you get one shot. So.
Oh, yay, we're back here.
For the last time.
Well,
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
we have
Yeah.
we do have a donation
Right,
incentive.
There is a donation incentive indeed, where we can showcase the dragons, all of the dragons' breaths, for you, if you like.
Yeah, I don't actually know how close that is.
Can we get a count on that actually?
I believe it's been met. Let me double check.
Thank you, everybody.
No, thank you. It is.
Well, I get to do it, so.
It will add a bit of time to the run. Obviously, you have to go and collect them. I believe there's 6.
Yeah.
Confirmation, it has been met.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, it's kind of nice in one way because we'll get to see areas we've never seen before in a speedrun, so that's good.
Places I've probably forgotten even exist. There is this weird tendency I find when it comes to speedrunning games is that you do sometimes like play them as a speed game for so long that you forget like the little nuances and intricacies it has.
Definitely.
There's like I'm pretty sure there are elements of like story or at least narrative aside the games that are just completely beyond me at this point, or even just kind of go, oh, I didn't even know that enemy was there, kind of thing.
And while we're playing around in here, do we have time for a few more donations?
Sure.
We have $5 from Dot Cobran. Hey guys, good luck on the run. Wanted to share a bit of Breath of Fire lore. The game's term for Ryu, Your-Eye Dragon, comes from the ancient tradition that whenever somebody first sees him transform, they exclaim, "Hey Ryu, you're a dragon!" $5 from Zapor, BOF4, eyes, and $10 from Disposable Hero. Loving the run, guys. Thanks for keeping me entertained during my long overnight shift. And every little bit helps. Just to remind you that the minimum donation of $5 during this run will put you in the prize drawing for a used copy of the Japanese version of Breath of Fire 4.
It's a lovely little edition, actually. Yeah, I always found that like Japanese versions of games are just always much better with editions. Like they don't normally come with like full color manuals and maps and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. So we went back to Tarn's Camp first of all, by the way, to grab this Jade Jewel, which is the key to unlock this cave, which allows us to get behind the Golden Plains and make our way round to Windia. Which is
our next destination. Yeah, so at this point, because we're fugitives, essentially, we want to get back, talk to the King of Windia and see what we can do, because we lost track of Alina. We gotta, be safe. And during the talk at the camp, Nina kind of also realized that the Empire seems to be after Ryu for some reason, because he's weird. So we kind of want to figure out what that's all about, and we do know that the dragons exist, and we kind of want to talk to the Wind Dragon now in Windia in order to find out more about what Ryu, or where Ryu actually came from.
So in terms of like what we know, we obviously had the song from the very talented Frog, who said that you're more than just tangled up with dragons. You got one walking around with you. So the characters don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't, because you can transform in battle. But
this is normal.
Yeah, this is completely normal. Yeah, so the characters don't know that Ryu is a dragon at this point. Really, I guess they maybe just kind of maybe they just like he's in the back row all the time. He's in slot 3 in their minds, That is a bad encounter.
Yeah, the birds are very fast, and that makes it very hard to run away from them.
And they have those nice long animations, which cost a lot of time.
Flame.
At this point, we can just pray that they do not all attack. Yeah, only 2 of them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, on our way to Windia now, which is actually where our first cameo is in the game, I believe. In the windmill in Windia is where you can bump into Momo.
We could just pop in real fast.
Yeah, I guess we could. Yeah,
we could.
Yeah, do you want to? Anyone want to see Momo? Anyone want to see Momo? Yeah. We'll go and see Momo.
Appropriately enough, MomoCon is this week or this month.
There we go. If MomoCon isn't 1,000 people cosplaying as Momo, then what's the point? But yeah, she couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, but she's still everyone's favorite character.
And she is pretty good in Breath of Fire 3.
Yeah.
So yeah, we gotta step on
Smecks.
Yeah. And they move whenever you hit one of these boards.
Cracks.
Yeah,
things.
They're very skittish, so whenever they hear a loud noise, they scarper.
Yeah.
I believe there's 2 on this screen.
There are 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure if it's just the one going round, but yeah, I think it's like
2.
There we go. So we continue round. Now, obviously, you can see it as a puzzle. There's loads of items to find. We don't need any of them. It's kind of like interesting how like the characters are just strong enough, regardless, to be able to get through this run. It's really weird that we just use, very minimal experience, and it just works out. So if you go to the right there, that's where the Fairy Master is with her husband.
Yeah, and now we actually get access, in theory, to the Fairy Village, the minigame Bowie mentioned earlier. It's a little building up minigame where you can assign fairies to certain jobs and like hunting and farming and building and eventually you can. The Fairy Village has the best shops and some neat perks like sending them on an adventure and they bring back items or like copying. So is this a copy shop also in Breath of Fire 4?
Good question. Next question, please.
It's really weird, actually. I've only done the Fairy Village very briefly, but of course we want to help them out. But we'll leave straight away. We've done our part. But yeah, it is a really cool minigame, and it actually unlocks hunting in the real world. So we've got Ryu who like has his sword and he can slice things up and cut down things and all that kind of stuff. But there is another character who has like access to a gun and can like shoot and strike at enemies as well. So we can basically go hunting and like fight and like hunt boars and get items, and then we basically use the meat that we get from there to kind of like feed the fairies so that whilst they're hunting and building all this kind of stuff, they can keep going without perishing, basically. So this is Windia, a lovely tune again. Much to the chagrin of these two, we have to grab this item. It sells for a lot of money. It's 5,000 gold, zenny, for selling it. Other strats have been in the past where there's a wisdom fruit, which is 150 AP regain, and selling that instead, but that's a bad idea.
It's a rather zenny monetary system.
You need to be Nina to speak to this. So, this is one of my pet peeves with Breath of Fire 3 specifically, because you couldn't change your party on the fly, is that you needed sometimes, I mean, really, 90% of the time you need Momo to deal with all of the machines in that game. So sometimes you need like characters specifically to speak to things. So you can just like swap people in on the fly, which is very, very nice. But yeah, we need Nina to get in, obviously, because she's a Windian. That's a tiny chessboard as well. Is that 5x5?
For beginners.
The king's a simpleton. He's not the smartest man around. No, he's So we're having a little conversation as Magus explained. They're explaining their situation. Their fugitives are on the run. We need a little bit of help. And I think it's Nina who suggests that we should go and see Pung Ryong.
It's the king.
Oh, the king suggests it.
Yeah.
Because I thought, because the king then says, go and see the oracle, and she'll tell you how to proceed. You need her permission to go and grab the wind dragon flute, or the Pung Ryong's flute.
We actually don't know where the dragon is, so...
There he is. Flying around. This reminds me of the mystical ninja starring Gomon dragon that you have to jump onto the back of.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. But yeah, this is a bit more dragon-like. It's quite serpenty as well. But yeah, Pung Ryong is pretty cool.
Nice chap.
Yeah. It's a nice chap.
Yeah.
It's good conversationist. So yeah, we have no control over the wind dragon. He's just our guardian deity. So, he's probably going to speak to the oracle, the oracle of wind, who's currently in the oh crikey, what's the name of the woods here?
Caskwoods, I believe.
Caskwoods. No, Caskwoods is the curious thing, right? Or not? No, that is only forest, I think, right?
Yeah. We'll find out momentarily.
Yeah. Is eLmaGus right? Find out on the next exciting episode of RPGLB. Welcome back to RPGLB.
We're not quite there yet, okay?
Yeah. Let's go visit Momo, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Any Breath of Fire 3 fans would enjoy this one a lot.
She does look quite nice in this game.
Yeah. She's got like a slight palette rework, hasn't she?
Very slight, yeah.
Hi, Momo.
Yeah, we have her.
There she
Hey,
is.
Momo.
She doesn't know what she's here. She says like, one thing last time I remember I was in my lab, and then now I'm here. But yeah, she's really cool. spell.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you master yourself to her, she gives you like plus 5 HP or plus 2, something like that, and that's all she does. And if you are equipped with her, you fall asleep. So
Yeah, she also teaches you skills, but it's based on your in-game timer. And that if you want to 100% the game, that's very annoying.
I think it's like 60 hours for the last one, isn't
50
it?
or 60, yeah. So, yeah, you can get everything in like maybe 35, and then you have to wait 15 hours or 25, I don't know.
So we grab a new mace for Cray because he's going to be using that in Chapter 3. And we grab the biter for Sias. He's going to use that to Shining Blade himself to to the grave. And then the party dress as well for Nina. Give her a little bit of extra defense.
He actually mainly uses the biter for the pillars and later the claymore.
Yeah. Oh, the claymore for the set.
Yeah, the biter is for damage actually. We need for pillars. If you don't, if you're not apprenticed to Una, you don't get enough strength to deal damage to the pillars with your Jangdo, I believe it is.
Yeah. Those 3 dudes there, the Bilboas, they are the enemies that teach you last resort. Yeah. It's a very, very high, like low chance to learn it as well, which is really annoying. So there's that.
Yo.
That's not nice.
I feel like the bigger ones are not so bad. It's like birds.
The birds are bad, yeah.
600 Zenny. Yeah, so it's quite a short dungeon here.
Almost all dungeons in this game are actually relatively short.
There are many dungeons in this game, but they're all short.
Yeah, the thing is, casually they seem a bit longer because you want to get all treasure, obviously, and encounters are relatively common unless you do like the straight bolting through the areas like we do. So if you take a lot more steps, you obviously get a lot more encounters, makes it seem longer. That's a nice encounter. I don't think I've ever seen that.
That's a very good one.
They're also the Bilboas are very easy to flee from. Specifically, they are
Pretty slow.
quite a slow enemy. Yeah. This is the Oracle of Wind. She's sweet. We're like, hey, look at that portrait. Hello. Classic old lady there.
What do you want, Sonny?
Welcome to my abode. I have many books. So she mentions the Yurei dragon and what that is. And we're like, wait. Well, Yurei dragon? And she's like, well, yeah. Go and speak to Pung Ryong. You'll need the wind flute to enter Pung Tap. So I give you permission to go and get the wind flute and speak to our guardian deity. At this point, Sias mysteriously disappears. Traitor. What do you mean? He's a good boy.
I don't think so, man.
No?
No.
Dang.
That's why we upgraded his weapon, right?
Yeah. Nina just realised. Get with the times, love. Urshan stoic. Yeah. So we're going to be running back to Windia now and going into the basement, which is a pretty interesting little dungeon. But yeah, I mean, we got I guess a little bit more time. Dine, if you have anything you'd like to say, sir.
Well, we have $5 from the gamer Darius. Here's to my third favorite PS1 game of all time. And yes, Momo is best in Breath of Fire 3. And while we have a few more moments, we have here's an update on the bid wars for Elder Scrolls 4 and 5 to provide the file name for Elder Scrolls 4. Criminal Scum is still in first place with $150 to Wes Johnson in second place at $5. And for Skyrim, Karl Marx is currently in first. $4 ahead of Baconator, 189 to 185, while Master Chief is lagging behind at 50.
Nice. If you want to get that file name in, you know what to do.
Yeah, so we're about to enter the basement, that's what we said, and since this is Windia, the gimmick of this dungeon is wind. So...
Who'd have thought?
Yeah. But yeah, this is actually kind of interesting because they don't just make you walk through a dungeon. There's these little fans that you can see here that are rotating. They indicate if the wind blows, whether the wind blows or not. And in some areas here, you might have to wait or for the wind to blow over, and then it's cycle based, and then you can go through. It's kind of an interesting gimmick. There's a couple items here that would be very nice to get, but that would cost a little bit more time than usually. Additionally to going out of your way, we would have to wait for cycles for the wind as well.
Yeah. Zheal did pick up one item, and then that was a soul gem. We haven't really talked about what they do. They'll become a lot more prevalent in the late game, but they're quite nice. What
they make this run really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually,
Yeah.
pretty possible.
Yeah. Because end game damage is huge. But again, when it becomes relevant,
It was on purpose.
yeah, it's fine.
You don't believe me, right?
Well, I just normally just go for it. It doesn't really make a difference.
It's faster to wait.
Yeah.
It's faster to wait.
Yeah.
Why so?
Because when you do it right away, like you extend, like
How long it waits for you? Right.
you're right.
Fair enough. Yeah, we'll talk about the soldier when it becomes relevant. We also there is like another item move we get as well called manly clothes. There's one we could have grabbed earlier, which is like a safety strat. If you really want to go for it, we don't really need it. But that does the same thing as soul gems. The screen's great.
It's fantastic. Love it. So yeah, he has to wait for certain cycles. You can make it through without having this message pop up, but it's not a big deal if it does. As long as you don't get pushed away all the way to the back, it's fine. You don't lose any cycles or whatever.
The zombie doctor.
Dr. Zombie.
That would make for a good animated show, I reckon. So when the wind stops and you're kind of in this area, you can. Wow, that was
hilarious.
Just about. So we got the wind flutes.
We immediately know how to play it too.
Yeah, wow. You know the tune off by heart.
You actually want to pay attention to not step into a crack there, because like whenever you do, you'll just keep walking in place. So you kind of want to maintain the middle there until you can get out.
So now it's the case of leaving.
This could have been removed, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, like an exit spell or something.
Yeah.
You guys have had a go. I think you've had a bit of fun with exit spells in the past when it comes to Breath of Fire. Right?
Oh man, I had a lot of fun with that one. Yeah.
My favorite kind of exit spell is when there's no confirmation that you want to use it.
Just immediately.
Yeah.
Like,
Straight out.
I've teleported out of the final dungeon in Breath of Fire 2 before, so yeah.
Yeah. And that's a good like 40 minutes to run down.
That's a pretty bad dungeon to exit out of, yeah.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I think in Phantasy Star 4 does the same thing as well, which will be a game we'll see later in the week. There's just no confirmation. It's just bye. Outside a boss just trying to heal, and then straight back down a 10-minute grind or what 10-minute walk. Brilliant. Yeah, we're leaving, and then we're gonna go play the wind flute.
That was good. I think not a single escape fail in this dungeon.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Very good. And the encounter at the end you also didn't get, so good movement.
That's all pure skill, the
Very
fleas.
nice.
So, yeah, we find out where Sias has gone. And true to his name, he's very black and white.
He
told-
reported.
Yeah. I want to say that old man is like an old version of those grunts. Just they're going to grow up to become him, I think.
Okay.
I mean, they have the same sunken eyes,
Just
right?
sunken eyes, yeah.
Yeah, those grunts are a pain. and
But they're bold already. You mean when you're old you start growing hair, right?
yeah, you get the thing, yeah. I'd probably recommend a save as well before this, just in case, because
Yeah, of course.
this is
Absolutely.
if we're looking at like what can go wrong, there's always things that can go wrong, but like the first big gatekeeper to this run is the next boss fight.
Yeah.
Because there's so many things that can go wrong.
Yeah, so after like 2.5 hours in the city we bought equipment earlier, right? For the first time in the run, so you know something's coming up that's gonna be a little bit trouble.
Yeah. So we're going to climb Pung Tap Tower. There's a bunch of items we're going to get. We're going to be grabbing one weapon and one piece of armor. There we go.
Yeah, but we're going out of our way for the weapon, not because we need it for here, but for later. And the armor's on the way, so
Yeah.
might as well take it.
It's also useful for the next fight, of course.
Of course, yeah, but if you could skip it, you would probably do that.
For the next fight only.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's this is kind of like a walk up, and again using the gimmick of wind rather than it blowing you and pushing you in different directions. We need to wait for the wind to activate to be able to jump up Pung Tap. It's quite simple. I mean, I think we only need to kind of like do one walk around. It's like jump, jump, walk around, jump, 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 jump. It's quite simple. There's the homing bomb. It's a weapon for Urshin specifically.
I will split the next time though, probably. That's nice.
It's quite a late one. There's a really small thing as well that when Nina runs, her wings are actually kind of flapping, perhaps giving her more speed. I don't know. But we start with an immediate one, and then we run around the back, and then to the other side of the tower and jump up to the second section. And I think we just jump up completely. Pretty much. Yeah.
So you can run around here if you really want to. There's a couple chests that you can only reach if you jump from certain points, but just in order to get up, you can just go.
You can get two in one breeze as well, which is nice. Which is really funny. If you go round and then end up on that little one down there, you jump up and smash your head on that particular platform and fall down.
Yeah.
The fighting robe, which is armor for Ryu, I think, in this fight.
And later for Krillin.
So this is the top of Pung Tap Tower. And a quick menu here as well.
No. Something with him, right? Zheal Mayor,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And the Gargantua. The red cape, by the way, the accessory for Urshin, increases her chance to counter by a lot. She's very counter heavy when she has the red cape on.
I think you forgot to put the homing bomb on.
Right, I can do it better.
Yeah. No, just letting you know.
Yeah.
So well, basically what happens here at the top is basically you can use the power of the wind to spin around this massive windmill, and then fire up these little pods of like these little ships into the sky to meet Pung Ryong. But beforehand, we're going to have a fight with the grunts.
Whee!
Whee! They are scary. They are scary indeed. This fight can either go absolutely fantastically or just the worst I've ever seen in my life. And please don't stop playing this game now, kind of bad. There seems to be no in-between, but... Yeah.
What strat should I use? Any preparations?
Mate, it's
whatever you want.
It's your fight, yeah. You do it.
Maybe we can get a eruption out.
Risky strat, nice, I like it.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of ways we can combo. If you're saying that, you know, earth and fire works, fire and wind work with all these kinds of things, wind and earth as well. So yeah, as I said, Cyclone is AoE and Rock Blast, the level 1 earth, is also AoE. So
Outer and it's already nice.
Good start. Yeah, so Nina should go before them. Cray obviously can't, but you should get the Cyclone off.
the annoying thing is that even if you were to wake up afterwards, it would still count as cancelling out the action, which is really annoying. So these guys have like I think like 1,300 HP. So 3 Cyclones is enough to get rid of them, and it might be a little bit more than 1-3. It could be 1-4.
Yeah, they all 3 have different HP values actually. The left one has the least, right one has a little bit more, back one has the most. Varies from 13 to 15, 50-ish.
Just make sure that Nina's fine when she's got the most. So, yeah, this is why the AoE is so important. Imagine doing this with just Sever. It's huge. And now, again, as I said, there's the 2 strats that Zheal went for the Cyclone Rock Blast. You can also go for Burn Cyclone and get Simoon, which is a level 2 AoE combo, which is a very powerful move. So when it comes to the combo spell you get, it depends on the second spell you cast. So if you use a tier 3 or a tier 2, you'll get a tier 3 or 2 combo spell. There is 1 extra tier, but that's locked away behind 3.
Yep.
And actually there's 1 you cannot get as well.
Because it's locked behind Faolu.
Yeah. And Faolu fights solo the entire time. So. Good night.
This could be worse. It's a bit slow right now, but we're getting through it slowly but steadily. These guys can do a lot of damage if they do the wrong things at the wrong time, so...
Yeah, and it's a good idea to, before finishing the fight, have Nina full, because... Yeah.
We're just getting warmed up here.
Good first fight. 1 of 2. It's not over yet. The next fight is a little bit easier, though. We have help.
Oh.
Well, yeah. Doesn't stop them from being annoying, right? Wait. This is cool. Pays him back his money. And the old man asks, "Why are you doing this?" To which Sias replies with a very, very, very cool line. Don't know. I just make a smug.
That's not the line.
I just felt like it, I guess. So nonchalant.
So yeah, same strategy, except Sias is also part of the battle now on the enemy side, seemingly, but he will attack the grunts as well. Personally, I haven't tried killing Sias like excessively, so he should be invincible. But
I think
yeah.
Stay awake, Gray. Ah!
Nice.
That's not good.
Yeah, so the good thing is Sias will attack the grunts, not only that, but he also, if he notices that your party gets hit, he sometimes throws multi-vitamins at them, which fully restores all of your HP, so dying in this battle particularly is very hard, but they can still be very annoying and lose you a lot of time, I'll say that much.
But ideally he doesn't heal us. Please
Yeah.
go after them.
Yeah. So his damage is actually kind of significant. Get rid of him.
He'll normally basically do Shining Blade, and then it'll either be attack or heal based on what he needs to do, and then he'll go back to Shining Blade.
What he needs to do, look at the HP value. Well...
If they attack Urshin physically, Urshin can counter, which is nice. But of course, they don't.
Bosh, good job.
So it looks like we're home free now at this point, so it's just a matter of time. And a crit to finish it. Very nice, Urshin.
There we go.
Thank you, Urshin. But yeah, now that we got rid of our pursuit here, we can go and meet the Wind Dragon with this very advanced, well, vehicle, I'm gonna call it.
Yeah. Yeah. Very, very, very safe. Very safe method of just going into the sky we go to meet Pung Ryong.
Don't ask any questions. This works.
You too can fly in the sky. Don't know where Cray went, but yeah.
Oh, it's just swinging around.
He's on the rope, just like hanging on. So there's a really interesting thing about this cutscene, and actually this chapter is where we unlock a lot of lore right now. This is where the second half is really kind of like story intensive insofar as how much we learn about this world and about what's going on. And it's first kind of hinted here, where this massive dragon is Pung Ryong. And it's important to note that when we're having this cheeky conversation. He's got that little blue eye that you can just see there. But how we conduct this conversation is not how you might think. Because, I'm not sure when it happens, I'm getting ahead of myself it seems. He closes his eye, you can see there, and then basically, rather than speaking to this large dragon, he kind of like, we get to talk like to a little smaller version basically. A small version of the dragon appears, a bit more of like a humanoid version.
Couldn't hold it in.
I couldn't. It's taking too long.
There it is.
So this is a kind of more, if that's the dragon form of him, this is kind of like his human form, let's say. If you kind of like make it akin to Ryu in the beginning in his dragonfly form and then his form. This is Peng Ryong's kind of more like physical plane existence. To have a proper conversation with the gods. Which is kind of nice. We knoweth not if thou art a god, but we know thy name is Ruru.
And what he basically tells us is that if we want to learn more about all what Ryu is and about the Endless and the dragons, we have to go to a town called Czech, where summoners live.
And yes, Dine, we're going to check it out.
You said it, not me.
It was an easy one, you know. I had to take it from you. I'll leave the complex and smart ones to you.
Well, let me consult my checklist.
There it is. But yeah, so we crash land fantastically into this massive mountain. And Peng Ryong, he's got a nice little spear there. Impressive. We'll ascend back into the sky in full dragon form and say, you know, fare thee well kind of thing, and good luck. You've crossed paths with Ryu. Your fate is now intertwined with him. You'll notice that the chapters, the chapter names have a very important meaning. So this is chapter 2, Endless. So
It's not going to be endless.
no, it's yeah, it will end. But what the Endless are in this world is a very important thing. Again, putting our fasties in the front to make sure that we escape as much as possible. To the ice peak. Now, I mentioned earlier that there's an item that we always want to pick up. We're going to go grab it now. It's called the Icicle. The Icicle is a tier 2 ice magic move, which are just on use. And it's very, very powerful. And it's AoE. And it's going to help in a boss where we have to fight 4 bosses. And yeah, don't do this fight without this item, or you will lose your run guaranteed.
It's tier 3.
Tier 3.
It's Blizzard.
Oh yeah, tier
Blizzard.
2's the ice spikes, isn't it? Yeah.
Ice Blast.
Ice Blast,
Yes, sir. Dude. They do look like Prinnies. You can't say they don't.
I didn't say anything.
They look like old Prinnies, like no, I mean, like the classic Donald Duck, you know.
Yeah.
They look like
vintage Prinnies.
yeah, right, exactly, the vintage Prinnies.
I kind of want to see like a mashup of like 1920s cartoons and Prinnies.
Well, the Cuphead artists do take commissions.
There you go. If you're watching Cuphead artists, can you draw us a Prinny? Cheers. So yeah, well now that we've grabbed this at the icicle, we're going to make our way. This puzzle, I won't lie to you, there's one chest in here I've never got.
Really?
Like that last one for some reason. I don't know
Okay.
why. I think I know how it's done, I just haven't actually done it. But the gimmick is like pushing these snowballs down. Oh, there we go.
Oh, first back attack actually.
That's pretty rare to get it that late, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a great sound.
I don't think I've heard this before. I won't lie to you.
It's like a defective duck call.
You know when you get those squeaky toys, but it's like running out of gas? It's like, it's made my day. Oh dear. As an aside, if you look on the top left, it actually means that you can't change the camera angle here with the cross through it. The 0 degree angle. Obviously, the degrees tell you what angles you can get out of the camera. I don't think it really matters, but yeah. Yeah, I think you have to like get 2 snowballs down here, and then push them up, because like that hole is like double deep, isn't it? So you got to get another snowball from somewhere.
Bowie thinking.
You can see the clock, the cogs turning, can't you? How does that work? Like carry the 4. This is Abbess, and she's amazing. She's the elder of Czech, and she knows a little bit more about these pretty sweet endless. She'll also first introduce a concept that will be, at least the effects of this will be a bit more prevalent in Chapter 3. But she talks to us about these. These are streams. Every person has their energy, their kind of life force that kind of is like emitted from them as beings. And you can see Nina and Craze, and Ryu can see this. And then he has his own. But then she talks about a very, very specific power that Endless have, or the gods they have, that they can have this ability that when certain streams combine, or at least get near each other, they are affected by each other, and they can, become one in a way. So the power that certain creatures and certain beings have binds them and kind of fuses them in a way, their fates, if you will, to each other. You might notice as well that every single chapter is marked by the number of streams. So chapter 1 had 1, and then 2 there was 2 spinning round, and 3 will have 3, and you guessed it, 4 will have 4. But the streams are a very important part of the lore here. But we leave and so this is not the physical plane again. This is the astral plane. Right now, the Abbess is channeling into Ryu's soul at this point and having a chat with him in the plane of the Endless, which is kind of, hinting towards the idea that Ryu is an Endless, is this power.
Yeah, Abbess wanted to speak in private with Ryu, and suddenly Urshin interrupts the whole conversation, and everyone is shocked because Abbess doesn't understand why Urshin is here. He should not be able to be here.
Yeah, and then Urshin says asks a very interesting question. Are you sealed within that armor? She asks, which kind of like begs the question what Urshin is, obviously. So, I guess before anything else, let's figure that out. Stretch, no scratch, off we go. I don't know, I've always found that interesting, just that particular tick. I know it's just an animation, right? It's just a simple animation, but it's cool. Ryu doesn't need to open curtains, he just walks through them. Good morning, Ruru. So we're going to go and have a little chat with Abbess, who's up here, having a little look at the adorable Urshin. What's up with Urshin? So Abbess says that I believe Urshin is an Endless, but Urshin is not an Endless. The Endless is within Urshin. And Urshin's just like, that's what she says. Maybe. It's really, really cool. So we're using Ryu's help and Abbess's powers. We reach into Urshin's mind.
Yeah, it was Icicle Cyclone. No, it was Icicle Shining Blade.
Yeah, Icicle Shining Blade Cyclone.
Shining Blade Wind.
Yeah,
Very important.
Shining Blade the Wind one.
Yeah, sure.
So this is Urshin's mind. Mine looks similar. How about yours? Give or take. Color scheme's a bit off, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So the order being put into place, they're immediately there. Also note that this music plays in very, very specific areas of the game. Usually when dealing with powers beyond our ken. Spectre with an RE, I appreciate it. But yeah, so we're going to go into the depths of the of Urshin's mind here. This is a very easy puzzle, I guess. To press this crystal to stop the twisting thing, we've got to wait for it to get past this scion and then lock it into place. Which will give us a nice little ramp. Which leads us to find this random lady.
I wonder who she is.
Doesn't look familiar.
No.
Right, so Ruru's going to throw out the icicle, Shining Blade on the wind, and then we'll use Cyclone to finish it off. This is important because this is a tier 3 spell. We're going to deal critical damage to the fire one. We're then going to greatly damage the earth one and the wind one. Shining Blade will then finish off the wind one. Notice the earth here, wind, ice healed the ice one, and then with the wind one gone, we can use Cyclone to destroy the earth one in the back and greatly damage the ice one. So cool. Thank you for the quick animation. And then just Shining Blade is enough to finish it. Nice fight. Nice fight. And then you get like a metric butt ton of wards. They're going right in the bargain bin, I think.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Actually, we're gonna
Use one, I think. One or two.
We're using one, and we get money for it. So
Yeah. So, if you're a regular with the Breath of Fire series, you'll recognize who this person is. She doesn't actually identify herself for a while, but I mean, it's Deus, right? So I believe, well, Deus or Blur, she's also known by in 1 and 2. She has like a snake's body in 1 and 2, and I think she has a snake's body in 3 for a scene.
no, she does.
That's her normal body. Like she has.
But I thought she starts off like.
Yeah,
starts off
that's
human,
because
she-
she's
yeah.
imprisoned.
Yeah,
Right.
she starts off Starkers, and then she slaps Ryu about,
Yeah.
and then she puts on her snake body. She doesn't have a snake body in this version, she's just a human.
Well.
She's a human.
Well, you know, human body.
Humanoid.
But yeah, that's the power that's within Urshin. So Urshin is a suit of armor, but the power of the Endless within him, I've been calling Urshin a hero the entire time. There's the big surprise. The tin can has come to life thanks to the power of Urshin, Deus, within the armor.
And you learn later that Urshin speaks to himself or herself in third person because Urshin means master, and Urshin was talking to Dice all the time.
And then
Or
we can
referring
see-
to Dice, speaking about himself.
Yeah, there goes Deus into this wonderful medium. Can't remember her name, but she does have a name. And then we get best music in the game.
Du- 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 du.
So for now, Urshin, not Deus, Urshin the armor is kind of without any power or a master right now. So yeah, it's important to note the idea that, you know, streams of energy, when they're together, coalesce and, you know, join in with each other in a way. So that's kind of why the armor came to life, was because of Urshin, Deus within. And again, another cutscene of Faolu alongside a lady who opened the window, let the steam out. So we want to find out more about the Endless and what they are and what they do. But Deus is very hungry, so he eats 6 plates of food and an entire cow apparently, and downs 2 bottles of wine. Quite the appetite.
Yeah, Dice don't really want to help us right now. She's pretty bored from being imprisoned into the armor for forever. So she just want to have fun and enjoy life.
So, I think it was mentioned right there. So when it comes to the Endless and how they come to be in this world, Endless just aren't. They aren't just there existing. They're summoned. They're gods that are summoned to this world because they need to fulfill a purpose. Now, Czech and the village of the mediums, they are the ones who can summon the gods, the Endless, to this plane of existence. However, Urshin wasn't summoned correctly, and that's why she was locked inside the armor, because it was a way for her to have form whilst in this world, because she wasn't summoned correctly. And it should be noted as well that the baby is not in the way. Good. That baby has
The bridge baby.
the bridge is going for it. I think Chibi Zero, another runner of this game, I think the original runner of this game, the person who first rooted it out many years ago, lost 2 minutes because the baby just stood there and didn't move.
The baby has another chance. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, he's just menacingly standing by the bridge. Oh man. So yeah, whilst we're talking about streams, this is Mommy. She's adorable. Like, bless her, look at her.
Yeah, you have to look at her portraits.
Yeah.
They're beautiful.
She's really sweet. And yeah, she kind of like has a bit of an interaction with Faolu that's quite profound, I think, and really sums up this kind of part of the narrative, this idea of streams and how Endless can affect those around them in some way. But Marmis is a regular village girl. This is her home. And after Faolu was shot out of the sky by Carfu, Marmee found him, nursed him back to health, and slowly over the time that they spend together, the energy that her stream and the energy that he emits kind of brings them together in a way. And she basically wants to look after him. She's a very, very kind of caring, motherly kind of person and just wants the best for Faolu. But again, you know, it's always more than that, I guess. I do not ken what you're saying, but you know, she just can't sit by and see someone in pain, so she wants to look after him. And also make no note of that noise. That little bell, you may notice, will sound or jingle whenever Marmee is on screen, appears on screen, or does something.
Yeah, she has a little bell in her hair. Or a hairband.
But it's kind of like her signifier.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. One more shot it's got.
Nice.
We've got one more shot. Ryong.
I guess I want to transform for this fight.
Nah,
Yeah, you don't need to, but I guess if it gets halfway through and you want to.
If he
Oh,
body
we can,
presses,
yeah, we,
if he body presses like 3 times and it works, then you did.
yeah,
That would be very bad.
that's the thing.
Yeah,
Well,
just transform. I mean, there's no reason to not do that, honestly.
I mean, I could start charging and transforming when it
And
gets close.
That's what I said, but then again, Goose said, just don't do it. Just don't do it. Like, I don't know. So we fought Maman.
We actually haven't had a fight, the Faolu fighter fight, right?
Not yet. We haven't for a while now.
Yeah, let's see how the fight goes.
Okay. So we've had Maman, now it's time for Papan.
okay.
There we go.
We're fine now.
This is okay.
And
Yeah, this
low
is
low
damage.
damage too.
Yeah, this is
Oh!
still
Didn't stun.
And another crit.
Okay. So the one thing that this guy can do is use Stone Pillar, which adds like 17 million years to the run.
That's nice. That's actually good. I mean,
Body press is
anybody-
fast, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Counter.
He does. We got
That
so
was a
many
sick
crits.
fight,
That was-
actually.
yeah.
That was a really good fight. That was all skill. That was all intentional. Good stuff. That's yeah. I mean, short of getting nothing but crits, that's just the best it can go.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like body press is like the Breath of Fire is like a jump. It can deal between 50% and 200% damage of the attack power of the user. And we were lucky. We also had, we only had very low rolls. It can deal up to like 40% of Faolu's HP bar with one body press.
It also has the ability to stun if it does go first, just like Shout did previously with Khan. So if he goes first and stuns you as well as body pressing, that's just an extra turn added on. So at this point as well, we've let Urshin sleep for about a day, but we should probably go and wake her up, I guess. She needs some time to rest after all. She's been trapped in armor for many years. just woke up and ate a very hearty meal. Are you going to be grabbing the extra clothes here or not?
I don't know. Should I?
It's up to you. I mean, well, what do you... I think you're doing the final boss.
Don't need it.
We do, yeah. I would not know.
The problem with that is like only Ryu can really use it, and you know he's a dragon. In dragon form, it doesn't help him. So
He's a dragon?
What? Spoilers.
Oh yeah, Ryu's a dragon. So this is the second dream, and for some reason her mind's changed a little bit, I guess because she's in a different body or a different being that's containing her, so the structure of the mind changes because of that. Food for thought.
You know something?
It's not too late. I might get another one.
You know something came to mind. Of course, we're talking about Urshan and Ace. I was thinking, well, what does Urshan say before going gambling? Well, for Wheel of Time fans, Dovie Ace Tovia Sagain, it's time to toss the dice.
There we go.
Oh, nice.
So Deus is just resting. She's just got like this like crew of studly men to like wait on her hand and foot, because you know, why wouldn't a beautiful goddess have a crew of studly men to look after them? Just with their pecs out, why not? I like there's the one at the back with just kind of like with his arms up, having a great day back there. I just don't know why, but
Yeah, we're basically asking for her help here to teach us more about the Endless.
yeah. She knows where we can go to and do that as well. So, because obviously this is the country of the mediums, that nearby is an area where we can commune with Endless that have already been summoned and learn their wisdom. That dress is very low. Her hair's very long as well. I think it got longer. Was it as long as that in 3? I can't remember.
no.
Just let it grow. Kind of weird with like that, like the Brian from Quest 64 kind of like hair going at the front as well. Holy Magic Century, I should say. 'Cause it's much
No, you shouldn't.
I should. It's a much better name. But no one would know what I'm talking about still. I guess that's it. So yeah, we just have to leave again, so a little bit of stuff. I guess we've kind of like prefaced enough of the narrative right now to, I guess, throw it over to you, Dan, if there's anything you want to say, sir, or anything to shout out.
Well, we do have a couple donations that trickled in. We have $15 from Anonymous with no comment. Thank you very much. And $5 from Larry. May Chibi but Blestein run with wondrous RNG, and may Bowie finally accept that it is one true name because I'm going to go righteously broke having fun with this.
Thank you very much, Larry. No? No? Not yet. I'm not going to break just yet. But thank you. Right, so we leave the mind, and finally, Urshan. Oh my word! Please stop. Deus wakes up, and then she's like, "Right, there's a temple over here. The oh crikey, the Urchon. I don't remember it. Archon ruins.
Sunchon? Sichon?
Oh,
Sinchon?
Yeah, Syncon. Yeah. Syncon ruins. Yeah, I knew it was Con something. Yeah, or Sinchon. Yeah, something like that. Those are the ruins. So we're gonna go there, and we're gonna have a little chat with some Endless. And then there she goes. My real name is Deus, by the way. Urshan is what the robot called me. It means master in the language of the Empire. Yeah. So let's go to the shrine. So this is quite a little interesting bit as well. So making our way towards the shrine. Upon reaching this bit, which you have to do, quite amazingly, despite the fact that Deus has left the armor, Urshan actually still has some power left over. And this is quite interesting for Urshan's bit, because Urshan's kind of wondering what Urshan is without its master. So he's sitting there going, what do I need? What do I do? What does a suit of armor do? So it's questioning its existence right now.
Yeah, but not too much. I mean, Urshan is a really carefree dude.
not really kind of like super going into it, but just kind of like, what do I do? And then just laughs it off. That's a good point. Would appear. What should I do to act like a suit of armor? And Nina says a very, very nice thing of armor's meant to protect people, so protect people. You can't skip that fight.
Nope. No, the nice thing is, you would think you enter this area, you have to go, you know,
All the way through,
yeah, all the way through, but you can just exit right there, and you're out of the area, can progress. Remember this area for a little later. We get to hopefully not see a lot of it, but
Magus will return here.
yeah,
I do think.
I'll come back here. I love sightseeing.
But we're definitely going to get the encounter though. We always do. Oh,
Almost.
Please don't steal it from me.
Oh dear. And if you played Breath of Fire 3, those bots should look familiar.
Do they have a similar function in 3?
They don't have a similar function, but they look pretty much exactly the same.
Just amazing. This is an encounter we want to see at this point. Just because it's not just, mocking us to our faces. Taking damage here doesn't matter, because when we get to the next cutscene, we're going to get a free heal anyway. Yeah, so press this button, which causes a giant timer to appear.
That was very early. This encounter.
Generally, I think it's quite rare for every enemy to go, honestly, when you fail flee.
Yeah.
Like, I know that obviously we said that, sometimes they won't always. Okay, then we're just going to jump to the left now. Not too bad, plenty of time left on the timer. I mean, I think that's how much you always have whenever you go. It's not too bad. Well,
Still out there.
We have to go back out.
It's not done yet. So many people have played this game, and some of you watching may know what we're kind of like hinting at, but some of you may not. If you don't, this might blow your mind, because it's a really, really cool thing that we're going to do. Beforehand, though, we do need to meet with the gods. So Dea says that she will summon all the dragons that are currently, all the endless that are currently summoned to the world, and have a chat. But until that moment, we will go back to the other half of the story. What's interesting there as well is you could see when we were with the cutscene with Ryu, Nina, and Cray first learning about their streams, and when they combined the way that the stream actually looked in that particular moment there, you could see Faolu's stream quite thin and then exploding to be a little bit larger as well, kind of hinting at the idea that his stream is kind of like merging at that point. This is a reach on my end, I won't lie, but
Did you save?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
There's a world map still.
I don't think you can save there in Falu's thing, but maybe you
You think
can.
so?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I mean, I will kill all the Bilbos.
Yeah. I mean, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mami tells us about a nearby volcano that is erupting because a god is misbehaving a little bit, having a bit of a mare, throwing a hissy fit.
We have a quick $25 donation from Anonymous. So what Deus is saying is, the more armor Ryu wears, the more Urshins we get. Thank you, Anonymous, and thank you, Urshin.
Thank you, Ocean.
Thank you. Oh, you can save. Amazing. Very important to save here, actually. You would think with the Falu parts are always really, really easy, right? Because, Falu is very overpowered. We're just running through this for story.
But basically, Bowie made everyone scared.
Well,
It happened once, all right? It happened once.
the thing is, there's enemies here that can use an ability that will do a lot of damage to us.
Indeed, and that is not the enemy.
Yeah.
The enemy are called Bilbaos. They're big, like, red boars, and they... What's the actual name of the move?
Blitz.
Blitz. Yeah, Blitz essentially does damage based on their percentage of HP, and it hits like 4 times and deals a chunk of damage. If you get 2 Bilbaos, I usually, like, you want to flee, but killing one is normally the better idea, because if you do fail flee and they both blitz you, you're going to be dying. Well, you won't die from 2, but...
Well, maybe you get close. But
you get very close, yeah. They deal about 1,200, 1,300 damage for it. Like, it's a lot of damage. Because, again, because it's based on their damage. E-Bonfire is not nice either, because, we're ice elemental, so fire is strong against us.
And if you use the blitz to suplex a train,
I should
you're
kill
playing the wrong
those
game.
two.
Yeah. I generally tend to just kill Black Ooze because they are relatively fast, so they have a decent chance of you sticking around, essentially.
Yeah, and they're also one-shot.
Yeah. They also give good experience, actually. I'm not sure if we're close to the level. I didn't pay attention to that.
Actually, yeah, we should.
2847 away. Yeah. There is one enemy in this area, I think it's the Cairns actually, who are so fast sometimes that you will fail to flee twice and then they'll flee instead, which is incredibly bad manners. Ooh, just short. Maybe get one more fight? Probably not. Should be fine.
Yeah, so the reason we were looking out for that level up here is this nice little fellow who's essentially thinking that he is some sort of god. In reality, Faolu identifies that he just kind of sort of absorbed some of the aura and came to life, essentially. Yeah. They have a slight disagreement here, and Faolu's gonna take care of this because he finds this unnatural.
Little does he know, he's the piece that fell off Dungeon Man.
Alright, the reason we were looking up for the level up essentially is that for the first time in the run, we're going to be using a breath attack, and breath attack are based on your actual HP. So the more HP you have, the more damage you will deal. With one more level, that would obviously be a little bit more. It's not that important, but it can save one turn.
Right. And again, like as eLmaGus is saying, the more HP you have, the more damage you deal. If you take more damage, you'll deal less.
Exactly.
So ideally, we get moved every other turn, or we'll be defeating his kin, and then because he can't summon kin now, he's locked in to do something else. So we have 6 hits from this move, and it will basically share it out among, I think it's 6. Yeah, I want to say it's 6. It could be 4. It's 6. So it'll share it out amongst everyone who's alive, so everyone takes 2. Attack is the best thing because you can sometimes counter, very nice. It makes up for the damage difference taken off of your breath by not being at max. And also it's very, very little damage. He can deal big spell damage, which does more to your dragon's HP. So actually this could save the turn. Now I'll specify something here as well. Watch how the dragon appears there. And by the way, the first time you see a spell, you can skip it the second time. But whenever because Faolu's in astral form right now, whenever you transform into a dragon and you transform into astral and summon and use the breath, you get this particular animation where it all goes dark, the temple is kind of built, and this big orb appears. In this move here, this orb appears, floats into the sky, and then astral breaks out. This is a very specific thing to note about the way that the dragons in this game operate, because there's different types of dragons. That's not what we want to see.
Yeah, it's a long animation. Should be one more turn.
Yeah, I think because of the damage down from Craig, it'll be a little bit weaker.
And if you end up using the Astral Drain, you're playing the wrong game.
Yeah, so he'll bring those guys back. this. Yeah, no, well, I mean, we'll get a level up. It's nice to get it early, as you said.
Lena got the counter. He should have.
Nice. Fight.
Very skillful fight.
I mean, pressing X is tough, right? You also press a couple of directional buttons too, so... One. I think it was in fact actually just down to special. Goose. Now both a lot of experience. You're right. So all the items that we're getting for Faolu and all the money does not transfer over, which is really annoying because Faolu gets like 6 ambrosias, which
he gets all ambrosias.
Which is a very important item, I might add.
Even one of the 2 ambrosias we use is even supposed to be one of his. We just do not loot right at the start of the game.
It's kind of interesting though, because like there are items that he can pick up that we will like in areas that we will trace like lightly, and if you grab them with him, it actually takes it away from you, which
it's a bit annoying.
Yeah, especially if you're playing casually, you know, the whole like must get chest tendency. Bonfire.
You're not nice.
Sorry.
We're getting into the range where Blitz becomes dangerous now, so...
We have 1 multivitamin.
We can heal, please.
I mean, it's only 1 more encounter.
Yeah.
But that encounter could be the one, right? Oh dear. I do like the build battles, they're fun. But basically, yeah, no one was really worried about this until I got blitzed 3 times and died.
Yeah.
4 hours into a run, well, 4-ish, I guess, or just under 4 hours into the run. Yeah, I think it's like 3.5, isn't it, at this point?
Yeah. We're at 3:39.
There you go. Yeah. This is a, you know, it's a fairly sizable game when you're dedicating your day to doing a run of it and you lose half of it. It's like, it's a good choice of my day. We should note that this guy with the hair and the face is really, look at that face, is really annoying.
Yeah, he's like the landlord of the little village from Mami.
And he's
very suspicious about Faolu.
Yeah, he also is like greatly in love with Mami as well. We should note, like he loves her and is very jealous of Faolu. So these are the dragons in their form. So you may notice some similarities. The little small white one, quite similar to the long mud dragon, you know, the big like wormy one with the spine. The guy just behind him with like the weird face and the hair, like the nautical mask, kind of like the sand dragon at the very start of the game. So all of these dragons, I think that's Myrmidon on the right hand side as well. So all these dragons, these are their physical forms.
Those are, by the way, the dragons Magus will collect later.
Yeah.
For incentive.
Yay.
So these 7, there's actually 7, not 6, but you get given one of them for free.
Yeah. And we collect 1 in the run.
Yeah.
Like for mandatory.
So these dragons are their own beings. Whenever because you get access, so when you get access to like breath attacks, we can transform into certain dragons, and then we also gain their ability to summon them when we get their breaths. When we summon them, they will appear in a very, very different way to the way that Astral appears with Faolu. Should we note it because, like, specifically when it comes to Faolu, Astral is Faolu. He transforms into Astral. That's his dragon, him as a dragon. And then you have these other dragons that we summon into battle to do an attack and then fall off again. Hey, Mummy. And she calls him Ryong. If I'm not mistaken, Ryong is...
Yeah.
Does that mean? That means dragon, I'm pretty sure.
I guess it's like
a word.
Dragon indication thingy.
Yeah. Because obviously Pung Ryong in Pung Tap.
Yeah, right.
Which is the Wind Tower and Wind Dragon. So this guy's had enough, and he's like, he's this way, Syrah. And then, nay, we must leave, so we don't get met by the soldiers. So again, whilst there are positive connotations of the streams like merging and melding, there are sometimes can be bad ones when you don't quite marry up in terms of power and energy. So he calls the Imperial soldiers down to get rid of Ryong because he's in the way. Umami rushes in to save him. Some finds that in between opening the door and entering the door. Determined to save him because she couldn't stop landlord dude from being a dude. Says that he can crawl out behind the fireplace. So we do.
We have a quick $10 donation from Rock Me saying, I'm a Dace.
Amadeus. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna leave here, and Marmee is gonna be left behind. And you can see Faolu hesitate. It's a very important thing because so far, he's been this all-powerful god that's been striking down soldiers and fleeing for his life and been very, very self-reliant.
Self-focused.
Yeah. So focused, yeah, indeed. And then for that one moment, he looks away. And a very, very powerful line there where Yom says, "We can use her for the carronade," which is a questionable thing. I'm not sure what that means just yet, but we'll learn. And I can guarantee you, it's a basket of roses. They're all just showing off, it seems. I don't know. They're tapping into their powers.
They have to blink if they want to talk.
Yeah. Yeah. They've got to hold on to that, the speaking thing. Yeah. They kind of like activate their powers and kind of say, "Come find us if you want us."
I will. Don't worry.
Ruru. And so here you can see them with their physical power showing the essence of their true form.
And every dragon grants us an ability, like they'll summon basically, and we get a rainstorm here.
So now we have to head on out of the Syncon ruins. One last chance then, Zheal.
Don't do it.
It'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fine. Oh, there we go. We're gonna head back. There's a few more things to happen, but we're closing in on the end of chapter 2 now. It's gonna be fun.
If you see an Zheal that says, "Prove your honor to me," you're playing the wrong game.
So close.
Now, I'd like to remind everyone, I guess at this point, because I guess it's going to start becoming mandatory, that we share experience in this game. It's a really important thing. Whoever is alive, even if they're in the back row, experience is shared.
That was the last one, I think, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Should be fine for one more fight. I guess unless it's just really mean. But yeah, experience is shared, which means that although it seems like you get a lot of experience, if you get 500, it's going 100 to each. There is obviously one more space left. There's one more character to find, and we will get them soonish. And then experience is going to be shared 6 ways every single time if no one is defeated. Someone's knocking on my head. So Urshan's gonna go like hero mode now.
Yeah, the Imperial army showed up in Czech.
Because
there's
go ahead.
They're still looking for Rio, and they heard that it is here now.
Yeah. So we've had Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace. It's time for Spectre now. So. I skipped Skyfall, I'm sorry. I should have started with Quantum of Solace. So this guy's going to point a spear out a suit of armor. I mean, there are those little holes in the middle, I guess. But they
Nothing's in there.
Yeah, they've got the Abbess. So and you know, obviously Urshan was just told we got to protect people. This is a really hard fight. You press R1 and press X, and then you win.
So Urshan has the red cape, which gives him a really high chance of counter-attacking.
These fights are over in pretty much 2 turns most times, unless there's not a counter that happens. So whatever, really. And again, even if Urshan dies a few times in the early game, his level will be fine enough. I know there's the odd one.
It can get dicey if you if Urshan dies in a lot of battles, it can get very dicey.
Yeah, as long as Urshan is at least level 11, I think.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Yeah. But he's got to run away. He's being chased. No, Urshan, go! This time we've got to fight 3. Just as hard fight. Charge. But it's because the archers can crit, so if they get big crits on you,
you also take a lot more damage from the pikemen, actually, if you are under levels. It's quite significant.
It's a really good fight.
1 counter on everyone. Minimal turns. Nice. Oh wow, perfect level. Nice. That's not gonna help. It's just I can't see. I just like how Urshan peeks as
It's
well.
the best character animation in the whole game.
Yeah. So
If I can see him, he can see me.
yeah. This is I think the only time you hear this theme, this extended, which is actually a very, very good song. It's really, really lovely. But I mean, Daniel Craig is quite strong, so he does boot back Urshan with a big powerful strike, though. We won't see you anymore.
Ta-ta.
Ta-da.
So we have to return to check now, and it's not looking good. All of the mediums have been driven out of town, and all that's left really is Urshan. Not in the best of ways. This is quite a sad scene, specifically because of things like all throughout this point, Deus is saying that Urshan should stop laughing when it's not funny, when there's nothing funny to laugh at. Stop laughing at things. And Nina's saying, well, no, you can't die. Is he going to die? And then Deus says, well, his power was given by me, and you know. And this whole idea of what is life worth? You know, she's like, oh, it's just a suit of armor. It doesn't mean anything. But Nina's like, but Urshan existed. Urshan was a creature. And Urshan says that, well, Deus is correct. I'm but a suit of armor.
I still cannot unsee the gap between the armor and the helmet, where his eyes are, look like a big smile.
Yeah. But Urshan says that he's happy that he had the chance to experience life, and he's thankful for Deus for that, and then starts laughing and says, you know, is that an appropriate time to laugh? And his energy gives out and he dies. So, F, dude. Press E to pay respects to Urshan. Bowie, thanks. But it's a very, very important thing here that I bet the Abbess says that don't worry, there's a secret abandoned village in the mountains. No one's been killed. It's just they've retreated to the abandoned village. So go. It's not so bad. Crawlers are all right. I say that.
They're not.
Unless it's feeding time.
Air raid.
I've never seen a caterpillar move like that before. That's what I'm gonna say. If they're doing that,
That's all they do almost.
if I ever see one in my house do that, moving house.
They do that in Australia, don't they?
Probably. Everything in Australia does something scary.
This should be the last encounter.
I'm just glad we didn't see any Yane. Oh, the Yane. 6-man formation.
Oh yeah, this is here, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
I thought that was on
Here
later
and
for a
it's
second.
here and the next dungeon.
Yeah.
So we're on our way to the abandoned village. There's a long way to go, so we've got to set it. Where this tent goes, I don't know. That's a big tent.
They're just placed in around the world,
Yeah.
and everybody can use them.
Yeah. That'd be a
By the
nice
looks,
thing.
yes.
That'd be quite a nice thing, you know. Guaranteed outposts. There's like an adventurers society that has these guaranteed outposts for you. If they're used up, though, you can't use them. That'd be a very interesting, but also very frustrating game mechanic if someone ever made a game like that.
Yeah.
Where you really need like to go to the inn and rest, and someone's using the tent. You're like, oh no, what a cycle, dude.
I'm gonna quickly step out.
No worries. In a bit. So this is interesting as well because Dae's been talking about, you know, she doesn't really value life because she's a god. She doesn't really like, it's just a suit of armor, whatever. Life doesn't mean much, you know. If you're alive, you're alive. If you die, you die. And that's kind of her having a moment with the abbess, where she's thinking, like, really, what does it mean? But we wake up and suddenly Ursula.
Suddenly Ursula. A really good character.
She's one of the best characters in the game, not just because she's awesome. She's another grass runner, so she's another dog character. Everyone always thinks she's a kitsune or a fox because of her fluffy tail, but no, she is a dog. No capital letter. Shameful. And this is the abandoned village. There is another cameo here post-game, actually, if you get to the post-game. And then, yeah, we have Daniel Craig waiting for us. He got here first, and that's not good. And we ask, what are you doing here? Have you seen the villages in these ruins? Well, gee, let me think. That is not ideal. You can see the anger building in Cray. Nina is shaking her head previously. Ryu's not happy.
Ryu is not happy.
No, he's not happy. This is where you want to get your Bowie Watts ready.
Look at Ryu now, he's seriously not happy.
Yeah, he's got his mouth open and everything, clenched fist. How touching, princess. How compassionate. I have no need for compassion. Ooh, scary dragon.
Cray's channeling that Kamehameha.
He's got the hair for it. He was just trying to make them a bit more cooperative. So we now pull out Ait. He's Ait. He's got a big shield, and the gimmick of this fight is that we need to enrage Ryu a little bit. We're going to make sure that Nina has the experience because the back. Again, Ait has low HP, speed. So we're going to take out Ryu early so that jab definitely kills these two. There we go. Maximum experience for Nina and Ryu. Now he's going to go man mode now. So this is Kaiser. And I know eLmaGus before he left said that the dragonflies are the closest we're going to get to a dragon, but feast your eyes on this, boys and girls. This first turn is always Kaiser Breath. Now notice how this one works as well. How Kaiser doesn't, the ball doesn't raise up and he shatters out, he breaks out of the ball.
And we have to watch that.
Yeah. We do.
And we want to watch that.
It is good.
And as this goes on, it is actually my time to stop for this run. I'm going to be handing the reins over to MSK. So thank you guys for the opportunity on hosting this, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you for hosting, dude.
So the Kaiser Breath breaks the shield of Ait, and now he becomes really weak to everything. So again, when it comes to Kaiser, we can't control Kaiser because Kaiser is like berserk mode essentially for Ryu. So we're just going to let him use Kaiser Breath again. Now that we've seen it once, we can skip it again. So yeah. Well, we have to get to a certain point. Then we don't have to watch the whole thing. That should be enough. go. That is, you defeated a powerful enemy, Zheal. How do you feel?
It was a very skillful fight, so I feel good about it. Was it a good fight? Thank you. Thank you.
He's out of control.
This is another part in the game where you can actually take a short break because the text scrolls by itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's
You actually have like a minute in the dragon, like
Yeah.
in the Kaiser breath, and then like when in the next after the next cutscene, you have another minute.
The reason we know this is it's the longest break in the game, so yeah.
So Daniel Craig will film his last Bond film. Well, no, I think he has one more coming, but you know what I mean. Released film. This is really important to note if you watch Kaiser and Ryu together here. And this is a very specific thing about how the dragons in this game work. Kaiser's amazing, by the way. So cool. Ryu's a bit unhinged. The ponytail is out. Ryu turns around. And Kaiser turns around. It's really cool. And then bark the Kaiser dragon away. Yeah, Nina runs up and consoles Ryu, Ruru, and then narrates her life again. But so this is a really interesting thing about the dragons. So there's 3 types of dragons. There are the autonomous dragons, the dragons who are themselves and their own beings and summoned in their own way. There are and that's the end of chapter 2. So Zheal will step down and eLmaGus will take forward. So congratulations to Zheal for his solid chapter 2. So yeah, there's the autonomous dragons who are their own beings and command themselves. Then you've got the actual dragon that Ryu and Faolu are, which is Astral and Aura. Aura being Ryu's, and then there are these, and then chapter 3 streams. There are these kind of avatar dragons, if you will, or kind of like connected dragons. So Kaiser is not Ryu himself as a dragon, but it is a dragon that he has dominion over. Like it's a dragon that is directly connected to him and his soul. So there's Astra and Aura, the dragons that are Ryu and Faolu, and then there's the connected dragons, Tyrant and Kaiser. Then there's the autonomous dragons, who are the other Endless and other dragons. We should mention that we have been told now that Ryu is the Yorei dragon, and he's only half of the Yorei dragon. And Faolu and Ryu are the 2 halves of the one whole Yorei dragon. And that's why they feel each other and are aware of each other in the world. So this is chapter 3. If you thought it was sad with the slaughtering of the abandoned village members, well, 2 birds, 1 stone, right?
And Faolu is actually now on the way to the Empire. It's like his goals did not change. He just tries to take over his kingdom and find his other half.
Mm-hmm. So this stone statue here is actually a seal on, and you can't go by without a sacrifice. And obviously we fought Papan, and this is Papan in a small version. And enough, stop, he says to the poor creature, which with the streams intertwining with Papan, he does his best to sadly sacrifice itself to help Faolu get through this seal, because he can feel what Faolu needs because of the streams intertwining. And Faolu, a little bit more connected to nature, asks, why wouldst thou sacrifice thyself for me? And he says there, "Twould appear I have an effect on others' lives, like a river, the courses of fate do, merge." Pour one out for poor Papan, I guess.
Although we find here our first dragon crystal, we can find new dragon forms by finding those crystals. They're red for Ryu, and Falu actually gets only this one blue one. And well, we just learned another dragon form.
Yeah. It's called
Peist, right?
Yes.
Serpent for now.
Oh, it's
yeah,
Serpent,
yeah.
and later Peist, yeah. That's where the minigame points come into play. Like slowly, it's.
Oops.
Get wrecked.
It's very hard to kill this guy, but we tried.
Yeah. It was a good attempt. I appreciate it.
Nice counter.
Might as well go for it at this point.
Yeah, I think you only need one more. So.
But yeah, so as Zheal was mentioning there, the minigame points for every 10,000 points we get, which we should get enough, obviously.
Yeah, easy.
For every 10,000 points, if you transform into a dragon crystal or like a new crystal, you gain, they evolve to like an ascended form. So we grabbed Serpent, and with 10,000 points in hand, when we transform into Serpent, it would become Peace or Peist, many names. Are we gonna get Akuma, dude? No. Nope.
I won.
Well, that's fine.
Good fight, dude. But yeah, so you can ascend to a secondary dragon form. The thing with the crystals that you find as well is these are the ones that have the different percentage buffs when you transform into them. And Serpent is actually a mirror of another dragon that we get for Ryu. And they have the same buffs and same upgrades. Specifically, they have like...
That's not a good one.
That's why I saved.
There we go.
Regular attack is fine.
That's fine.
Okay.
No. See ya? Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so like the upgrades that Serpent gets is large. Very large. And now you can see Faolu sensing some foreboding, and we see Mami here surrounded by terrifying Imperials, and one's got a spear and one's got a red-hot poker.
Yeah, now we learn how the Caronite actually...
It's a red-hot poker. Look at it.
Now we learn how the Caronite really works.
Yeah.
It's a cannon designed so that it works off the pain and the despair of basically negative feelings of people. So they will torture Mami until death, and then shoot the hex they're producing out of those negative feelings she had, and well, shoot them.
Yes, and the thing with it as well is that the stronger a connection the person has to the location of the hex, the stronger the hex becomes as well. Don't know how it knows that. That's some god tier targeting, but like, this is the Mami hex. She loves this. Bosh. But yeah, it's a disgustingly brutal weapon. Yeah. So Mami is tortured and murdered, as Zheal said, and honestly, the aim is spectacular. Because
that's right.
To the point.
Yeah.
I guess it's like heat-seeking type deal, right? Like it's the negative energy is Mami's spirit, and it's finding its way to him, kind of thing. Which then hexes the entire thing. And the great thing about this is slowly, and he says, would the mortals really use this weapon? Faolu was slowly being tempered, his rage and his like need to dominate was being tempered by the effect that Mami had on him. And then all that's left is the bell that drops in front of him.
Yeah, and that's the point where Faolu realizes what they actually did to shoot him that way.
Yeah. And at this point, there's no salvation for humanity. There's nothing he can do. There's no coming back from that. He's sleeping. Ryu's just, needing a moment. Shouting his lungs out. I'm a big fan of the animation in this game, and I bring this up every single time. Sias is gonna make the screen go blue and white for a little bit, and then watch the rope, watch the ropes around Ursula, because I don't know, it's great.
Yeah, I think Gray and Nina discuss what they're about to do with Ursula, and Sias is like, What are we discussing?
Yeah. We can go with her to the Empire, because she can get us into the Empire. Then we need you. And then, yeah, fellow grass runner over there is just like, well, I don't know. And makes a very simple video. There we go. Ropes. They just fall away so lovely. And he just, I love this line. It's not good to tie up women. Noted.
Good thing you mentioned that. Didn't know that.
Only under certain circumstances.
Fair enough. Okay, so you need to return to check. And
This one. Yeah. Just trying to remember how the camera looks because it's different every time almost.
so I think at that point Ursula mentions that her father is a soldier in the Empire as well, Imperial captain or
General.
General. Yeah. That's the one. And you're basically a prisoner. She's like, I don't remember you capturing me.
She's quite feisty.
Although, as we know, like things like baskets get in the way and you can't run past them clearly. So, yeah. Can we do it? Here we go.
Nice.
Ding.
Well, that wasn't really nice because I hit the stairs first, but.
Urshin's alive. This is quite cool. Ryu notices her moving. Deus kind of realizes that, first of all, she's taking the life away from that, poor medium. But also, she kind of realized that, she was being a bit unreasonable. And also, if she's going to go and help them, she might as well go with them in some form. What better way to go than in a moving toaster?
And then Urshin, after like 5 minutes, realized, oh hey, I'm back.
Oh, you're awake. And it's kind of nice, actually, as well, like, because Deus, Urshin calls Deus Urshin again, but then Deus says, like, Urshin's your name, you can have that, and kind of gives him an identity, which is kind of cute. So yeah, time for the best minigame. We've got to run through here. There's some big encounters, lots of enemies. It's a good one.
That's a good one. This area can have really bad encounters.
I think Mount Giga too, isn't it?
Mount Giga is like really bad.
I think it would be nice to hear from our brand new announcer, MS Kane. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing all right. How about yourselves, gentlemen?
Pretty well.
Thank you.
We happen to have any either any donations or anything to plug right now. We got a little bit of walking in a very simple mini game, so.
Yeah, we got a couple. We have a $5 donation from Magus Dude. Thanks for the warning. If I ever find myself in Australia, I'll make sure to keep an eye out for those terrifying drop caterpillars. Good luck on the bot grind. Hopefully it's not endless. We also have a $10 donation from Gunarm Dine. Thanks again for the opportunity to host Breath of Fire 4. Have a Baconator on me, Bowie, though you have to wait until Skyrim to claim it. Maybe.
The Bowie Wendy obsession.
We were when he said that, actually.
We did, yeah. It was good.
We both had Baconators, too.
Yeah. Okay.
Reset. It's over.
Yeah. We got plenty of points.
Just
don't worry.
lost points there, yeah.
We still got like 2 more like high, like 6,000 potential to do it. I mean, you need to do really well in all of the mini games to evolve all the dragons to their ultimate form, but we haven't actually been to Shide before, but we've been able to get there since the beginning of Chapter 2. Shide's great. It's got good music.
Yeah.
You can buy life sandals. That's about it. But we're going to learn a very, very good job. Yeah, there we go.
It has some of the best gear in the game, actually. Shite.
Yeah.
The fishing stuff.
Please. But we're going to speak to Puppet Girl here as well. And Puppet Girl will give us access to Shift. if now to do a gun undying, if that increases your attack, you're playing the wrong game. Shift is a spell that an ability that allows us to quick move around the map. However, it doesn't keep in its memory bank all the places we've already been to, so we actually have to go and revisit all these places. Which
Yay. Oops.
I'm not sure if you remember.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet? Okay. I'll hold it. I'll hold it.
Hold it. So we're trying to get a sandfly to cross the desert here, and yeah, our two grass runners have a very nice idea. Can just hijack a ship. Easy.
So yeah, like Nina's and the whole group's plan right now is actually to get into the Empire. Actually, why?
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 They want to
Why
meet
again?
Falu, actually.
Yeah, they know about Falu now, so they need.
Oh,
to
oh,
things.
right. They want to meet Falu.
Hey, it's Marlock. How's it going, bro? First of all, you steal my things, then you steal my Sandflyer.
We're sorry.
This is really good, because like, he lays into them now. Like, he absolutely lays in. And then they just shrink, dude. You have no money. But in your case, I could help you out. Please, Marlock, please, we'll do anything.
I'm a busy man.
Really would not do good for my reputation. And then they pop back to their original size. I don't know why they do that.
Yeah, but he somehow decides to just give us a bunch of money for no reason.
Yeah, he's a good
Seemingly.
fish.
Seemingly. He's talking to his crew member here and then tells him that he realizes that our destiny is pretty big, so he'll come back to collect from us.
Yeah. So now we have a. He's waving now. They were way gone. Yeah, this guy's like 1, 2, 3, 6. That's a lot of. That's a lot of zeros.
Yeah. Thanks for waiting. Here's your very own sandflyer.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, looks exactly like the one at the start.
Yep.
Before we're going to go sand flying though, we are going to need to quickly re-grab this location because we're already inside it. It hasn't counted. We have to go out onto the map and have the map activate the fact that we're actually there.
Should I be a rebel and just do this?
Oh, whatever. Is that actually a thing?
I don't know.
Maybe.
I just made one.
Did you leave? Go
No.
normally?
I leave, yeah. Okay. Do you not need to? I'm pretty sure you need
no,
to.
you don't.
You don't
Oh,
need
great.
to.
Something I learned today.
Oh.
I didn't know that, honestly.
Wait, how did you leave? Did you run out of the city?
Yeah, it's like just up. Literally just
Oh, you
circles
can
up,
run
yeah.
past it.
I'm pretty sure you guys have like watched my runs before, and I never noticed this. I don't know. Oh well. But yeah, with the jump, we can get a super sweet time and get like 6 million points.
Oh yeah.
6,000. Close.
Nice.
Smack.
Oh. What a jump.
That's
Going in. So yeah,
And
we're here again. We're here again. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And that's the point where, like Bowie said it earlier, we want to go to the Empire and we want to use the same gate we used earlier. But it's broken for some reason, and this guard here tells us that there were some rascals who had
Rascals.
who made bad things to the gate, and now it's not working right now. So we're thinking about what to do.
Yeah.
But there's this guy showing up.
Yeah, this guy's got a big old bag of loot, and is it your Sandflyer? Yeah.
Really?
So he wants to go to Hesperia as well. So we want to go to Schick first. We'll take you. And there is a jump we can do here as well. It doesn't save as much time.
Yeah.
And it's also a bit more awkward as well.
Yeah. Let's still go for it.
Yeah.
Worst thing that can happen is I waste time.
We've got more than enough points right now as well, so it's all good. So you need to go low here, and then kind of like turn around and get this bump just to go bottom.
Ah, didn't go right.
Better too late than too early.
Ah, yeah. If you try to turn too early, you will just like get also
Yeah,
out of
the
bounds.
turn-
And,
yeah,
you would get thrown back entirely.
Yeah.
That would be bad.
Okay. So he's like he's made it. He's happy.
Yay.
I like how I never for some reason I never noticed Sias on the top right there. Didn't even see him.
You're noticing a lot of things today.
Well, I noticed. I normally notice things related to Urshan just being silly, but
Urshan being Urshan.
yeah. You can always find new things in games.
And there we have Mount Giga.
Yay. Great place.
Yeah.
So we don't want to see here all those. I don't know what those.
Yeah.
Saruga and Yang,
Yeah.
right?
These
We don't want to see those. Like there is a really big, like six of those
Yeah.
formations.
6
Yeah.
which is crazy. They can all use chlorine and they take a long time if you fail fleeing because there's a lot
They're
of
very
them.
fast.
Yeah. We're going to be heading down from Mount Giga very quickly. There's our first Dragon Crystal on this side of the party, and Magus' favorite crystal.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Manipulation for the.
Yeah.
For the
For the
preemptive.
preemptive,
Yeah.
Go and grab ourselves.
Some wyverns.
If you do it right, and it's a bit risky, but you can actually skip the text box by jumping down while you open it. It's pretty nice, so you don't get actually held up. But not worth going for it, because if you miss it, you have to run around again and do it again.
Mm.
Yep.
Just noted Cray and Science have the exact same HP right now as well.
Actually, we were pretty unlucky. We always had those guys. So we were also pretty lucky. We always run from those guys.
Okay, so we're going to be moving on.
Might as well. Shouldn't really need it, but
If not, why not? I guess might as well. Yeah, we're gonna have a solo section again, so it can just sometimes catch you out. So
it shouldn't really, like, there's almost 0% chance for something to go wrong here, but
Also here we have the first deleted scene actually in the US version.
yeah, there were some changes. They took out a few scenes, but some of them are a bit like some of them I think are kind of necessary. Some of them are just kind of like a bit odd. But Ryu's gonna get a bit forward.
Yeah, and normally like Ursula reacts to the hand move of Ryu here in the original version, but they just cut out the Ursula reaction.
Yeah, because I mean, really, he's just like putting his hand in front of her, I guess, is the implication. But by taking it out at least, because by keeping the animation in, it was more suggestive of something else.
this one. Oh,
So yeah, Craig gets his time to shine. Yeah, I mean, it happens.
it's alright. That's fine too. We're good though.
Oh,
Thanks, Gray.
Useless.
yeah, that's really helpful.
That's a long animation.
How about you crit now? No?
That is a really bad fight. I mean, normally nothing can happen in this fight. Like, you just can waste time usually. Like this.
Thanks. It's good that I attacked the left one though, because he would have gotten the protect off anyways.
Yeah. Having him be sped up as well is really annoying, because you can probably throw out more severs, because Cray is weak to sever, so. Another frog kid having the time of his life.
Maybe.
He's a tutorial for the minigame here.
Oh.
Is that enough? No.
One more version.
Yeah. Just notice it.
So they don't let us pass the hero guys, so we
Take
we
more.
just line those up and
I mean,
we
barely noticeable,
problem.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not phased by that at all. Where did they go? They just disappeared.
Oh, exactly, yeah. Since I am picking up all of the Dargons, can
Yeah, Meg is going to pick up the first dragon summon, the first optional dragon summon.
yeah, it's on the way here.
Yeah.
So we got given one. There's 6 to pick up. 1 is mandatory. So there's 5 that we'd go out of our way, even more from the speed run to go and get.
Ah, so close. So generally in the game, very often on the world maps, you have those hidden areas. Sometimes you have to speak to NPCs and they mention something, and then on the world map they can pop up a question mark. And when you enter the area and then maybe go through the area and leave through a specific transition, you open up a hidden area on the world map. Like usually it's fishing spots, very often.
Yeah, fishing has some nice rewards in it, but it was just one of those things where the necessary items to get anything of value is just so high. I mean, there are stuff that we would love to have for sure, like things like lowering encounter rate and good weapons as well. That would be very, very nice, like 2 2-hit weapons. But it just takes what?
It takes too long.
I mean, I think it's like the holy mantles. Like I think it's like 5 rainbow trout and 3 brownfish or something. It's just like
everything costs like 1 million fishes. So the holy circle, like the dragon summon Magus just got the holy circle. I think, if I remember right, it protects you from any harm for 1 turn.
I can sell more stuff, but should have had the money beforehand. You guys were wasteful.
sorry.
It was not my fault, it was his fault.
Oh yeah.
True.
Yeah, though. Yeah. Buying, you know, what?
Yeah, you bought, I don't know, your menu in
I bought 1 less
Korea
Molotov.
was-
Bought 1 less Molotov.
You bought like 2 ammonia or something?
1 ammonia,
Ammonia.
which is what you'd buy anyway, I thought.
I buy usually 1 ammonia.
Yeah.
Here. Oops. Alright, we're cruising back. Again, now that we have the shift ability, we can shift anywhere we have already been, as long as it was after we received that ability.
Yeah. So this dragon, like Magus is going to pick up the 2nd dragon summon already. This is the one we normally pick up in the speedrun,
Yep.
because we will go now for a very mandatory grind, because slowly but surely we fall so far behind on levels that we definitely need a little boost now.
Mm-hmm.
And we're still master to apprentice to Otterwolf, which is still the magic master, but there is a better magic master available by now, the Abyss. In order to get the Abyss to be your master, you have to pick up 1 dragon summon at least, and this is the one we pick up in the run because it's the fastest.
So we're gonna quickly walk over here. You know what else I can do? I can enter Shite actually. You're wondering probably why would he do this? I need to switch the camera. This is not okay. Now we can actually take an additional trip with the Sand Flyer to the Shik region.
I pick up the next one already. Okay.
Yeah.
Look at this guy nailing it.
He's going for all the dragons right away.
Yeah. They're on the way here.
Yeah. So you have to take a very specific jump here into a hidden region. You see it actually on the map on the bottom left. Jumped over there. There is a little oasis.
Hi there.
Where he finds the sand dragon, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. Tell me, young dragon, how did you get here? I flew a sand flyer. So this is the guy who tormented us at the very start of the game. So that's already 3 out of 6. Onslaught.
Pretty decent attack. Alrighty. And there's one more we have to get through backtracking. Where am I? There. Okay. This one, it's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you thought we saw enough golden planes?
Just one more time.
Alright, let's see if I can do this.
Oh, you made one for this? Nice.
That should be it. If not, well, I'm sorry. But yeah, you're supposed to...
this is very close, like you will walk out, right?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
okay. No, that was too close. Let me... Gotta have one further to the left there. No? Yes. That's correct, yeah. So you're supposed to just like walk east and then meet up with the stone again, and then their boat will eventually appear and guide you to the dragon. But even though I failed it, this is still faster if it works out. Because I'm just trying to immediately run to the dragon. Okay. Of course, since it's the golden plants, it's a lot of fun.
I guess we have our time then, whilst we're just getting here, just for one quick donation, I believe. Okay.
I do have one quick one. I have $100 from Arco Nils. I just heard of this for the first time, and I think it's awesome. I always liked the Breath of Fire series. Good luck with the run.
Thank you. By the way, how are we on the Angler Super Boss incentive?
That incentive... That incentive has been met, yes.
Okay. So I guess we get to do that again after the grind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot.
Where is it?
I think I might have been one off
Panic.
again. No, I can do it the natural way if I need to. Oh yeah, this is a thing. I forgot about that.
Can we now panic?
No, it's fine. This will ultimately lead me to the thing.
Okay.
Nice. You should be able to leave when you move left now, I think.
Maybe. I'm not sure if like the game maintains exactly the location that you went into the area when you come out.
I think it does.
Does it? Or I thought it might like homogenize exactly where the location is. But maybe.
Let's find out.
Science live at a marathon.
Actually, birds. Birds are a good sign. No. Ah!
Oh, that's the right one even.
Yeah. Where are you leading me to, bro? Yeah, so I was like literally 1 pixel off done. Probably. Alright. Show me the goods. So yeah, you're supposed to meet up with this shiny bird here. Yeah, I was 1 pixel off. That's a shame.
Very nice pick
Hello.
up. forward. So if you watch the opening animation of this game, that is the dragon that's shown. Healing wind. Nice, dude. So we only needed to grab one. Yes. We only needed to grab one, but we've grabbed 4 instead. So there's 2 more to find, obviously, and we'll be grabbing those as we go. We're going to be setting up for the grind. So as Zheal was alluding to, we needed to go and get.
Did you apprentice to
Are
Abyss
we
already?
forgetting something, sir?
Hold on,
okay,
and
okay.
let me do my setup, please.
Right. Yeah, so we're going to go get a new master, and this new master is Abbess, the Abbess of Czech. She wanted 1 dragon to be found. We've got a few more, but basically,
I accidentally pressed the button.
that's right. It happens.
With no encounter. That's nice.
Yeah.
You don't tend to get encounters in these, actually.
Unless you try.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I think it's only when you have to go down those big tea rooms that you get one.
Mm.
So Abbess will increase your wisdom by a lot more. I think it's 3+ compared to Arwolf's 1, and then AP +2 as well. But this is at the massive deficit to defense upgrade. So you are a little bit squishier.
Yeah.
But we will deal a lot of damage. So now that everyone's set up, I believe it's Urshin, Ursula, Nina, and Ryu, all with the thing. And then we're going to be going into the grind.
So what we're looking for is a 3-bot fight. Like when I ran through the ruins earlier, I had 2 bot fights. We need a formation with 3 of those, like the yellow ones. That one.
Wow.
First try. Nice.
Perfect. Yeah.
Mentioned that I hate this game. I'm gonna pull Urshin in front so she doesn't do anything stupid.
So what would you? So how those guys work? When you combo them, they will burst, and when they burst, they will double their current experience. So let's say I don't know where they start, like 300 something experience per bot, I think. So after one bursting open, like now they would give 600 per bot, and when we, like after 3 turns they will regenerate, and we can burst them open again, and after that they will give 1,200 experience. And after 8 times bursting them open, they will give maximum experience 535.
Yeah. Something to do with positive integers in 16-bit. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, it's 65,000 experience.
So basically,
it's a lot.
So basically, the strat here is we want to level up Ryu, Nina, and Ursula, so we kill off Prey, Ursula, and Sias, if Sias allows it.
If we can, yeah.
And then basically, we burst them open, then we wait 3 turns, and then we burst them open, then we wait 3 turns, and that 8 times. After 2, after dealing some damage, we have to heal them up because they only have 1,100 HP.
Correct.
It's really important to stay focused, to remember what's happening. They'll start by going bzz, and then they'll go ZZ pose ZZ. After ZZ pose ZZ, they will reform. So trying to remember exactly what you're trying to do with each round is important. The thing is, they can die because they are taking damage. So every few turns, we need to actually heal them instead to keep them alive. I believe you guys do what, 4 and 6?
I do 3 and 5.
3 and 5. Oh yeah, because you're a maverick. I do 3 and 6, but I push it one turn forward just to make sure that. I mean, it basically means they have less HP when they're closer, so they die quicker. Yeah, so on turn 3 now we're going to start doing the recovery. You do it at the beginning so that you can, because again there's 2 turns.
Look at Vegas the Rebel healing them immediately.
Yeah. It basically allows us, because there's only 2 turns in break, putting it into this turn when you attack as well means you can get the other 2 during the breaks, then you don't have to worry about getting the healing done, so elsewhere.
That's what she says, right?
Hiribu. Yeah, it's really cool because like obviously it's all Japanese voiced, and it's so cool. Sias, whenever he heals, goes Hiribu, which is like, if I want to get healed, I want to have a dog screaming Hiribu at me, like. But yeah, there are loads of words for. There's like fire or blaze or flame has like loads of different words. So depending on the competency or the strength of the fire move, you'll get different like sounds. So like you'll have Ursula say like either Honoyo, or what's the one when she does Inferno by herself?
What she says?
Is that Haraba or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, but like
Hadava.
Yeah, Hadava. Yeah. So they have like different like versions of it. They'll like say different words depending on like the quality of the skill. And you do get things which are just kind of like the word as it is. So like Siva, for example, which is just Nina going in.
Huang?
ZZ, Posey Z. This is number 5.
Good thing you said that, because like it could have failed, but since you said it was number 5, the game made it number 5.
For some reason, though, the chance for this failing is extreme.
I don't have a PB that had 0 fails.
Really?
No.
Okay.
Thanks, mate.
If it helps, mate, I haven't got a PB below 725, so you know, let alone sub 7. So I think Goosey, you going for the 3-6 here?
Yeah.
I know it hurts. It's okay.
Yeah. So ideally,
So you like to say you're allowed to be wrong, right?
No, I wasn't going to say that. That's yeah, we're on 6. The amount of time, I remember losing count once and only doing 7 and getting 3 bots and only 90,000 experience points. So again, because it's shared between 3 people as well, everyone's getting a bot to themselves. So everyone is getting 65,535 experience, which means that we're going to go up like. I mean, Ursula's going to go up, I think, to 29, so 9 levels for her. And Nina's going to go from 17 to 30. And Ryu should go from like 15 to... I want to say 30 again, but it could be 29 again.
30 is
30, okay.
should be anyways. Yeah.
So we're on 6 now.
Yep.
2 more to go. But yeah, I can't remember. I remember hearing about this when I was a kid. Like, my friend who like introduced me to the game was kind of like, "Hey man, have you seen this?" And I watched it. And I was like, "Oh, that's crazy." But again, like, if you don't know about it, it's one of those things that it's a great way to power level. It does take a while. Like, it's about, I mean, give or take, with a tilde next to it, about 10 minutes,
10 minutes.
8 to 10, you know. Because roughly between each combo is about a minute of waiting. So. Trying to set everything, especially at the start when you're trying to kill off characters. But the biggest difference in this game, like when it came to these guys coming in and rerouting the game since when I was kind of like running it alongside Chibi, is that we used to do 2 fights, giving all the experience to these 3 and then giving all the experience to just Ryu. So he would become like buff.
That's it, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think so. Just double checking. It's your round 2. So.
But yeah, we used to do 2 fights, and now we've just reduced it down to 1 and really kind of tried to maximize the damage that we do and kind of really stretch the resources we have.
Yeah, so ideally what you would do is you would heal on turn 4 with Rejuvenate, and on turn 6 with heal, and then 1 Fire Blast would kill it. You made it.
So that's a lot of levels. So that was a very, very good grind. It's definitely difficult to focus and keep that going and stay on top of it.
Yeah, now for a good while into the game, we're actually pretty strong.
Now, what was done there is just changing around the spells. So we're going to be using Inspire. Well, Typhoon is what we're going to be using with Nina for the most part. Inspire will come out here and there just to make a little bit of damage extra coming out from Ryu. But also moving Flare just down to the bottom with Ursula, because we're going to be... Her next spell that she learns a little bit later in the game is Fire Blast. Inferno, sorry. And Inferno will just rank into that top line that is empty, so it will be at the top as soon as we learn
That's
it.
right, it's to the north here. So, since you guys donated for it, we are going to be able to fight the extra boss in this game, the Anglerfish.
Yeah, it's an homage to Breath of Fire 3.
Yeah.
To a boss there.
This guy's not overly difficult, but yeah, it's pretty much just like Momo.
It's more like a game.
It's just like Momo.
Yeah, sure, we'll kill our own characters. Why not? I don't see a reason why not to.
Some extra experience. Why not?
Oh yeah,
Right.
that's right.
Of course.
Yeah, so I'm aiming for extra experience just in case. There's a slight chance that if experience is slightly off during... Good stuff. Well done. If experience is slightly off during Chapter 1, thank you, Science. During Chapter 1 and 2, that earlier mentioned, Ursula might not get Inferno in time, but that's not going to happen here normally.
So what you'll see there is that Wyvern was up and then the plate was replaced with Weya. So Weya has, well, we've now evolved Wyvern into Weya using the 10,000 plus points we've got. So this dragon is redonkulously strong. Huaxia is the tier 3 fire spell. But
Tier
actually,
4.
yeah,
It's the special.
Yeah,
the dragon special
Thank you,
elemental ability.
yeah, it looks exactly the same as a tier 3, but it deals 2 hits. So that's why it's specifically special. So it does have an extra property to it. Giga Flare is monstrous. Yeah, you're going to be seeing that a lot.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully.
Don't want to see
Yeah,
Typhoon.
Yeah, combos are a thing. So, yeah, the tier 2 Weya is the best dragon in the game, I'd say. Outside of Kaiser, but like, you know, funnily enough, actually, Kaiser's going to be controllable because you actually can't control Kaiser unless you get all of the dragons in the game.
Which we do.
Yeah, so that's cool.
Hell yeah. I have to actually do more inputs. The heck, dude?
In the cube fight, yeah.
Actually, no, do you need the gems as well, or is it just the actual big ones? We'll find out. Because there is like obviously a couple of gems that we can still get that we may not get. But yeah, so the actual percentage buff from Weya is just huge. For physical, I think it's like a 180% buff to his physical attack, which just makes him so strong. And I think it's like 160 to magic to wisdom. I think it's like that.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's very, very strong. And that kind of is what separates Ryu from the rest. And when you, I mean, I think it's more drawn out if you look at something like the physical route, where even though Sias has access to Rakasa, and which makes him like crazy strong, and even though Cray is a very strong character naturally, he doesn't have the dragon buff, which is like pretty much doubling the stats that are inbuilt anyway. Like, Ryu's just crazy.
Alright, this should be the last turn, provided we don't get anything bad to happen there. I guess that's fine.
I mean, Nina's never kind of like up and down with experience. To be honest.
Time for Urshan to shine. Let's go, Urshan. Aww. Aww.
That
He's
was
dead.
Urshan's time.
Yeah.
But yeah, these two are definitely going to be all right. I think Ursa's experience is going to be fine.
Everything
I mean, this is extra.
this is going according to plan. Yeah.
That's the one as well, Client, which is just I think it just means flame. We did it. That's the bonus fight.
Nice.
Actually, kind of interesting. She might get Inferno really early now.
Which might be, this could be new strats, dude.
Alright, so
Definitely, this is going to save time.
yeah, the reward for this is actually you can use the hex here as a fishing spot. Yay! But we're not going to do that. Sorry. I could just use the list now, can I? Like a smart person. So what we did in Chick earlier, when I went there for the story, we have to have a way to cross the ocean to get to the Empire. And in order to do that, we need to get on a boat, obviously. But in order to get on the boat, they want us to, well, prove ourselves, essentially, that we are worthy of the god of the sea. So we have to go meet him and get his blessing. So that's what we're doing here in the Tidal Flats. Pretty much another very short, straightforward dungeon.
Yes, we'll run through and do that. So I guess if I'll throw it back to our lovely announcer. If we have any donations or things to plug, right now would be a good time.
We don't have any donations at the moment, but we would like to remind everyone that we are RPG Limit Break, coming live from Salt Lake City, Utah. RPG Limit Break sponsored by Twitch. And we are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which is constantly seeking to improve mental health in America through a variety of means. One of the most important that they do as well is to listen. NAMI is willing to reach out for any help with mental illness, and you can contact them at NAMI Communicate or check out their Tumblr blog at notalone.nami.org. It's not a weakness to need help, and reach out if you think you need help.
Truer words never spoken.
Since I was already short on money, I mean, I definitely picked this up. I kind of thought we didn't need to, but... So the wetsuit is kind of an interesting piece of armor. It's a pretty weak defensively, but it protects you against ice attacks, and most of the bosses that are coming up have some pretty nasty ice attacks, actually, so you could use it for that. Not quite going to, though. Pretty much just picking up it.
At that point, we have a really strong armor.
Yeah, we're pretty much just picking it up for money.
So it's really cool that obviously the levels we've gained at this point are really helpful. We still do need to get a few more levels to really, put a dent in some enemies. So from this point onwards, when it comes to bosses, we're going to be trying to kill off Cray, Sias as much as possible, and Urshan will stay alive to get some experience as well, because now that Deus is kind of awakened and part of Urshan on a bit more of a formal standing, Urshan now has access to some very, very powerful tier 3 magics when leveling up. Urshan does have dire AP, but has a very, very high recharge rate in the back row. And there are scenarios here and there when Urshan will be utilized to kind of get a bit more extra damage, and also to set up a pretty sweet final combo if we can get it. But
I hope so.
At this point, Cray and Sias has done some good stuff, and we appreciate it very much. But to the kennels with you, sir.
Well, he's not off the hook yet. He needs to keep using Shining Blade.
Yeah, I do remember I tried to, when I was doing one of my first runs with this new route, I tried to take Sias out, and he parried himself 3 times in a row.
Yeah,
He'll
do that.
You know that whole thing of stop hitting yourself, but actively missing, or by accident, I guess. I don't know. So we got the Salt Stone, and we can use that. We've now proven that we are worthy of the god of the sea.
Bowie's most favorite minigame comes up.
Oh, I don't know why I'm suddenly bad at this. It's awful. Reminder that this game was made in the 90s. I'll say that.
It's a bad game, minigame.
It's a bad minigame.
Yeah.
But it's fine. So again, this game was made in the 90s. It's a different time. So the guys are like, well, great, sure, thanks very much. However, you do have ladies with you, and that's bad luck. That's bad luck. We can't have women on board. So they need to prove themselves. Again, it's made in the 90s. Exactly. Well, this guy shows up.
Can't fight this guy again.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Ready for the fight? This is going to be intense.
Don't think I am. I didn't heal. Oh no.
Oh, that's rough, dude. Are you sure you're going to be alright?
Shucks.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
Oh.
Good fight.
Well, that's not exactly proving yourself. Well, we just shot a dude off a mast. So the guys now, the sailor, he's like, you have to prove yourself. So we have to play a mini game by knocking this guy off the top of the sails. I am shocking at this mini game right now, and
Oh, me too, don't worry.
so the idea is you use the square button to run, and then you can jump over his head, walk up to him, and he should be like, "Hey, bro."
Ah,
Off we go. Whee! That's not what's meant to happen.
no. Got better RNG at the start, though.
By jumping, we can.
Look at this bait, dude.
Oh,
God.
top play. Top play.
Top play.
Nice.
Yeah, it was. If he goes all the way to the right, that's very bad RNG. If you get reasonable RNG, you can try to dash immediately and immediately jump over him, turn around, and he will charge you. That's not always happening, but most of the time. But if he hides in the corner already, you have no way of getting behind him, so you can't really go for that.
Yeah, and I think it's actually here where they also deleted the scene from the original.
Yeah.
I think like women are not allowed on board, and they have to prove that they are worthy, or like blessed by the sea god, and then they can stand.
Yeah. I think it's because there's a part of me who's just like, they need to be
Difficulties.
able to defend themselves or whatever. They need to be brave enough to be on the sea.
Yeah, right. And the deleted scene is they say something like, you have to show some balls, I think.
Yeah.
And the Ursula is dropping her pants.
Yeah, she just drops her pants, yeah. And they're like, whoa.
It takes it quite literally.
Yeah. It's like, whoa, all right. Yeah. There's one more deleted scene as well in the game, which actually has some specific plot relevance, and it's kind of weird that we don't have it, because there's a lot of stuff that happens afterwards that you're kind of like, none of this makes sense now. Like, how did any of this happen, kind of thing. You get told, but like it doesn't really. Okay. If you'd seen that scene though, everything would have made sense leading up to it. But it's probably that. I think perhaps the biggest loss, I think, in terms of deleted scenes. But
Hi there.
hello. It's actually how Greece laughs.
Yeah.
So depending on what you attack with, physical or magical, you will transform into different things. We're going to go magical because obviously Typhoon's huge and it will kill this guy with a big old wizard.
Might not if very unlucky. He can survive.
Not unlucky, mate.
Actually, Captain in your PB, I think.
Yeah, I know. My PB had a lot of very bad stuff in it, but it also has the God final boss fight, so I can't really complain.
Wow, it really frightened me. That was what Nina said. So they're like, well, they'll be fine. We'll just leave them in the hold. So if they can like prove that they're brave enough to spend a night in the hold, then they'll be allowed on the ship, even though they're technically already on the ship. She's just polishing her gun because maintenance is very important.
Yeah, I think for Ursula it's more like an annoyance. She's just sitting there like, yeah, I have to get through this. Nothing will happen anyway.
Yeah.
So we're just using Cyclone here instead of Typhoon. It's a shorter animation and data anyway.
6 hits, 4.5 damage. Okay, you can get a lot more from them actually. Doesn't really matter. Flank doesn't really do much. I think it heals like 20 HP or something.
It's, yeah.
Yeah. There is. I mean, if I'd used the apple on Maman, for example, a flank would help out because we need to use some food in a bit. But we don't need to use the apple for Maman, so we'll just use the apple later.
And there is an encounter Ursula did not
Too fond of?
she's not too fond of.
Sea lice.
It's some lice.
I do like how the boat just randomly moves.
Yeah.
So that is scary. But yeah, lice obviously not the best friend of a dog. Just yawn. No scratch. I wonder how the girls are doing. I don't know where Urshin is at this point, by the way. Right, Urshin's somewhere.
Already on a boat. Probably.
Urshan proved himself already.
Should know that, you know, Frog Kid does have a contender in Fish Kid who's running around with his dad. So this is, again, we're going to be crossing to the other side of the sea now. We're going to be having a few encounters during this time. Got a couple of fights to do. Mr. Zig? Alright, you can come on. You've done a good job. Okay, we can finally board. And then off we go. With wonderful fanfare.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an overhauled version of the Breath of Fire 3 version of this track.
I like how that just kept going. Didn't see any sign of stopping there. But we're all wait. Something's in the water. I recognize that bald head. It's a grunt.
All clear.
Yep. So there's a bunch of not weird, but just specific story triggers we need to do. First one is we want to go back down to the hold. And amazingly, Rio goes down the ladder first, and Nina ends up going down first regardless.
Don't question it.
Oh, crikey, what's that?
It's the lice.
It's lice, the lice.
The lice
The
are
lice are
They're going
back.
deep. They're going deep. We better tell Zig, run. Then
There's
just like, back,
is it
beast!
those the lice?
They're back, aren't they? Terabang. And then she's completely fine. It's okay.
So you have to be careful here not to mash, because you can actually, when you press confirm when standing beside a ladder, you grab it actually. You don't have to walk against it. It's a very easy mistake to make there.
Yeah. Done it more than one time.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Everyone, I guess.
Look at that gloriousness. Oh,
With the
beautiful.
dolphin. So in every single boss fight we see from now on, we will kill Sias and Prey, mostly because, I mean, we already explained it, but the main reason is they will suck too much experience. Since Ryu, Ursula, and Nina are so high level now, like right at the start of the run, we mentioned the system, the experience system of this game, that the further a character is behind of the other characters, the more experience he actually gets of the encounter.
Good job.
So if we would have Sias or Prey alive, they would get the biggest share of the experience after the boss fights, and Ursula would probably not learn the necessary spells like that.
Nice track, right?
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Fire Blast is pretty much only used in order to build up the fire combo, so Wage does additional damage here. Oh, come on. This is annoying. It's doing poison, but like, it takes so long.
Yeah. The punch is a lot more preferred. Still not too much HP this guy either.
12.
Yeah. So it should go down in like I want to say next turn, if not this one.
Next turn, easily, definitely.
I think if Craig can like get rid of himself a bit earlier, he can do it in this turn. You need him to crit
Yeah.
himself. Yeah.
No.
Or
Khan
yeah.
has to kill Craig.
But Flex is not out, but yeah.
Thanks. Though Waji should already do it. But
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
still going to do Cyclone just in case.
Saloon is the fastest of the tier, well, of the combos, yeah. It just literally just pops and blows, it's really good. Good card 3, well, goodish.
Didn't make a mistake.
Got some manly clothes, they will come in handy. Ooh. The Dolphins aren't happy about that, are they?
Like,
That is not the last time we'll see of him in the game, but it is the last time we'll see of him in the speedrun.
aww. He's actually quite viable for physical route.
Yeah, he's very, very good. He gives you +3 strength, I think, and also gives you the Guts ability. Guts is an ability that is innate with Ursula, that when you are defeated in battle, there's a chance that you'll revive with 1 HP. Seems pretty a high chance for Ursula as well. She is...
Ursula is a beast with guts. Yeah.
She's gutsy for sure. Oh, yawn and stretch and no scratch. We have rocked up, however, upon no more wind and no more ability to sail. Nina can see land ahead. So we're going to be heading over to an island nearby, the Isle of Fire, to check out what's going on, where there will be inevitably a boss to fight.
Yeah, the wind suddenly stops and we cannot continue. And they're mentioning an island nearby that is cursed, apparently. Causing the wind to stop. But we all know it's the wind crystal that got destroyed that caused the wind to stop.
Aye. Iggy. So Iggy's gonna get us a dinghy and send us out. So we'll go chat to him and he'll be like, yeah, we'll go to the island. We've got a mini kind of thingy coming up where we have to move along like a rickety set of tiles and boards. Some of the areas can break and there'll be a little spirit telling you where these things are. It's not too difficult, but if you go too fast, you can kind of find yourself being caught out.
Yeah. It's like a little bit of Minesweeper minigame.
Yeah, so like when you're...
Just simple.
Yeah, because like, it's blue now, and when you're like 1 tile away from something, it'll be yellow. And then when you're next to something that's going to break, it'll be...
right.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice and easy. Now there's again a bunch of stuff in here. Don't really need any of it again. Nope.
Yeah, there is the fire ring we used to pick up in earlier routes.
One of the favorite items of Genya.
The Genya influence. How's it going, Genya? You're probably awake at this time, I'm sure.
Probably. It's pretty late.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
What time is it now, actually? My watch has died. 4:30. Hoo boy. Midday. So this is Christ. Marl. No, Marl's the other one. This is
Glebby.
Glebbe. Again, the dog's going down.
Oops.
Oh.
Get in it. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I mean, sort of. Gubby's another pretty easy boss. That's the same characteristics as Marl, obviously. It does the same stuff for the most part. It has a couple stronger attacks, but we don't really care about that. We just try to kill these things as fast as we can, really.
Landing it at least. Good start.
Good job, Cray. I'm proud of you.
Counter.
Yeah, that would have been good, actually. Princess. Good. So the treasure chests are actually literally treasure chests. They will give you a drop and have very low HP. And his other minions, unfortunately, you have to cast Giga Flare in order to kill them. Even a Typhoon alone will get rid of them, which is very unfortunate. So you kind of have to rely on actually landing the combo here.
A Fire Blast would be nice now from the boss.
Resist.
But he resists.
It's fine, because
Oh, okay.
this is not fine.
Yeah. This extends the fight actually by 1 turn.
Yeah. I'll have to chill next turn.
Yeah. Like I said, eLmaGus has to
Or
kill Cray.
Cray crits himself right now.
That that would be awesome.
I mean, this is of course partially my fault, but missing is also not very nice. I can kill the big guy already, and we got only one small guy, so good job, Cray. So I can do is something like this, I guess? I suppose. It's the first time this ever happened, so I don't know.
Get it provided. Helpful.
Very helpful.
Some of these fights add on an extra turn like this. Not much we can do about it, but if YJ should do it.
Yeah. It's most of the time if you miss more than one time, which, because I messed up, that happened essentially, then it becomes a bit dicey to have a good turn order or a good run out for the fight. Did I already learn Inferno? Damn.
Maybe. Pretty sweet.
Did you?
Yeah, I think I did. I think you're still I got a level up just now.
I'm trying to think about it. I think the next boss battle we have is probably 1 coup, right?
Yeah.
The
So-
next is already 1 coup. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like that's where you normally learn it. So they
Haha, saving time,
One earlier.
boys.
It's
That
6,000.
actually means we can use Inferno on 1 coup, which is awesome.
Yeah. That's
What
not
is this?
What the? Hello? Okay.
Oh, fine.
I didn't know that fight. I'm guessing I'm not dropping down anymore. That is new to me.
You want to go back to the ship? Yeah, let's go. So we got the win back because we defeated the monster that was causing the curse over in the Isle of Fire. We'll make our way over to Hesperia. I think I said anything that's fine. It's that. Okay, so this time we want to go to the book.
Book.
Yeah.
Rest.
Well. Yeah. The rest of our journey. No incident. Yeah.
Ina actually says that before the island incident as well.
Mhm.
The rest is a journey where without incident. Oh, no wind. Well, never mind.
But the rest of the journey.
But the rest after that.
Green water.
Pretty.
Crystal clear.
Okay, so we're going to be making our way to the south of this massive continent side of things to get to the Empire.
Yeah, we're in the top left now, like on the very northwest of the continent.
going to start looking at equipping some soul gems here onto the girls and take away their armor so that they are as strong as poss. So there are enemies here called masks and mirrors. How's it going, bros? No chance. Ooh, bloody Nora. That never happens. That's very rare.
It's because you summoned them.
Yeah. Yeah, they have very fast, and running away from them is not likely.
So there's this little fella called Paku, right?
Puku.
Paku Puku.
Poco?
Yeah.
Puluku?
Puluku? Pukuluku?
Pompoko?
Yeah.
Yes. Puka, I think it might. It might be Puka.
Something with P and K.
Yeah.
It's cute.
And
That's
like
the bottom
U
line.
and A and
It's cute.
Oh,
baby.
Here we go.
Oh, babe. Smashing.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna punish these fools.
Oh.
You can't just like back attack me. That's rude.
The look on their face when they're getting hit there.
Yeah, so that's a viable option. It's a bit slower, of course, to kill them, but birds are birds, so, you know.
Take them down.
Gotta be careful. Oops.
So yeah, and the little fella, that Pookie whatever thingy, he was hungry, and we gave him actually an apple, and you have to keep that in mind for later, because very soon.
Yeah.
Like for now, we just went nice to him. Like we had
Yeah.
no reason to feed him.
Okay. Quite a muddy little river though. We're gonna be crossing that, and then we'll make our way to our next little village, as Zheal said. Bye, smashers. Shouldn't really fail to flee from them, but
No,
again, touch
no,
wood
no,
just
no.
in case.
Yeah.
So we got a few kind of places that are roughly similar to this as well. A few rivers of sorts. I wouldn't recommend trying this with your friends. It won't go well.
It's actually quite the strong weapon for Ocean here, but it's a bit out of the way. Yo, it's
Wow.
That was
I was
really close.
about to say I skipped the encounter, but no, I didn't.
I wonder if you actually. That must be one cell away, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's fine.
So now we're entering Pap.
Mm-hmm. Where Paco, Puka, Poco,
Right?
Piki
Live.
They do shoot sharp things at us, so
and then
Yeah, they don't really like us. But there's this little guy we fed earlier.
so this chap is called Bade. He has had a rough few years.
that's an understatement.
Yeah. So actually, it turns out that the little puka thing we saved, the fuzzy creature, that's his wife. So yeah, we saved his wife, and he's like, "Thank you very much for feeding my wife." I can't afford to, apparently. And then the little puka's like, "I like your wife as well," to Ryu, and Nina has a little bit of a blushy moment. But yeah, he's. Bade is a cameo again from Breath of Fire 3. Bade was a very, very different chap, a young sailing nerd who you trained up to be good with the sword to impress a smoking hot babe.
Yeah, he was the.
And then he was like, you know what, I'm kind of fancying this little fuzzy thing right now. So yeah, I think that's roughly the story about Bade 3.
He's the accountant.
An accountant, oh, that's even better.
Of the shipping guild,
Mm.
and he proves himself against Zeke. And
Yeah.
so
Okay, yeah, because Zeke is also another one, isn't he?
yeah, Zeke is the one actually, the captain of the ship we traveled with.
So it turns out that one of the I'm going to call them pukas. One of the pukas are ill, and there's a legend of a tale of a story of a myth of a weed that might be able to help them. So we go to Lip, and in Lip there's, I think, a frog. I think it's a frog.
Yeah. At first, like the people of Pap and also they do not go for that weed because the Papa people they have like a way of living. They say what be will be.
Yeah.
So they don't try to change things. They just accept whatever happens. And the little guy is sick and he just accepted already his death. But Nina and Rio they don't wanna just let him die like that and go for the weed.
So the game tells us where we need to go find the purple flag. There's a load of places you can sail to, jump onto those, get some items and stuff. But we're just going to go here, make anchor.
Or are we?
Yeah, that's a nice little mini game. On top right you have the wind direction, and like you have a big arrow or a small arrow depending on the the strength of the wind. Like there is a weak wind to the bottom left, for example, and a strong wind to the next would be a strong wind to the. Oh, you go for the dragon, of course.
Yeah. I believe that there is.
But by holding
somewhere,
by holding circle, we can row the boat and use up fuel on the bottom.
I want to say right here. Yeah, found it first try. This is the most annoying dragon to find, man. Because they will give you hints, but you literally have to press explore at a random point, and if you do that, you can do that anywhere on the map, and it will always pop up. There's nothing here, and then you go back out. So yeah. Fortunately, I found it first try. It's really weird.
That's actually all of them, right?
One more.
Yeah, one more.
Which one?
The little guy. I think. Oh no, we got the little guy. The grass dude. There's it.
Get my fuel run out.
Yeah. You let auto go back to the docks when you do this. So board and go back to Pab with Mosbeed in hand.
Oh, my camera changed to the normal stuff. No. It's all over. Just because I picked up an extra dragon.
What an incentive, dude.
Destroyed everything.
We will see those dragon summons in their full glory at some point. So yeah, we need to go and give the Mosweed over to the little Pab and make it feel better. Then we'll have a nap, see how it feels in the morning. Oh, jeez. So what's really cool is actually, I say cool, a thing you can do is, if you see the book in the back, you can actually read that and you get a, like an encyclopedia that Bade's put together about the Pab language and what he understands. So you can actually kind of figure out what they're saying to you, or you themselves, yourself. And, yeah. Stretch and no stretch.
Little guy salty again.
Totoro ni Perechi. Puka.
Puka is the good one.
Things will work out in the end. Ni Perechi. Con la Puka. Good chat. As we leave, Puka's like, hey, I found a way we can go. Follow me to the Saldine Flats.
Best part of the game.
Dude, it's certainly up there.
Yeah.
So the Saldine Flats is, I mean, they're all right. The easy thing I say is it's quite laborious because there's a lot of back and forth going on. Because there's a lot of story that's kind of jumping between this and our boy Faolu. Bye. Crabs. Yeah, nice and easy. The crabs can sleep. I think they are asleep. The crabs can sleep, and if anything's asleep, you can just flee from it for free.
No.
This is the poison powder. What are you doing? What is this? Physical streak?
Yeah.
At least he committed to it and picked it.
It was locked, man. I had to open it.
Poison powder is a high chance to cause poison, and yeah, was one of the old stats for physical.
This
All
does
the
so
nice
much damage,
animation.
yeah.
great.
I've never seen this, I think, this animation.
Storm is a combo. Like
Oh, it's a combo.
Magic combo, yeah.
I didn't even know enemies can combo.
Well,
I really wish they got the whole flash animation. It would have been a lot better if they did.
let me tell you about combos and enemies. I died to like stuff in the final dungeon that combos 2
Really?
times in runs, yeah. Well, not really died, but like I got
Yeah.
destroyed. I'm gonna pick this up because why not? We should have enough of that, but
It's funny you pick up an extra moon tier because Bowie and I were discussing actually why we pick up the last moon tier right before it was anyway, because we have like, with that we have 4, like now we will have 5.
who knows, man? If your dragon gets soul rendered 15 times in a row,
Yeah.
then it's not looking so good anymore.
15 times.
15
right,
times.
that is certainly the one. So,
I mean, when he just 15 times soul rents, that's fine.
yeah,
Fair enough, yeah.
honestly, yeah.
Oop. Hello? Thank you.
Yeah, so we're going to be crossing this bit. As you can see, every now and then the tide goes out enough to be able to cross the Saldine Flats. That's not going to bite us in the arse at all, don't worry. That's going to be completely fine.
So, like,
Yeah, as you can see, this is the point where our level advantage actually starts to fall back. Those guys, they're not even so fast, the crabs. We're just...
yeah, really not. I ran
Yeah.
from all masks, but I can't run from these two.
Yeah, but from this point in the game, in the run, we have a decent chance again of escape failing.
As I just demonstrated.
Yeah.
So the sun's setting. We've got to get and make some camp, I think, or at least get across the river. So at this point, Cray really wants to press on because he just wants to get past this, and everyone else is like, we should probably rest a little bit because everyone's knackered. And eventually, Cray is convinced to stay overnight on the Saldine Flats. Again, just a tent waiting for them.
See, it's different.
It's a different tent. Okay. Oh no. What's that? Oh no. Oh no. That doesn't look good.
There's water, like more water than before.
That 1 pixel wide corridor is gone. I mean, it can't be that far below sea level, can it? You can get your boots wet a little bit, I'm pretty sure, Nina. But no, yes, the tide has come in, and unfortunately, there's no way forward. Well, back to begin with, but I think forward too. So we're gonna go investigate. Urshan and Sire's just gonna chill. They're fine. It will be an unfortunate truth that making it here and staying overnight does mean that the trail has kind of, well, done the opposite of dry up, I guess. And Ursus is like, we're knackered. Don't worry, we are stuck here. We are stuck here. Does anyone know how to fish?
No.
And Ryu's like, don't even have a rod, bro. I haven't even got a rod. In the meantime, I'm going to go over to Cheeto with our boy Fao Lu.
Yeah, he finally arrived at the capital of the Empire.
Hey there, fella. What's the matter? You look a bit rocky. How's it going? Yeah, I'm on one hell of a trip. I don't know what happened, but I got hit by a big purple thing. And my girlfriend's bell fell from the sky. Don't know what happened. So I just in the hammock on the trees. Oh no, that's pretty good. But yeah, now Cray's like super impatient and it's starting to show a little bit of the cracks of the stress of trying to lead at this point. But Deus is just like, don't worry, Ruru's got this. Unnecessary heal.
Smash too hard.
That's right.
Woo. I must say it's a good name. Like at least 4 times it was funny already.
So yeah, this is like kind of important. So like, us is just like, listen, you're meant to be the leader here. So like, stop stressing, calm down, and be a leader. And then Thias is all puka puka, man. Far
Hakuna
out.
Matata.
Yeah, far out, dude. You just come back from like, Woodstock or something. I don't know. He's chill. And again, in the Japanese version, off his face. It's just.
The plants are actually kind of easy to run away from, but if you are not running away from them, they are really annoying because they have breath attacks. Not like damaging, but they take a long
Yeah,
time.
the black ones are not a problem. The Mandragoras, I think. It's the bright ones.
Two.
Yeah.
Dream
Dream
breath.
breath.
There it is.
The bright ones have a really high chance of casting Dream Breath. The dark ones, they usually just use that normal attack.
Didn't even follow through.
Yeah, I still don't know where's it. There's that one move that like it causes like a little flower to appear above your head. I don't know what that one actually does. Oh, cheers, fella. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
All right, we were supposed to fish.
Yeah.
We just fished.
Good job.
Thanks.
You don't need to pick up the rod. What? Yeah, that's why you didn't fish. You didn't have a fishing rod. Back to camp we go. So this is going to happen again.
Oh yeah.
But next time, we won't have an extra character to help us flee.
Yeah. That's why this gets progressively worse.
It just goes steadily downhill from here. No, it is a peculiar like break in the pacing of the game for sure.
Yeah. I think the focus here is actually on Faolu in this section.
For sure, it's seeing kind of like how he's progressed since that moment where he kind of like lost his sanity, and also like again it's again this is just a narrative heavy section, isn't it? Really, it's kind of focusing as well a little bit at least on the new party dynamic, having Ursula come in and having the stress of time really start to weigh on everyone, because they've been after Ursula for so long, Alina for so long as well, and now their kind of like position has changed on what they're going after Faolu, but then that need to save Alina is still in the back of everyone's mind, and the longer it goes, the harder it is for everyone to kind of really. Well, they're gone.
And Faolu had it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's my home.
Inside the castle. It's quite a cool bit. So I was mentioning how as well that there's like whilst they also have like their similarities, they're kind of like mirror dragons in Kaiser and Tyrant, Astral and Aura. They also have their, Magus picked up Serpent at the beginning of Chapter 3, and then grabbed Wyvern, a little bit later on. By evolving Wyvern to Weyer, the same thing has happened over on Faolu's side, so Serpent has now become Paste, or Peist.
He's certainly pissed.
Yeah, he is. I mean, again, talking about this is the same property, the 180% attack buff. Faolu is going to wreck some face, like seriously wreck, because he was dealing like 2,000 damage with his own innate dragon. So having a dragon with a large percentage buff such as Paste is oh man.
Also, very interesting bit of story there. You saw the dog he just was speaking to. You saw the same kind of dog creature when Faolu awoke at the start of the game. That one was 1Q. This one was Artur. And those are guardian dogs of the first emperor. Like they go back 1,000 years ago when I guess Faolu created them, and they're still loyal to their master. Like even though they protect the Fao Empire and the Imperial Castle, they see Faolu, and like Arturo sees Faolu and immediately remembers him and is loyal to him. And Faolu tells him to just eradicate the whole city because he had enough of all immortals. And that's what Arturo is now supposed to do. He's destroying Kedo, while Faolu goes deeper into the castle to claim the throne.
Meanwhile,
Fishing.
While this fishing is going on, do we have time for a few donations?
Sure.
I've got a few piled up here. I've got a $2 donation from Anonymous. Shout out to the late night, early morning crew for running and working without the fanfare they deserve. Also shout out to my friend Michael, who loves Breath of Fire 3 and 4. Thanks for being a great friend. I've got a $10 donation from Space Lancer Jericho 183. $2 for each of the runners, $2 for Nami, and $2 for Bowie lounging in the most comfortable manner I've seen in ages. Chibi Met. $25 from Train. Breath of Fire 4 is a cool game. Thanks for running it at RPG Limit Break. And $25 from Vapor Moon. This game seems neat, and I really enjoy the sprite work. Best of luck on the run.
And so, look who we have here. It's General Yom. It's actually General Yom is the one who ordered the attack on Faolu with the Coronate. And he's kind of surprised that Faolu just arrived here and didn't stand suddenly before him.
Yeah, so he just, without hesitation, summons a demon from the beyond.
Right.
Just immediately.
He goes now all out on Faolu. Like he sees that Faolu became too strong. Like he has to go all out.
Yeah, so we've had Calm and Carfu, and then we've got Carbo and Carmu, I think. So again, these are just reskins of the bosses we fought before. Only this time we have an evolved dragon, and we're going to use Frost Strike, and that smile will be disappearing very shortly. Oof. Again, because of the damage increase, it's pretty much a similar fight. 2 Frost Strikes and then physical attack should be enough to take it down, if I'm not mistaken.
It's 1, I think.
Oh,
Did you do 2 or 1?
He's on 1, and he's just charging immediately. Mystic Fire, not going to do much.
yeah, he has 18,000 HP, so...
6666.
One enemy down, and we're going to go straight into the next one. We've got another level up. Oh, baby.
Hard fight.
And now Yom's is like, all right, this is the last thing I've got shoved up my nose. Let's go. Counter.
Nice, good start. If I counter, that's actually beneficial. Right? Don't you think that will happen? So this bird has 28,000 HP, which is quite a lot, but he's not dangerous at all.
So the cost of maintaining dragons isn't so bad, really. It's just the cost of transforming into them takes a big chunk of that out. So after normally when you're kind of having longer skirmishes and you need to transform into a dragon, or you kind of like, or you need to heal. After you heal again, you're gonna be having a lot of time. You don't actually need to worry about AP because the actual like active amount isn't so much. It's 24, and he's got like 300 AP at this point, so it's a fair bit. But if you come out to dragon form and have to go back into it, that's where it's really bad.
So I got one counter lead already today. I was kind of hoping he'd attack again so I get a chance. So what you can do is do 2 Frost Strikes and then physically attack because it doesn't make a difference usually. But if you get a counter, it obviously does.
Bosh. That's another owl down, and Yom. Thanks, Ryu.
Another hard fight.
Now, very important, we have to refill our MP after this battle.
That was not the last fight.
Yeah.
And the next one like not the next one, but the one after, we will see Faolu's ultimate dragon.
So Yom just kind of like pieces out because he knows he can't win. So he thinks that's a good idea. And then,
Yeah, he sees that Faolu became too strong for him, and he just...
Mortals, they who pass. So we're going to use a couple of those, max them out. Now, this would be lovely later on, wouldn't it just? So we're going to use this to warp to the inner sanctum of the castle straight away to where the Emperor is residing.
So open that chest?
I mean,
you opened the other one. It's not a problem.
that chest contains moon tears, which is our very basically a cure-all, max HP, restore from all status ailments. Very, very good. If you get it with Faolu, you won't get it with the rest of the party. And I think this is the last Faolu section as well, actually.
Yeah.
And the last break, I guess, if we get in the game. Well, not really. You got the end of the chapter. Anyway, this is Zheal, the 13th Emperor of the Faux Empire. He's lame. He's really lame.
Yeah, he's a bit of a pathetic emperor.
Yeah. You know that kind of sniveling, bratty kind of not not mature kind of guy. He's like, "Meow, my throat.
Yeah, my throat. I want to keep it. You want to do something?
It's just him. Look at him. Look at him. He's got a moustache and everything.
You got a moustache too?
Oh wow. Okay. I see how it is. But yeah, he's got one eye closed. I don't know why. And this. But yeah.
Yuna's don't worry, Your Majesty. Here have the dragon sword.
Yeah, you have
the dragon slayer.
You can beat anything. You're a god.
And he's like, I know.
I know.
I know.
Oh, jeez.
Barely noticed this is the night shift, huh?
Welcome if you're just joining us. This is RPG 1119. After Dark. Then these guys playing bells just show up ding. What are you doing? Ding. This is actually, the dinging is a bad thing. The dinging is a dragon seal. So we're just alright, I'll transform into a dragon anyway. So we're going to transform into Tyrant. Unlike Ryu with Kaiser, Faolu does have complete control over Tyrant. And you're probably wondering, what's the difference? The hybrid form stays the same. It would be nice to maybe see some slight differences with the hybrid forms, but not going to happen.
Nice extra animation time.
The lads at the back will usually concentrate.
Yeah, they always
do. And then we're going to use Dark Wave at this point. Dark Wave is the big breath for Tyrant. Yeah. And again, it's pretty cool. And yeah, Goose now gets the break. Just chilling in space. Looks similar to Kaiser, but has a bit more of a creepy face. Like a blade face going on. It's like a hammerhead shark, but but not. Just drops a black hole on the world or something. It's kind of crazy. So these guys are kind of weird when you're looking at your speed game going, cool, what 2 of my 3 breaks are battle animations. It's cool.
Thank you.
Also very hard fight.
Oh, you know it. And then Yuna's just like, whoa, bye. Because Yuna is obviously aware that Faolu will, dethrone the Emperor, and the Emperor's all, meh, I've waited a long time, meh. And we'll be like, oh yes, of course, yes, go and take the throne, please, Your Majesty. Of course. I could never think of anyone else who would rather have the throne than you. And he thinks he's onto something here. Be gone with thee.
But then,
I did it.
Fooled you.
I killed a god. And then, so this scene is the next deleted scene where he's like, but Faolu just feels the blood and then just giggles to himself.
Yeah.
Foolish mortal, bomb. So what actually happens here is he takes the Dragon Slayer out of his side and decapitates Soniel, the 13th Emperor. At which point, Yuna will come back in and be like, hey, go on, have the throne, I'll have the sword. And then sods off again himself. So that at that point, Yuna now has the Dragon Slayer. Ryu, really? He's a bit rubbish in this,
Hey,
isn't
fishing
he?
is hard in this game. Okay.
You could say he maybe isn't ready for it, I guess. And this is an interesting scene. There's argument that it's slightly mistranslated, and argument that it's maybe not, where Nina says that, she says, the reason why he fell back aghast is because she says that she loves Cray.
Yeah.
And some interpret it as, her actually being in love with Cray.
Yeah, apparently you can interpret it two ways in the Japanese original.
Yeah.
Either she's like,
I'm in love with him.
I'm in love with him, or like I really like him, like a brother.
Yeah, he's like, I respect him, and I love his passion for for whatever. Yeah, but I guess a lot of the kind of the Ryu Nina shippers out there would despise that concept of her loving someone else than Ryu. So, I think Ryu was a bit shocked by it too. It's like, damn. I mean, I thought we had a connection after day one, but yeah. But we're gonna go back to camp and sleep. Well, this is quite interesting as well, actually. So there's a text box coming up that is actually a Cray text box. In the PC version of the game, Nina's portrait comes up, but it's in Cray's color scheme. So it looks like she's wearing a weird pilot's hat and stuff because everything changes. But yeah, I think it's a Cray text box. Or it just gives her Cray's colors. Yeah, it's Cray text box. But yeah, that comes up as Nina instead on the PC version. The PC version is really cool. I mean, in terms of there's no difference in it at all, or anything added or different. It came out maybe 2 years later than this, I think. 2002, or something like that. But the only difference is that in this game the sprites are really clear, and the 3D models are a little less clear. And it's just reversed that around PC version. The 3D environments are really, really crisp, but the actual sprites are a bit muddier. But yeah, if you go up to that little spot there, you'll find you'll find Khan,
A friend.
yeah. No longer willing to fight you, and having lost the favor of the dolphins.
Just because.
We haven't saved for a long time.
Yeah, you don't actually get a lot of chances to save. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm. So now we're past the Saldine Flats. We're actually into the Empire proper. So the music will not change.
Music's now permanently the Empire music.
Move the gondola by pressing X. Super hard.
It's very difficult.
Nailed it, bro.
Good thing we have a tutorial. So.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we're going to be moving through this forest for a little bit, pretty much. So I guess if we have any more donations or anything pluggable, then the floor is yours.
We do have a few donations. I've got a $5 donation from Don. Look at these epic guys running this epic game, and it's not even Breath of Fire Sunday. Lots of love. I also have a $5 donation from Where Tiger Ray. Bowie, how do you explain how Astral looks so different in boss form, and why is he wearing red slippers?
I don't know. Final boss privilege, I guess. It's a strange one. Good stuff, Goose. Good stuff.
Close.
That's actually, you normally don't avoid this encounter. I've
Yeah,
seen really close though.
There's a very fixed encounter.
Wind strike.
And one more $25 donation from Clammy Cupcakes with no comment, but Thank you for your donation. And a lot of these donations coming in are, we remind you that these things can be donated to various bid wars and challenges that we have available. Both of the challenges for this game have been met, but for a couple of upcoming games, we still have a few that need to be met. The Quest for Glory collection has a fight against a epic boss, the Pizza Elemental. That is only $261 out of 1,000. And for the Magic Knight Rayearth coming up later on today, there's a second Galdina fight beyond the first one that is $408 out of 1,000 that this money can be put towards. And if it's more your style, you can get involved in our bid wars, like for the Elder Scrolls games. Both of the characters in Elder Scrolls 4 and 5 can be named.
Yeah, so right now we have to go further south through the Empire. We have to cross a specific river. But there is this guy who will help us if we bring him one out of 3 items. One being a pot that costs a little bit of money and a lot of in-game time we have to spend. At some point the pot is finished and we can give it to him, or we can go instead fishing and bring him a specific fish, or like specific fishes.
That costs a lot of time.
Yeah, that costs a lot of time, of course. Or the third one, the one we're going for, the fastest one, is going for the mutant dragon gene. That can be acquired here in this dungeon.
Yeah. I believe it's possible to get. I mean, you give the crystal over it. It's possible to get it back as well. I think mutant evolves into punk as well, which is, I think, not one of the best ones.
No, it's a really
I
bad
haven't used it
dragon.
in a while. I think it's not really a joke, but it's got like it's pretty weak.
Yeah,
There you go.
like it's of course missable when you turn it in as an item, but it's nothing you really need. It has any big use.
Now we're just going to exit again, so more walking back. Yeah, so there's a guy who's basically like, I'll show you the way to get one of these 3 things. His name's Fuchu Man, which is pretty good. And he'll show us the way to the river. It's just called River. Not anything special, but he'll show us the way, and then we have to do a puzzle push blocks thingy. Puzzle push puzzles. It's definitely 5 a.m. It's definitely 5 a.m. Puka puzzles pushing.
Puka puzzle pushes.
Crikey.
Blimey.
O'Reilly. I can really do it with Wendy's right now. No. Let's go back to Chiqua. Give over our dragon gem. And we're like, sweet, money. There's a random pink frog here, by the way. She's great. Please give me the crystal. Follow the south. Now, we have to do a little puzzle, but afterwards, we got the best minigame in the entire video game.
Yes.
The worst it's been for me has been, wow, it took about 2 minutes, I think. Not a small amount of time.
Yeah, it's. We will see it in a minute or two. It's about
Goose.
it's about.
Is Goose attack master? That's the question.
No.
No?
Hey, this is the worst minigame for me, honestly.
Even worse than like dropping that bucket down the well.
I mean,
that
that
one
one's
is-
actually hard. Like, unironically. Because it eats your inputs.
Yeah. Right. What's the chicken's name again? Tack.
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 There's one more thing we have to do. There's a lovely guy here. Hey, String.
Oh right, this dragon. Exactly.
Dargons. Yes. I'm trying to remember it. I think that's it. Yeah. So he tells us, and if you take the right options, that he saw a strange rock in the quarry, and that will give us the way to the quarry to get the last of the dragons. We need 2 bolt archers.
So I think we probably got the ability to maybe do like 1 breath attack. Like do like as in like do a breath attack in different fights rather than kind of squeeze them all into one. This might make a fight quite tricky.
Can we show them off as well?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Get to see the get to see the animations.
Alright, popped up here. Question mark.
Okay.
It's gonna be a bit awkward with. No, it's gonna be fun with how my team is usually named.
Cool. I believe that is all of the hidden Dargans.
Indeed.
So that's 7 out of 7.
That's actually all incentives.
Yeah.
We did it.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be, so we'll showcase the attacks to you over the course of the end of the run as well. We've got I think 4 major boss fights left. No, 5.
6 if you count this one.
Oh yeah. Attack the boss fight and a half.
So we're having a little menu here, and we're buying our last set of armor for the rest of the game.
Deep diver.
Of course, only Ursula, Rio, and Nina get armor. The rest are important enough.
Sell everything.
Yeah, that armor is also really important. Expensive.
3.
Defense going up by 72 is no small thing.
I am going to just do this because why not? Right.
So this is a guy. He's lost his chicken and he's sad. So he just looks
Very
at
much
the
so.
kitchen instead. I mean, Tak is a
Yeah, so now we're playing that little mini game. We have to. There is Tak. He's a brown chicken surrounded by a lot of white chickens, and we have. And we
I can't see him.
and we,
he's gone somewhere. He can run south, like towards the pen, but he can just get caught in all this. All this. Okay, okay, separated. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay.
Not okay,
Oh,
not
no,
okay,
they're
not
here.
okay.
They're here.
Oh,
okay,
oh,
okay.
this looks good.
Yes!
Nice. There we
There
go.
we
Not
go.
bad.
Not
bad.
too bad.
For where he spawned, that was not too bad.
Yeah.
He can give you the runaround, and I got stuck in that mini game for a solid like minute and a half, 2 minutes once.
Can happen.
Because like the thing is like he's set to move based on where you are, and he'll run away from you in straight lines, and he'll only kind of deviate from that when he hits things, which means that when the other chickens are near him, it's just chaos. Like he's into the corners, and when he gets stuck in a corner, and I don't think you can get him out. I think you just need to reset.
Well, I mean, he can walk out on his own, but he just can't be close.
But yeah. Oh man, that went really well. Like, for what it was.
Oh yeah, I'm happy.
If you're watching at home and you have a save point near Tak, please go and do it and record it and post it on the internet so we can all enjoy it.
Don't do those things.
We should need to get a collection of like the best Taks of 2019. TakCon 2019. That's the one. So we're going to go back to the tomb. This is the tomb where Faolu originated from. There's the smoking remains of the 2 soldiers at the beginning of the game.
You're not going to save before one kill?
Fine.
Just in case.
It's not a dangerous fight, but okay.
Not really, but I mean,
Yeah, no. If my co-op partner wants me to save, I will save. Don't worry about it.
Ruru.
you saved before the checkpoint. But
That's just like once in a while when you didn't save, just in case of failure of hardware.
which, considering the fact it's my PS2, is they're definitely it's not
This
looking
game in general is a bit janky, so we have to run it on a 70K PS2 so it doesn't lag, because on every other PS2 it has quite immense lag here and there. And using fast disk speed with this game can cause some funny stuff to happen, like audio delays and stuff, but also, at least us two have soft lock before, right? So
yeah, there's a very specific soft lock when it's happened in the final boss as well. So as I said, Ursula has her own type of guts, but then, so we can really talk about it now because we have equipped the soul gems and the manly clothes. When a character dies when equipped with either a soul gem or manly clothes, revives with, I think it's 20% HP for the soul gem and maximum HP with the manly clothes. I had this thing once where Ursula was trying to revive with guts whilst Nina was trying to revive with soul gem at the same time, and neither of them revived. It just tried to revive them both forever and it couldn't do it. Good start.
Nice.
Really good
that's
start.
really good, yeah. And I have Inferno. So it should not take very long.
So 1Q is ice element, so we're going to be doing Inferno, Huaje, Typhoon.
Get used to that. It's pretty I said get used to that.
Yeah,
It's pretty
yeah.
strong.
It's a strong combo. Depending on elemental affinity and maybe if there's an Inspire on the side of Ryu, we'll be hitting upwards of 10,000 consistently. I believe 1Q has 42,000 HP.
He doesn't have that much, actually.
38, 32.
Some 30-ish.
So yeah, this boss fight is alright, not too difficult as eLmaGus kind of.
It's gonna save like 1 or 2 turns, actually.
I mean, yeah, the difference of between Fire Blast and Inferno is about 1,000 damage. So yeah, you can see us hitting for 1,000 there, 10,000. Oh, cheeky.
I mean, it's one of those fights they usually don't go wrong, but he can confuse the party, he can sleep the party.
And I think also saving as well as like preparation for the next fight as well,
And
which you know.
he has a Frost Breath, which is or the strength of the Frost Breath, like every breath attack depends on his percentage HP, like the more HP he has percent-wise, the more damage it does. So earlier Frost Breath deal a lot more damage with later ones.
Good job, Nina.
Yeah, Ryo and Nina will always combo with each other, right, boy?
I'm just
Oh
saying.
yeah, right.
Right now, that's not Ryu. That's Leia.
Nice.
So there's 4 hits to that breath. So the first person will take 2 hits because it distributes it 1, 1, 1, 2. So yeah. Make sure to give everyone a hit before rotating back round. So yes, the damage is weaker, but Ursula is also fire element, so the breath does do a little bit of extra damage. If you want to go for safety, you can keep one of your water wards and equip that, but then you wouldn't have a soul gem. So I'm pretty sure in like most scenarios, outside of trying to prevent status ailments, like massively debilitating status ailments, the something like a soul gem will always be the best.
So rude, man.
Just about.
We have the extras on them, right?
Yeah, we have 3.
I don't really want her to die again, but
Fight's over anyway, dude.
yeah, it should be. There's the odd things that happen where he just gets a turn before you and stuff like that. So.
There we go. Down, boy.
It's really sad that Stone Pillar thing happened. The fight would have been insane without it.
Yep. Don't forget this item. This is an Ambrosia.
You don't need it.
No.
Ambrosia is one of the most valuable items in this game for us, mainly because it's the only way to revive and heal dragons. It heals all of the dragons in one go, So what you could do, if you really wanted to, was use one dragon till it dies, well, swap to another till it dies, and then heal them all together. But again,
We need a specific dragon,
yeah.
unfortunately.
Weyer is the only one that we really want to keep alive. So whenever Weyer gets anywhere close to being bodied, we need to pop the Ambrosia.
And Ambrosia are really rare items. Like the two we get are the only two that are really available to us. Every other Ambrosia, I think you can get Ambrosias unlimitedly with fishing.
Yeah, I think fishing. I think maybe like max level Fairy Village. I want to say.
Yeah, it's very out of the way stuff. So we only really have 2 Ambrosias for the whole run. And that chest is one of them. The second one is actually is a drop from the last boss, like from the second to last boss.
We're gonna make our way down to the depths of Faolu's tomb. Very different from what I was expecting, I won't lie. So we've got to do like 3 smallish sections to this. This one's nice and easy. We're going to run up, activate the tile so we can get in. And then we're going to just press, I think it's circle and X cross, just to kind of pull these blocks around to create a bridge that we can get.
Pull, circle to push.
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct, I believe. And then it'll create a bridge.
Yep.
So we can get our first gem. And every single gem we get unlocks a pathway to the next part of the dungeon. And then we can go and get the next gem. And then after 2 gems, it'll take us to the inner sanctum where we will fight
The boss.
yeah, the boss.
The boss.
The best D&D dice.
Kinda dicey boss.
Yeah, it's a dicey boss. So yeah, whilst we run and collect some orbs,
If you do have anything waiting to be read out, then hit me with your best shot, sir.
hit us with that.
We don't have any donations at the moment, but we would like to remind everyone that we are RPG Limit Break, sponsored by Twitch, and we are partnered once again with our friends at the Yeti to bring you 8 amazing t-shirts and now a hoodie available, plus pins. You can head over to theyeti.com/RPGLB and take a look at the designs, and know that every $4 from every t-shirt purchased will be donated to NAMI. Remember that Yeti is spelled Y-E-T-E-E at theyeti.com/RPGLB.
So you saw eLmaGus actually playing that minigame correctly. You can't just go all the way through. Like how this works is you turn that cube, and it has 1 red eye on it. And when you step on that red eye, you get your max HP reduced by 10%, just as you would die in a battle and then finish the battle dead, which is fine, since we will go into the next boss fight with full HP, but the next boss fight will of course deal damage to us, and we will use the Kaiser Breath a lot in that fight. And as a breath attack, it will deal damage depending on the percent of your HP, and of course when we have fewer max HP, a hit from the boss will reduce our HP by more % than if we would have more max HP. So playing that minigame correctly deals actually a big thing, because this way we can fight the boss with the right strategy, even though Ryu gets hit. If eLmaGus would have stepped on that eye, Ryu is not allowed to get hit.
So yeah, these are 1 and 2, aptly named. 1 on the left, 2 on the right. 1 counts from 1 to 6, and 2 counts from 2 to 7. The idea is that based on the number that they've got added up together, they'll do a skill. So 2 always goes first, 1 always goes last. So yeah, and depending on how, and they aren't random completely. Depending on how you attack them and how you approach the fight, they will actually, they'll always spin on their own turn, but then they will spin more if you deal with certain things to them. So if you were to like regularly attack, they'd like 1, for example, he'd spin. Comboing it as a particular will also do this, and so on and so forth. Breath attacks don't affect them, but we're going to try and manipulate them in a certain way that we never get really, really bad ones. The ones we don't want to see is Revolution, which literally flips your HP on its head. If you're at 100%, you'll go down to 1%. So we don't want to see that. Stasis prevents combos specifically, which means that we can like have Nina and Ursula together doing skills. It won't matter because it's a combo.
I have to actually control him. I can't believe it.
Yeah. So punch on him. So that's a lot of damage. It's not good.
Yeah, 1 punch would be able.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's what I was trying to explain. Since Magus played the minigame correctly, he has enough HP to fight properly.
Ideally, the dice punch either Ursula or Nina, of course, but absolutely ideally, because there's no difference. You know what I mean?
I mean, ideally he punches the dog next to him.
Oh yeah, we bring the dog in for a sacrifice, don't we? So yeah, Kaiser Breath is now controllable. Well, Kaiser is now controllable now that we have the 7 dragons, and you can see how many hits we get. So yeah, it's Fire Blast, Stasis, Punch, and then something else. Normally the fight's over after this, though, I think.
Losing all my frames, man. I should try Aura.
There we go.
Oh, of course.
Denied.
If he parried himself as well. So the idea here as well is that the reason I say that you shouldn't be able to see any more is because 2 should die on this turn. 2's got like, I want to say 12,000, could be more than that actually. I think it's 10 and 12, but so 2 should go down now, and because 2 is the one that outturns you at the start, you should then be able to get an immediate Kaiser Breath on number 1 to defeat number 1 easily, and not see another move from 1 and 2. But yeah, back in the day, like Chibi Zero and I, and another member of the community whose name at this current point in time completely escapes me, I'm very, very sorry, went a great deal to kind of figure out all of the combinations of spins and all the skills that happen based on it. But, oh, good stuff. But yeah, so whilst 1 is immune to magic and 2 is immune to physical, Kaiser Breath just goes through that, just completely ignores it. So we just use a lot of Kaiser Breath. I mean, this is a really safe method, getting all 7 dragons, mate. I recommend it.
Actually, it is, but it can cost like 10 minutes or whatever it is.
This actually makes Kaiser Dragon
really good. Viable, I guess.
Viable for the last boss fight, actually.
That is surprising.
Where it dies. Oh,
not dead yet. That is surprising.
He has like nothing.
Yeah, I should have attacked though.
Yeah.
Instead. I was like,
Oh yeah, Scatter Shot. Or the Flintlock.
yeah.
2 hits.
I'm gonna try that first, actually.
Ding, ding, ding. 3. Powder.
Miss.
Oh my word. There we go, we're going the full Kaiser.
Don't really have any other options since your physical attacks are
Weak.
very weak.
Non-existent.
It's definitely better to just go for another Kaiser Breath than just trying to let Ursula deal with it.
Yeah.
Like she has, I don't know if it's about the Flintlock, but she has actually a pretty high chance of missing.
So there's 2 item drops there that are very, very important. Well, not very, very important, but we're going to keep one. The harmonic rings. So the way that combos actually work, and this is actually kind of new to me to know, is that the onus is on the second person and eventually the third person in the combo to combo. Because of this, you only have 2 rings, right? So the first person does what they do, and then the second person has to get the outturn and has to get the combo happening. So by giving a harmonic ring to the second and third member of the party, the chance of comboing is much higher. We keep one of them because they sell for a lot, It's 25,000 Zenny?
It's a lot, yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. Or 15,000. It's a lot of money. So we use it. We sell one and we keep the other, and we give that one to Ryu when he's in dragon form, because he can't afford to die. So we don't have to worry about giving him a soul gem, and the ladies get soul gems in case they die. So yeah. Also, I'm glad you remembered the orb, because I haven't done that. I've never forgotten that thing ever in my life.
Sounds like you are lying.
Me? Lie?
Nah.
Okay, so now we get to the really fun bit of the narrative. The really fun bit of the narrative. We need to go forward, press on. You need to press on.
Move ahead.
We're back in the Empire. Heads up. Oh, never mind. Just go straight through. Well, yeah, we're going to go to the next segment where we need to re-infiltrate the Empire. That's the word I'm looking for. You know, it's quite weird, but at 5 AM, it's kind of hard to talk. We need to make our way, first of all, down to the south. We'll do a quick walk back up here in the middle, but we need to go down to the south. Kwanso is important for a little bit later, but for now, we need to cross the most unnecessarily long screen.
I forgot about this, actually. Shit.
Yeah, this is annoying. So, the Bolt Mage, defeat him, you got a chance to drop a Wisdom Ring, which increases your Wisdom by 20. It's pretty sweet, but again, you wouldn't need it. But this is a unnecessarily annoying screen. It's like, how can we make this short length longer, and it just goes.
Nina.
Oh dear, that's not good. Generally, you can flee, and for the most part, it's a fine idea. There's like one formation where you get like 6 Bolt troops, so it's like, might as well go for it just to make sure. But again, Nina can be outturned disgracefully like that. Get silenced.
I think it has, though.
Let's go Wisdom Ring. Oh, I saw something and I got really excited.
That actually,
It's a good item. Yeah?
we have enough bend screws to make Urshan an armor.
Do we?
Yeah, we do. I'm kind of aiming for Nina to level up here.
Okay. What's really funny is when I run physical route and get the Wisdom Rings, much to the chagrin of Chibi Zero, who really wants them. Yeah, so the way that Urshan works, she generally can't equip much armor. But as Mega said, with the bent screws, we can go and forge more armor for her. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty good armor, of course, like very heavy, very high in defense. So I think you can get some that are quite lightish armors, though. I think.
One of them gives plus 30 speed. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, so when I rewrote Magic for the first time, I actually used Urshan as one of my 3 main party members, which Ursula is too good, unfortunately, which I replaced Urshan with. But yeah, with these armors, which if you get lucky and you get drops, it's about a 1 minute detour. It's not that much, but still, it's a detour. Don't want to make it if you can avoid it.
Okay, so we rest here, man. I think in a mandatory one. Head to the next area, and we need to take control. It's kind of interesting actually, how it kind of gives you play of Ursula here. I think she just joins the party randomly, yeah. So you need her to speak to the soldier here, because obviously she's a member of the Imperial Army.
He's a captain, yeah.
And it's helpful that you can just swap everyone in and out, rather than getting to the end of a dungeon and realizing you don't have Momo, and having to walk out another 30 minutes.
Just had to do it. Just had to do it.
Yeah, so the problem here is we want to get down to Kedah, of course, to meet Faolu, but the highway is blocked by declaration of the military bases in Astana here. So, as a captain, Ursula has no problem getting into the military base and figuring things out. And we will have a little surprise here. So the next fight that is coming up very shortly is a very interesting fight. It's a fight against one warlock and I think 5 zombies or 6.
It's a lot.
Yeah, we use a very funny strat. There is a skill called Kyrie. Nina can cast it. It has a low chance of causing instant death to any enemy, but a 100% chance to undead enemies. So the zombies are of course weak to they're undead and are weak to Kyrie and will die, but the warlock is not. But he can die, and this actually can save a lot of time if we're lucky. We're going to mud flow here because it's the fastest animation of all the dragon summons. Kitty! Oh,
Not
we
easy
missed
game.
it.
But fortunately, we can start off the donation instead of destroying all the dragons.
Right.
This is the first
Okay.
one, the mud dragon. We would use this in the run anyways. It's kind of misexample that Zheal set. Meow meow. The problem with the dragons is they have like okay attacks. The animations are so long.
Yeah, they're actually pretty strong. Like they can only be used once per battle. Like every summon can be used once per battle. But yeah, for the speedrun, it's just their animations are far too long.
So I guess I should just start using dragons right now, so we see them all.
So now we're getting into the military base.
I told you this building would be important.
You did.
Yeah, that's actually the point where Chapter 1 ended, where Yuna was capturing us and sending us back to the Alliance. Now we're past that point and see finally what we missed back then.
Yeah, what he was hiding.
Right.
Onslaught.
Onslaught. Oh,
It's actually really
Amazing. That's a very rare, like, actual sprite to see with the enemies. Like they gave them a unique knockback for being hit there. That's pretty good.
You're
Fork.
a fork. Nice.
That's gross. Who's that? The guy just lying down. Yeah, this is a really shady part of whatever the Empire is doing right now. We're not quite sure just yet what's happening.
What else we got? I guess the most important thing about getting all the dragons really is that you can control Kaiser, but
Yeah, it's definitely like the best perk. These skills are good, for sure, but in terms of like the speedrun setting, they don't really add anything. Obviously, we get Mudslide anyway. We use that for one fight, and I think.
this is, by the way, a dragon.
Yeah, I said they're very liberal with the term. They're more because they're endless and they are gods. It's kind of just nice.
Not overkill at all.
Yeah. So a lot of what I guess we'll explain about this bit here is kind of, it is said in the text, but it is going to be skipped. But that's a really weird thing, just that weird pink glob. That guy's clearly having a good day. So what we need to do here, this is a particularly beautiful scene. Weird tendrils and organs breathing and like pulsating. Yeah, so I know it's been a basket of roses so far, but you know, buckle up. Here we go.
I forgot to switch.
So now, what, 6 or so hours into the run?
Finally, Elena.
We found her. Elena, hold on, I'll be right there. That's not how he sounds.
Now, unfortunately, there's this one little tendril hanging down there, and we cannot get past. Apparently, we need the Dragon Slayer to get past.
Yeah. 'Cause one thing we know about the Dragon Slayer so far is that it can kill gods.
Definitely worked on Falu.
Mm-hmm. Good fight.
Just gonna run from this one.
And again, the battle screen here is really grim because you're sitting there fighting on different organs and stuff, and that's not the one. So now we've got to run out, which we'll get as many encounters on the way out as we've got on the way in.
Yay.
So there's more time to see some more dragons, of course.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Have we done Healing Wind?
No.
Oh yeah.
What have left? Healing Winds, Rainstorm. I'm gonna kill these guys now because that's a lot of flies.
So yeah, this is the opening anime cutscene dragon. Pretty cool. This is one of those secret things that's going to come in like super handy for the final fight, isn't it? Whoa. Big heals. Basically like a giant moon to it, essentially.
Getting other random item drops. Did I? No, I didn't.
Yeah, you need to lift that up so you can get underneath, of course.
Get it I believe I have one more time. Rainstorm. Fulguration. I'll show off Holy Circle first, and we can do two in this one. Holy Circle is actually kind of an interesting one.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, so resist for everybody. Shield.
Almost left chlorine. Yeah, the shield protected from that one, which is nice. What? It's helpful. Yeah, it did its job, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
Damn, the two.
You never know. It could have done, what, 17 damage? Potentially poisoned you?
They were lucky there, like maybe should not save before.
You can extrapolate how it could be, I guess. Isn't Rainstorm the one that takes like 1,000,000 years? I think it does. It's a long one.
I do like the crabs getting it though.
Yeah.
Side's 2 level ups now. I don't know if he can kill himself anymore. One
Oh
more.
yeah, you're right. That's the thing.
One more left. Ah, he should be fine.
We've got a few more fights to do, I guess.
No. Well, I guess, but they are kind of dangerous. Not really, but annoying. It's fine.
You could always do it on a boss fight instead, maybe. I won't, cost
Yeah,
us
that's
that.
less dangerous.
Okay. So yeah, this is where we go to Quanso, which is where Yuna currently is. We know that Yuna has a Dragon Slayer because we totally saw that cutscene where it happened. You need to have Ursula in the party, but the game doesn't actually give you her this time. So you do have to menu to bring her in. This is actually also really, really weird because the cutscene is kind of like forced in a certain way that after the cutscene, Ursula is just like left on the screen, and you can run around with Nina and Cray again. Here's Yuna. And now, obviously, we know the truth. And he's like, oh, you saw that? Fun. So, yeah, Ryu's like, all right, let's have an exchange of words, shall we? Good exchange. So the Dragon Slayer is dropped, we grab that, and then we can now get past the pesky tendril that's stopping us from getting to Alina.
And I like the general theme in this game about Yuna. Like, he's very clearly an evil guy. Like, we will soon learn how evil, actually. And but he's not a fighter. Like, he does what he thinks he has to do, and when it gets hard, then he just pieces out.
Yeah. He's a coward.
Yeah.
He's a very, very stressful character, but he fulfills his role aptly, I guess. And I think, yeah, the way the narrative rolls out is, yeah, well done, I guess. So we're going to return to this. It looks a little bit different.
Just slightly.
Colorful.
Yeah, they added Kalasu wall. Good decision, I think.
Everything's gone as well, and now we've got gongers.
Alright, these guys can definitely do this last one. I don't know how much HP they have, actually. When I bother casting this, might as well kill them, right? They do all look really funny. This is
a dragon. This is a dragon. Another great animation there.
That was kind of weak.
That was kind of weak.
That might not be enough.
Go for the Giga Flare.
Oh, you went for it.
Price, come in. I mean, hopefully. Yeah, good. 3,000 is nice. There must be room to win.
And Craig got a level up.
Pretty strong now, dude. Put him in the front lines.
Yeah, every fight, first turn. Whether he lives after that or not, that's a different question. Just gotta run through here again. These gold flies are actually really annoying because if you can't, they are relatively fast, and if you can't run, they start casting death, which, if you die, that's not really that big a deal, honestly, or a character if you die, it's not a big deal. The problem is the death animation is really long, like, from the spell, so it can be quite annoying. Especially if this is the encounter we're looking at here. Okay. We're fine. Unfortunately, nothing new that we can do here. All the same still, except for the encounters.
All right, is it all right if I throw in a few donations then while we're plugging away?
Yes.
Okay, I've got a $20.54 donation from Sharky. Thanks for the great show tonight. Is Jenya at home running all these games in parallel with us? Cheers. Got a $10 donation from Anonymous. Thank you for helping out people with mental health issues. $5 donation from Minzard. Don't fall asleep, Bowie. All the chibi mutts are over here ready to pounce the minute you let your guard down. And finally, a $25 donation from Reflections. What a hot breath. I mean, game. I know, cheap pun. Have money to compensate. Thank you all very much for your donations.
Thank you. So this is where, yeah, this is going to get serious for a little bit. We've managed to climb up past the organs and all the bits and pieces of flesh and grossness, and there's just suddenly a really quaint little building. And Yuna's here again. Great. Really looking forward to seeing you again, mate. And he says, well, you know, if you want to see her, you can see her. Tells her that General Rune, which is General Rune has gone to the capital, so which is who Urs has been asking about specifically. So we know where he's gone now. So we can make our way inside the building. There is a big item where we're going to go grab it just in case.
You don't really need it,
But yeah, Diana's dress, one of Nina's best armors, if not the best armor, I think, for her. At least that you can pick up at this point. And we meet Alina in an unusually large bed. So yeah, this is interesting. Everyone's all excited and happy to see her, and they're like, "Come on, let's go home." And Alina says, "Actually, I can't go. I'm staying here. You know, the capital's been destroyed. We're here to save you. We can protect you. Let's go." Made it all this way. But yeah, Alina like kind of like alludes to this idea that, you know, the world is currently changing as it is, and as they know it, which will kind of that'll make a little more sense as we go through and go on. Alina then asks both Nina and Ryu to leave the room and leave the Dragon Slayer behind on the bed. Somehow, she knows your name, but you know. How did Alina know your name, Ruru? And Urshin's still playing. A great change is coming. And there's another stream, she says, which is very confusing. When two streams meet, I think this is kind of like talking about the Yurei Dragon, the two halves of that. So. It's because she's one of the Endless, says Yuna. And Yuna says he transformed her into an Endless. Of all the science he's been doing, the reason is because all the sacrifices for the Karanades have been dying, so they have to keep getting more. What he wants to do is have an endless, immortal, undying creature that he can do to torture endlessly, to consistently have negative energy and grief and pain to form his hexes for the rest of, you know, the Empire's thing. So he reveals that he has transformed Alina into this kind of hideous monstrosity. All the organs and all the pieces of flesh that we've been climbing up to get here are her. And the overall building of the body that he's created as her endless form in order to create endless hexes. Rip Vars, by the way. Of all the things, you know, the Vars didn't deserve it, but there's this horrible pulsating, like, spined thing hanging out of Alina, and she's no longer the person she was, which is why she can't leave. And then, obviously, Cray, understandably, flies into a rage, and then Yuna just pieces out, and it's just so much stress. But Alina, knowing that, you know, how Cray feels about her and how she feels about Cray, the only person she can ask to end her misery is him. She says that she's happy seeing him before she has her final moments. And then Nina narrates. Right then. She'll be back in just a second. He's done with the run, he's gone. Yeah, GG's guys. I forgot, no. She'll be back. But yeah, Nina obviously knew what had happened when Cray came back and knew that he had a reason. But yeah, begin our last leg of our journey. How do you want to roll with this, sir?
Good question. Next question. I can just roll in if you want me to. You do Dragon and Zheal finishes it.
I can do Dragon, yeah. So to keep minimal swaps, yeah.
Yeah.
As always, ever under the shadow of the endless. So the way we're gonna split up the final chapter is we're each gonna do a section of it as well. So chapter 4, that which passes, obviously alluding to what Faolu says about mortals, those who pass. Because obviously at this point we're kind of realizing that this whole narrative is about mortality versus immortality, and I guess humans' pursuit for immortality in a way, even though like it's not immortality for themselves, but it's about the obsession with immortality that others have and trying to harness that for themselves. That kind of specific thing, at least. And then obviously the endless in this world, the gods who are not here by choice, and what they need to do and what they've kind of been requested of. So we're going to buy 14,000 soul gems.
At least.
So yeah, they revive you when you die. So we're now immortal, funnily enough, given all the things. But yeah. It's kind of a bit of a incredibly deep kind of like part of the narrative, the whole endless versus mortal section. Whilst all this is going on, you do have this kind of like embroiled kind of like political stuff going on with the East and the West, and why the Empire are trying to make use of this power just to get their own goals going further. And at this point, you have these two halves of grief coming from Nina, who lost her sister. And her feeling alone because of it, and everyone's saying that you have friends, you have people who are around you. You may have lost someone close to you, but it doesn't mean that you're alone. On the other side, you've got Cray questioning his decision of having to do that, and it's anger right now, or more frustration. At which point, Ursula, who's been very cold and very kind of like stern with him, says, "For what it's worth, you made the right decision." In which the very quiet Sias just goes, "I agree." Which is enough, and that kind of like support is enough for Cray to push forward and stop Faolu. So it's really weird that you kind of have all this stuff specifically with the Empire being a very, very oppressive part of the narrative consistently, and yet we're still focused on our main goal being stopping Faolu, because he has taken the throne. And he is a powerful god, and it must be stopped. Feels like Ursula's running much faster than everyone else.
Who?
Ursula. Feels like her running animation.
Yes, because of her Naruto run style.
Yeah, goes for it.
Like leaning forward and like going fast.
So this is Cheeto. This is our...
This was Cheeto?
Yeah.
As explained earlier, like Faolu sent Artur to destroy the city, and well, he did quite well.
Good job, mate. Yeah. Nailed it. So we got one last chance to get a Kumud. There we go. Here we go. Oh. See
No escape.
Oh, baby, here we go. Akuma. Didn't
land.
Yeah, it just reduces HP to 1, so it's kind of cool. But yeah, it's a nice little reference to Street Fighter there. Good old Capcom. Raging Demon.
So this is just a little connection dungeon. We have to get through the city, through the destroyed city, and we just have to find our way. It's very short. We'll all make through.
Yeah. So, the Lampkin. Watch out. Okay. So the next fight is going to be Atur. So we fought one coup, and Atur, who's still ripping the city to shreds, we're going to be like, "Whoa, down, boy," and like put down another dog, of course. Or at least tame, because he is a pretty powerful beastie. Beforehand, we're going to just grab these ivory dice, which, true to...
It's a consumable. When used on an enemy, that enemy will yield double the Zenny and double the experience.
Which which is very nice. I think it's 50,000 we get from A2, so it just caps out his experience. Yeah. Sup? Hey, bro. Frost breath.
That's not too bad. Vertical size. Actually, crazy wipes that.
Yeah, because it's only 2 hits on some person, so.
He may also have gotten a level up.
He got the level.
Okay, Ware's back out again. I think we're going to try and throw out the Ivory Dice as well, but like all the characters that we need to be down are down. So at this point, it's just going to be referring to our favorite setup. The harmonic ring going on.
So we'll see. We'll go XP plus and miss probably. Like miss XP plus. The miss is the Zeddy double. That is really wretched. I don't know why.
But again, because of his Frost Breath, he's once more Ice Element, so a bit of strength coming out from the Huaje. And also, of course, from the Giga Flare as well, which is multiple elements.
That's a free turn. Sanctuary erases all positive effects on the whole battlefield, basically.
Yeah, that's including A2. If A2 had buffed up,
Right.
A2 would sacrifice his own buff.
Right. But since we're not using any positive effect right now, it's basically a free turn.
Sometimes you want to start with that with Nina in this fight, but that requires a specific opening.
Inspire is one of those things that's just kind of situational. It's basically 20% plus wisdom, and you can max it out to plus 100% if you really, really wanted. But there's only so much it's really worth throwing out when you're trying to deal as much damage as possible. Good.
That's not what we want to see.
It's good, you're fine. Oh, no.
Oh, baby.
Good, Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, Nina can just hit it like hit everything. Or do that. I find Howling very rarely actually lands anything myself, but that's just me. Normally I get poisoned or blinded.
Well, I was missing 3k to 10k earlier in the round, so that kind of rounds it up nicely. Road.
Nice.
Aha.
So every guts we get actually saves a soul gem, so that's pretty nice.
Not that we need to save soul gems.
Yeah,
but
goodbye
hey.
thing. Just on the rare occasion that it's just like carnage in the last 2 fights.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Sorry.
Don't say that right now.
Knock on wood. Tokida.
Should be 2 more full combos. If he lets me.
Yeah, about 50,000 or what? Near enough to it.
Nice.
Oh baby. Looking nice. Looking real nice. Ding, 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 ding.
Okay, next one should do it.
Yeah. Looking good so far.
Fine by me.
That's cool.
Thank you, Urshin.
Thank you, Ashin.
I am actually shocked how little that happened this run.
Yeah. I think I got 1 on Yamichaf, and that was the second one.
I think so.
Don't remember seeing any other, but yeah. Cayenne. There we go. Nice fight. Nice fight.
Very nice.
All right. I guess.
Do you want to mash, or should I mash for you?
You've been mashing for a while. You've been going for like 3
Alright.
hours. I'll take it from here.
Let's switch it up. Just gotta make sure I do not destroy anything.
That's all right. You seem fine. You seem good.
I seem good.
Very much so.
Yep.
You're taking over. Right, so I'll do up until fighting Dragon, and then afterwards, crikey, I've definitely done something wrong there. Afterwards, it'll be Zheal can see out the finale. Okay with that, sir?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you can go through the whole dungeon, right? Or do you want me to take over after Dragon already? Because that's like in 15 minutes or so, not even.
Yeah.
Why? But for some reason, this wire stops working. I have no idea why. Anyway, yeah, I'll if you want, I can get us down to
Yeah,
the final save.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. that's
Then,
good.
I mean, you can just.
I mean, just go to Falu, and I take
Okay.
over for the last
sure, I
part.
can do that. Fine. Yeah, so we're having a conversation with General Ruhr, which is, it actually turns out, I mean, I guess I'll spoil it for you, but is Ursula's grandfather. So yeah, just talking about the I guess, because of what they tried to do, the wrath of the gods coming back to punish them, basically. I don't know what's wrong with this wire. I really don't know what's wrong with this wire, but whenever I move, it's like, no, stop talking. It's fine. But yeah, Ruru, let's go save the world. Okay, there's like a nice little nod to the concept that like Ryu is wrapped around around Nina's finger. She's seems to have a lot of sway over him, whilst he is being this kind of like almighty god, or like half of a god. So we're going to make our way inside the actual castle, the Imperial Castle itself, which is an interesting dungeon. It's got two halves to it. One side which is kind of easy running down, and then we fight a big dragon, and then we need to go and collect some items to help us get through some barriers and then make our way to the final area. General Ruhr seems to be saying that he'll just take a rest here. Not quite sure if he's saying that he's ready to, you know, pass or not, but I guess it's sort of implied, but it doesn't really seem like it's the case. Time for this old soldier to fade away. Right, okay. So we'll follow in Faolu's footsteps now.
But unlike Faolu, we'll actually have to walk through the whole thing. This thing is actually, compared to all other dungeons, it's huge. So this dungeon will take quite a while to maneuver through, and there's one boss in between there that we already shortly, or like briefly, talked about. It's Dragon, which is going to be a very interesting fight, but we'll talk about that once we get there.
So here, Aita, after being tamed in the streets there, finally gets a look at Ryu and realizes that he's his master, or like, you know, because it's the same aura, the same stream, and the same power or like presence as his master. It grants us access into the castle. So we can't use the stone statue there to go to the center. So we need to go around the side and. Do that. I haven't played the game for like 3-4 hours, so I'm obviously.
It's seriously like, if you sit down, it's impossible to control. You need like 10 minutes to get used to it.
I don't know why I'm saving now, but I am.
It's a good idea. I haven't saved it forever.
Oh yeah, the Shinga Mountains, dude. Wow. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
just 50 minutes, dude. Easy.
Easy. So we got the key, and we can make our way down now. There are some fights in here that are a little bit tricky. That can catch you out and just take a while if they do prevent you from running. Shouldn't be too much of an issue though. And then you do get to hear the Hoover for the rest of the game. You got 2 Colpums. You can get a fight of like 3 Colpums and 3 Chingols, and they just if you do fail to flee, they're going to be swiping at you for a long time. Ugh. Jumping. Yeah, just making our way all the way down. It's not like too many floors, I want to say, like 5 floors, 6 floors.
It's not that much. It just seems that way because you go through a lot of doors. You can't get away.
Double blur. Haha.
Don't lose too many soul gems.
I will definitely try my best.
Good thing we got Diana's Stress. That actually made Nina not take a lot of damage.
Strats. Yes. Okay, cool. Right. Really? I mean, I guess I should heal, I guess, but at the same time, it's like, you don't need to.
Just go.
You have to heal anyway before Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. There is like one enemy in the entirety of this dungeon that is I will never ever assume I will be able to flee from, like the hardest enemy to flee from in the game, in my opinion, which is the Scullens, which
we're not gonna see.
just so silly. Right. Hello.
This is also a bad one. Go away though.
Not sure if that is the horseman that I should be worried about, the one that like heals like 1,000,000 HP and.
No, it's not the super.
I think it could be the Reaper or something, but yeah, there's like a super enemy or super boss that heals like so much HP that you have to kind of like try and out damage it or find a way to cheese it, I guess. There's the big one.
Yeah, it's in the dungeon after the tomb.
Right.
Where you get out.
Okay. So, I'm going to heal up. So Dragon is an interesting fight. He has 30,000 HP, but he has a healing factor that heals 15,000. Now it can break on its own after like several turns, but you can break it early by. God, cranky. And then yeah. So you can break it early by using.
Fine.
You break it early by using fire, like fire attacks specifically, and then every time, we haven't really talked about it because it hasn't really shown up, but certain enemies have certain protective properties, like an aura, like a heal, and if you hit them, they'll have like a little star appear, and that star damage is essentially like attacking that particular like aspect of that enemy. So if you deal, I think, I want to say about 4,000 damage against the stars, that's Fire Blast, that's not what I'm trying to do. So yeah, it's not fully functioning. So we're going to try and hit the star shots. It'll either hit it or it won't. If it does, great. If it doesn't, dang. No. It should like go after 3 turns, really, if you're actually hitting it quite consistently. But after that, it's completely fine. There's one hit. It might just say it's broken, but... Oh, here we go. I'm just going to make sure I actually have one of these, because I didn't actually check. Inferno,
Ryu didn't have one.
Yeah, that was why the star was so scary.
Oh yeah, he has a whole Harmite ring.
Yeah.
Forgot about that, I won't lie. So Giga Flare can also do it, and if Giga Flare hits it, like it's such a powerful move, it's a pretty good hit to land on the Dragon's healing. But really, I mean, it's probably going to go on the next turn, and then after that I can start counting down damage. But yeah.
Diana stress.
Worth it.
Definitely.
Just confirm, yeah. Hakuraba. Nice. Could make it. Yeah, we go. There's gone. So now it won't heal, and all the damage from this point on will be from the 30,000 total. And for some reason, you get the original boss music bastard sword back. Thanks for the lack of combo there, Nina.
I thought Nina and Ryu always combo.
They do always combo, but that is Weya. We've talked about this. Oh, baby. Big fan.
Has he attacked physically like 4 times in a row now?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay.
So like this
Counter.
guy can cast stuff like Death and, you know, Mjolnir, and there's a billion other things he can do. Confuse you, Howling,
Ebon Fire.
Even Fire is a good one too.
Very long animations,
Yeah.
generally.
Okay, cool. Let's do it. Yay. We'll be hearing a lot of Tokida towards the end of the end. Towards the end of this game. So yeah, about 10,000 damage, just under. So it'll probably take like maybe. It won't be this one. It'll be the immediate hit after this one, pretty much. 'Cause I think the first one I didn't finish the combo, so it's like 8. I want to say like a low 9 and then 9.9 and then. Unless I just get like the most amazing damage rolls now.
It's fairly unlikely.
Yeah. Cool, yeah. I think the Inferno will finish it off now. If, of course. There we go. Bosh. That was insane. I didn't get any.
Not a single skill.
That should be fine. If not this one, it'll be Huaji afterwards, but that should be enough damage, honestly. Okay. Hanging on. That's been a lot less damage from the previous one. Cool. Dragon down. Defeated a powerful enemy. Get some moon tears and some more experience at the end. You don't need to grab that. So there's a blue, yellow, and red seal at this point, and what they do is they unlock different parts of the dungeon. Normally you can get an item from it, so you should be able to get. Well, first of all, I think it's Dragon Helm, I want to say, because there's Dragon Helm, Dragon Mail, and Dragon Sword. If I'm not mistaken, it's been a while since I've grabbed the helm. But so there you can see the yellow parchment is needed to get to the next part of the dungeon. I will grab the yellow and red and leave the rest. Let's go Scullens. Oh, sure. I mean, it's still a free run. You just when you get a free run, you want it to be one of the hard fights, so at least feels worth it. Should probably heal just in case as well.
While we're moving on to the next area, can I drop in a couple quick donations?
Yeah, go for it, of course.
I've got a $5 donation from Zapor. Bark the combo away. Roo, roo, roo. A $200 donation from Oralex. Dargons! Less than 3. Good luck, Bowie, Zheal, and Magus. And finally, $10 from Jimbo and $20 from Demon King without comments. But thank you all for those donations.
Scullens. Ooh. Yeah,
I will never run away from that.
I never do. That's crazy. Are you going to sit here and tell me that they are easy to run from? Is that
They
what
are
you're
not, but apparently for you they are.
Oh, here we go. Never lucky, right?
Can you find this one?
Of course I can.
I never doubted you.
Thanks, man. Okay, so you need to hit the switch again because this bridge will be up. You have to unlock the whole thing. Oh, hello. It's a rare one. So yeah, what you can do, or at least what I used to do in physical because it was necessary, was to go back and get the Dragon Sword. The Dragon Sword is up one further floor, but it's behind a red door. So you need to get all the way down to the bottom to get the red tablet and bring it all the way back up to the top. So it's a real run around. Probably adds about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes to the run. But we don't even use the Dragon Sword offensively. If you were to get it, we actually use it because upon use it has the same effect as Might, and it increases increases attack by 20%. So it just makes, when you are building physical, it makes it even stronger. But again, it's just even more setup when we can just throw fireballs at things. Oh dear. Throwing some shade? No, we're good. So far...
That's why you got the controller.
I think it's literally the pink controller, dude. So we can open this one from behind. If the elevator was here, it would be much easier, but it's not. So, crying face emoji, right? So we're going to open this. This is the elevator down to the deepest part of the castle. We're not there yet, obviously. We've still got a little bit of time to go. So I'm going to grab some wisdom fruits just in case, for whatever reasons, even though these two are going to be like amateur.
You have so much stuff. That's good.
And then go and heal and save, just in case.
Yeah, that is the last opportunity in the game to save.
Rest. Cool. Right, yeah, so at this point it's pretty much a clear shot to the end of the game and a clean GG, I believe. So Ursula is down 1 level. She's like just shy of a level up. Won't make too much of a difference really, because at this point, I mean, like one extra level of wisdom isn't going to be like a massive difference on the output of damage that we're going to be doing. And at this point, like the enemies are strong enough just to kind of like one-shot you if they want. So, like that. Cool game. Agreed. Oh, double dip. Does the 10% get healed when you get to the end? Do you know? Or is it just
Yeah. You get a full heal.
Wasn't sure if it was like the 10% too, or just full HP from what you've got. Should probably just, probably just equip another soul gem just in case. Don't want to waste them, but we got plenty. I don't think we're gonna get rid of all of it. We got like 2 screens left.
Well, that's why they're for, right?
Indeed, yeah, that's what they're for. Can we not? Can we not? Okay, cool. Thanks. Now I know you guys. I know you're gonna need this Zheal very, very much. So I'm gonna grab the moon tears for you. All right?
Please do.
No worries. I got your back, pal. So this is, you know, when we went, we like teleported all the way down. We're finally here. There's the moon tears.
Feeling much better now.
Good. We'll make our way to the final room, and we're gonna have it's now the final boss fight. So have a little chat with our boy Faolu. He'll throw some lightning balls or some balls of light at us. Ding. He's wearing a very, very fancy outfit now. That went well. Good fight. Yeah, and then Faolu asks we who are he to approach and join with you, because obviously he's aware that he's the other half of the Yore Dragon, and together they would have the power to conquer the world, which is I guess a guaranteed in this kind of stuff. But it turns out he's just an illusion. And Ruru turns around and faces his friends, who are apparently still all right. Ruru. And yeah, everyone just kind of gears up for the final fight, and then off we go. Which is a very, very different kind of style of area that you'd think. It's a big departure aesthetically from this. So make our way up our one last block. And you good to go, sir?
Sure.
Yeah. This is our last area, and at this point I'll give it over to Zheal to close the run out. Best of luck, sir.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
So we finally meet Faolu. And we of course want to convince him to not destroy the whole world.
It'd be nice if we could, you know.
Yeah, but but after what happened to Mami, he's blind to reason completely. So and right now we can. This game actually has 2 different endings.
Mm-hmm.
One, which is very interesting, we can just give in to Faolu's goals, and like whatever we do, we in the end we will become the Uriah dragon and become one with Faolu. It just depends on who will have the control over the body. Will it be Faolu or will it be Ryu? So equipping Mandy clothes here.
Oh, nice.
That is nice. Because he will probably kill me. This takes 5 turns. And on the 5th, okay, on the 5th turn he will cast Whiteout.
What do you mean he can hit?
It's a bit rude, isn't it? The manly clothes were destroyed. So yeah, the manly clothes go out first. We can do a bigger menu afterwards and get it all sorted in one. Easy. So yeah, if you give in, when it comes to like the dragons that we've seen before in Breath of Fire as a series, you know, we've seen quite a few that we recognize and know, but there's kind of one dragon that's kind of been there in a lot of Breath of Fire that we haven't seen thus far. We only see this dragon if we go down the bad route. So if you give in to Faolu's desires and he takes control of the body of the Yore dragon, you have to fight off all your previous companions by transforming into Agni, which is essentially just like a white version of Tyrant, if I'm not mistaken. A very, very cool looking dragon, of course. Yeah, the only way to see Agni in this game is to choose the bad ending. But we're doing any % true ending.
It's Anthony.
Anthony?
Yeah.
Anthony. I thought it was Agni. Agni? Oh, no.
I think it's Anthony.
Anthony? One of the two. There's I's and there's A's in it, and there's probably an N somewhere. But yeah, so because we're going to be doing the true ending, we're going to be trying to force Faolu into submission, which means we have to fight him and his like Dominion dragon. So we'll be starting off by fighting Tyrant, and then we'll fight Astral, who has a bit of a change of design since we've seen him at the start, and when we transformed it into him against Mal. So the idea is that Faolu is expressing and showing Ruru, the mighty god Ruru, all of the like the negative and bad things that humans have been doing, like the transgressions that they've made that have kind of shown Faolu to believe that they are beyond redemption. The injustices, like wanting to execute Cray for something he didn't do. Being chased down for just existing at the start, the taking and murdering of Mami, the killing of innocents in the abandoned village. And he's just saying, this is what you want to suffer. This is what you want to save. This is what you want to, you know, keep in the world, kind of thing. Daniel Craig. And you know, to a degree, you're kind of like, yeah, I get it, Faolu. Like, there's some really bad stuff in the world. Like, dang. And that's the thing. You can say maybe so, and you can say I don't know. As long as you say I don't know to a set number, I think you need to say like 3. You'll be fine, whatever happens. But if you go down the maybe so route and then say potentially, you'll kind of like lose the battle of wills. At this point, though, you step forward to confront him, but then Nina kind of reminds you of the good things that are out there. And the reasons why you should stick around, like how much she wants him in the world, who he is. And then Fowler's like, that's it? Like, that's all you've got? And he remembers the one thing he lost. Which is kind of irreplaceable. They're fleeting moments and they mean nothing to me, he says. Come, Ruru, the time hath come. But you say you're wrong and you slap his hand away.
So be it.
Good luck, sir.
Good luck, indeed.
Thank you. Let's do it.
Music's pretty cool. Enjoy it. Okay. So, Weyer is precious. Very, very precious. His HP is...
Does everyone have stuff on you? Yeah,
Yep.
I guess so.
Yeah. So Weyer's very, very precious. We throw out Cray first because he's the slowest, which will ensure that Tyrant goes first in his Dark Wave because that's what he opens it up with. This will make sure that no one dies. That's very close for Nina.
Be honest.
Ryu stays alive and no damage is done to Weyer from the strongest Dark Wave because again it's a breath attack. The more HP he has, the more damage it deals. In their same turn, we'll then use Inspire to get the maximum, or to increase a little bit of wisdom on the side of Weyer. Then we'll bring in Ursula to deal damage. Now, every turn, Tyrant changes up his elemental weakness, or his elemental affinity. And then whenever he's the ice element, we want to go in with fire and deal as much damage, and then maybe change to earth when he has wind. I don't know the exact cycles these guys do.
And this is wind, the next one will be fire.
Wind, fire, earth. And then it's like fire, earth again?
It's fire, wind, earth.
We want to see Malefication. We want to see Malefication.
Yeah. And Sanctuary.
But
better Malefication.
Yeah.
We want to have Inspire as long as possible, because it actually deals a good chunk of damage to Ryu.
He's got, what, 60,000 health? 70?
60 is 60, correct.
Yeah, again, Pato Par is a tier 4, so it attacks twice with the damage done. So yeah, this is the thing. We're going to die anyway, so we might as well just get the soul gems and make sure that we never have to deal with healing. So we can just focus our efforts on being nothing but offensive. That ain't
Stay
good.
away from the dragon.
Good.
Nice. There we go. So every damage we get on the dragon is very nice. In both fights now.
Yeah.
So this is not good. But we have the controllable Kaiser.
Yeah. There's swings and roundabouts, right? Turkey down. Nice damage. So this is where it's scary. So we have a chance to do a super mega combo here.
Do we equip Ursula Soul Gem?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Dang. If Urshin goes in with Earthquake and then you get Inferno then into Huaje, it'll go Ragnarok into Supernova, which is like a big special one.
Yeah.
It's pretty sweet. It would have dealt a lot of damage. I'm sorry I didn't think about that.
No, I should have checked it.
No, Urshin usually doesn't need that soul gem because Urshin lives through all AoE attacks except for getting targeted physically. So.
Yeah, if at this point, Weyer's safe from one AoE, I think apart from the ice one. That's the only one that will be able to, I think, defeat. So I think it's 900 for any other, like the side elements. Fire would be about 6, 7. I say that now, I'm probably going to be wrong in my estimation. Let's get part being on.
Fine for now, but the dragon gets into critical HP now, like really critical.
Just about. Still alive. Soul gems coming through. Now you can use an ambrosia here, but again we only have like 2. And ideally you want to use them both for the next fight, because there's one particular move that kind of changes the game. One of the best revival sounds I've ever heard in my life.
I want to try to get a supernova. Like, it's not worth it to resurrect him at this point.
Yeah.
But I want to try to get the combo next turn.
Just do malification, bro.
Yeah, do something nice. Like physical attacks on... yeah, he's dead, I think.
Depends on how much.
Yeah,
HP
I think he has
has.
too much still, right?
No.
Oh, wow. Neat. Nice.
Has Urshin still got her armor on? Is that why she's like slow as molasses?
That doesn't
Thinking of-
really change much.
Yeah, it wouldn't change much, but supernova.
Be nice. Ah, that's not nice.
Tricky.
That's like the worst you could do.
We'll see how this goes. Okay, cool. We had re-revive. There
Too
it is.
late.
Yeah, there it is. I think as well that only Ryu can use the ambrosia as well. So you have to like waste his turn.
Yeah, right.
That is correct.
And I think at this point what Zheal's aiming to do is trying to finish the fight.
Yeah,
now.
it's not worth it to heal it. Okay. He's like very weak. I mean, you saw it at the Dark Wave, right? He doesn't have too much.
And then
Nice combo.
at the beginning of next turn fight, get the ambrosia off in the first turn, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bosh. Oof. I mean, Urshin will survive.
Yeah, probably.
And maybe Nina? No, not too much. It's too much. Could have been quite fun.
Maybe it's enough. Yes. Urshin the hero? No? Okay.
Let's go Urshin, out turn. Let's go
There we
Urshin.
go. Nice combo here.
Ah. She's doing so well.
She really does.
Come on. Wow. Ooh, wow.
Almost 400. That's fine. Like this is what I want to see earlier.
Just being physically attacked is nice.
Yeah, after the combo. That's like perfect.
Don't want to see that Ryu Pung. Oh! Big fan. There it is.
There we go.
Good, goodish Tyrant fight. It was a little bit cheeky, but well handled. Very well handled. So this is our final fight now. We have 2 Ambrosias. Please. Please.
And we will need 4.
Yeah. So final boss is really cool, music's very nice. Design's a bit odd, but nothing wrong with peculiar, I think.
There we are, fighting Faolu at his best. Does everyone have?
Yeah. So we need Ambrosia to bring Weyer back into the fray. And then we'll have Mr. Craig go last so he can bring everyone up. So Soul Rend is like the thing in this fight, and what Soul Rend does is it reduces everyone's HP in the front row to 1. If this happens to a dragon, cool video game.
Yeah, we cannot heal up dragons except with the Ambrosia. They're immune to normal healing effects and spells.
Putting Ursula in the back row because her Inferno takes up 10 AP, whereas Huaje is 3 AP, which is silly. But yeah, Inferno takes up 10, so putting Ursula in the back just to give her another proc or another tick of AP. So we'll go over 90 at that point. Whilst also maybe potentially going for the Supernova. Never know. Sanctuary, check it. Oh, that ain't Sanctuary.
Not dragon.
That is a lot of damage.
This is like not really good. This is not really good.
Certainly not the ideal start. So again, 60,000 damage to get through.
This time without any elemental weaknesses.
And no move that gets weaker as the HP goes down. Like, everything it does is powerful. We do have, again, Kaiser, if need be, as an absolute last resort. Yeah. Physical attack.
Nice. Free turn, basically.
we want to see those for sure. I mean, Sanctuary again would take off the Inspire, but it's not going to be doing any damage, and keeping the dragon safe is the most important thing right now. Okay.
We take it.
Yeah, could be a lot worse. I mean, we're losing like 2,000 damage on this turn, or 2.5, but the majority of the damage each turn comes from the dragon because of Waja. So. And it cannot be understated just how important it is to get those soul gems on. I've forgotten them in the past, and it just makes the fight go dangerously downhill. Maybe a cataclysm today.
Giga?
This is looking nice after a first start without taking the soul
display of force.
Well, we've done like 4 combos now, so about 32,000. So about halfway through now.
Yeah.
Honestly, given the amount of turns that he's done, just kind of like not doing that, that's the hand. It isn't so bad. We have to waste a turn to Ambrosia now, but say waste a turn. We have to Ambrosia. So, as an aside for crew, time will be coming out when on last hit. We'll kind of see because he'll like crouch down and go onto his knees.
That's fine.
Yeah. It's not the best, but I think it could have worse. I think Catastrophe is worse than that, isn't it?
Catastrophe is worse.
Don't say it. It's gonna happen. Okay.
That is his longest animation. It doesn't deal too much damage. It should actually not kill anything. But it's a very long spell.
Yeah. One more Inferno. Oh, sorry, 2 more Infernos rather. After this.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting close to the end now.
It looks good. He could die next turn.
Yeah, there it is.
Hello there. But it's too late.
Yeah. I
For
believe.
him.
Yeah. I believe we used the last ambrosia anyway, so at this point it's just go in.
Right.
And sometimes you get away with it. Damage is looking good.
You might die now.
Nice, and
Time.
yeah.
GG.
Aye. So with that, Faolu obviously yields to Ryu, and they form to become the Yorei Dragon again, and Ryu goes Super Saiyan. He gets like yellow hair and starts talking and stuff. He's finally gains the ability to speak, locked behind all of that. And the good ending is that obviously this whole like fights and this like struggle between like the immortals, the endless, and you know, the mortals bid for that power and what they can do with it. The wish of Yorei Dragon is to remove all the endless, get rid of all the gods, send them all back to where they came from, like de-summon them, if you will, and just leave humans to make their own future. Like the concept of immortality is now impossible. Ruru, however, doesn't disappear from the world completely himself. He just like separates himself from the god side and is left with just regular blue hair Ruru. All the gods disappear, and it's left to humans. And you're probably wondering where one guy went. There's one person we haven't defeated and haven't beaten up, and we really want to smack about a little bit, and that's Yuna. There was actually, I think, meant to be a boss fight against him, like originally in the design, but they kind of took it out. And it's like, why? Really want to beat Yuna up, but I guess it's like I guess something about it, isn't it? Really, that not everyone will get their just desserts, and we'll see what people can do to stop people like that, you know, coming to power when there is no, you know, endless to abuse. But yeah, been fun, chaps.
I agree.
Yeah, what a good run.
Very good. Actually, what was the final time? Actually,
All incentives, man.
Final time was 7 hours, 32 minutes, and 10 seconds.
not bad.
Faster than I thought it would be, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, considering we added in all of the incentives,
For
doing
the
the extra
dragons
fight,
and fighting Angler
and using all the dragon skills,
and using them.
yeah, I was like, I think it's like 15, 20 minutes, and it just added on there.
Yeah.
And that's the last input of the game. So, yeah. Pleasure, sir. Zheal.
Was an honor with you guys. Thank
Punch
you.
him there in the side. But yeah, thank you very much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. Cheers for all the support and the donations over the course of it. And see you soon. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys for the opportunity. It was a good one.
All right, thank you, eLmaGus, Bowie, and Zheal for that wonderful run. Real quick, we have two last donations that came in during the run. The Cypher one and FFT and BOF4 Memories were the two donors, each $10 with no other comments. Thank you all for your donations, and we will now be going to a 120-second Twitch ad, after which I, MS Kane, will be signing off. Thanks for watching, and continue enjoying RPG Limit Break this week.
Welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2019, sponsored by Twitch. RPG Limit Break 2019 proudly supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI. To get involved in the fight against mental illness and the stigmas it can bring, reach out to NAMI via their state organizations on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, on Instagram and Twitter as @NAMI Communicates, or check out their Tumblr blog, notalone.nami.org. It's not weakness to need help. Reach out if you think you need help. In just a few minutes, we'll be turning it over to Levels del Fuego for a run of The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. Coming up shortly after that, we will have a run of Skyrim, for which we currently have a donation incentive open for the file name. Shortly after that, we will have a run of Quest for Glory Collection, for which we also have a donation incentive for the file name. So if you're interested in influencing what file names you want to use for those runs, get your donations in now. Over the course of this marathon, a grand total of $100 cumulative donation will enter you in to win a Nintendo Switch and a bundle of RPG games for it. So get your donations in now. We have a $25 donation from Airnick15. Love RPGs and love good causes. So thanks for putting on such a great event. Give you some news on some of our upcoming donation incentives. We have met the donation incentive for the Skyrim Glitch Showcase, so during that run, we will have the opportunity to see that. Other upcoming donation incentives, for the Quest for Glory Connection, we have the opportunity to fight the bonus boss, the Pizza Elemental. That's currently sitting at $281.54 out of $1,000. For Magic Knight Rayearth, we have a second Caldina fight, which is normally optional, but you can donate it to have the runners perform that fight. That's currently sitting at $413.34 out of 1,000 needed total. Thanks to your donations, the Newtopia run will be a 100% run. For Super High Glide, there is the opportunity for a joke items showcase. That is currently sitting at $710 out of a needed $750. For The World Ends With You, a final remix, there is the opportunity to see a bonus boss rush. That's currently sitting at $110 out of $2,000. For Paper Mario, there is the opportunity to see a glitch showcase, currently sitting at $953 out of a needed $2,000. So get your donations in if you want to see any of those. Just give you some updates on some of our other upcoming bid wars. For Quest for Glory Collection, you also have the opportunity to choose which version of the first game in the series the runner will be playing. Currently, the EGA original version is in the lead at $150 versus VGA, which has nothing. For Dragon Warrior Randomizer later today, you have the opportunity to choose which player sprites will be used by the players. Currently in the lead is Black Mage at $210. RPG Limit Break 2019. In just a couple of minutes, we'll be starting a run of The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion by Robles del Fuego.